Okay, so today I'm going to finally watch Monk Season 1, Episode 4, and it has been a little bit of an alternating process by which I kind of I've been watching a movie in sort of alphabetical order, like on Netflix. So, like, we go every letter. I watch one movie. I just kind of scroll through the whole alphabetical list of, like A. So then we decided on Alone. I'm just kind of doing it on a whim based on the thumbnail of it and something like that. Like, there's no special meaning to it. It's just more like whatever I feel like. But no, we watch one episode of Monk and then one movie. So for A, let me go back and recap the whole thing. I watched Shameless, episode 1, first of all. So I guess in a broader sense, it could be like I'm watching a mainstream series and then an obscure movie and kind of alternating, going letter by letter with the movies. So I watched Shameless, episode 1. Then I watched The Fourth Republic, I believe. Then I watched Monk, episode 1. Then I watched Alone. Then I watched Monk, episode 2. Then I watched Bird Box. Then I watched Monk, episode 3. And then I watched Cats. So out of those movies, they are fitting into the obscure category, but Cats was really bad and not even in a fun way. Alone was kind of just underwhelming, low ambition kind of project. And then The Fourth Republic was okay. So Fourth Republic gets a C grade. Then Alone gets a D grade. Then Bird Box gets a D grade, also like The Happening 2.0. And then you have, for Cats, you have the ability to probably be an F, but I'm sort of just thinking that to be trendy. Some of the technical aspects would at least justify probably a D, but whereas with Monk, the first 2 episodes get an A, and then episode 3 gets a B. They didn't go over the murder method, really. And they also didn't, I like the fact that, like, it's a goofy kind of character, but he's not deliberately goofy, and they don't overdo it, right? They've been very smart with the case solving. That balance is what really makes this higher level than I thought it was going to be. So I guess it ran from like 2002 to 2010, something like that. So it actually ran longer than The Mentalist, despite that being so successful too. Yeah, the last episode was really good. The only issues with it were, this one's called Mr. Monk Meets Dale the Whale. But no, that dealt with the psychic, and I guess those were the 2 weaknesses of the episode. It deals with the psychic, but there's like some weird expectation with her, like, you've already solved, or she's already been consulted on like 2,000 plus cases, and she's been wrong on every single one. So she doesn't have much credibility to begin with. Like, oh, you're trying to disprove the psychic, and he's skeptical. A little bit like how Jane doesn't like Christina Fry. But at least Fry has a better reputation, so that's actually an improvement. They present Fry and the whole psychic element in The Mentalist as a little more credible, whereas here, she was just a clown anyway, so why would anybody believe her? The cop doesn't like her, but still gives her the benefit of the doubt here that she's right. And then Sharona kind of likes it, the way that Grace kind of is into that kind of stuff. So it's like, it's a situation where, you know, those would be the two minor weak elements. That the psychic wasn't credible enough, so it makes the whole thing kind of pointless with that aspect. And then they never really go over the murder method in much great detail. Like, they showed at the beginning, he notices something on the ground, but then they never really find the thing, or they never discuss it even. Like, how did he really manage to get her to kill herself? So the linchpin of how the first guy got caught was that what do you call it? It was the fact that the guy couldn't have seen it, which you might think, oh, I'm getting the benefit as an audience of seeing that, you know, it kind of zoom in on him pointing up. But that's an innocuous moment. Not everybody is going to immediately say, how did he know that? And I was so on point with that. And obviously Monk sees that on TV multiple times, that you see the guy pointing. It kind of makes it very conspicuous in the show. Like, it zooms in on that image and it kind of leaves that as we transition to the next scene. But I don't know if that guy died. He gets shot by the assassin. Presumably he did. And then the rewrite that I did is I would have kept that assassin alive. Either have him get shot by Monk 2 and escape, or just have him escape, period. And have Monk miss, but... or imply he was wearing like a vest. So now you set him up as a very capable rival who could have possibly killed his wife too at the behest of somebody else. So it would allow you to have that rivalry with somebody in the premiere, like you're introducing the core villain. You already know that somebody in the background hired him, who's going to be like the final boss of the show, let's say, but the secondary is that you're dealing with this highly capable assassin who was hired to do that crime as well. And you've established him as being so capable already because you have like you have, you know, he pretends to be a cripple. He's able to take out the other girl in the apartment and this guy, and he's able to survive getting shot once, and then he escapes from the police in terms of the latter situation. And he also you know, escapes from the cops multiple times, and then he also shoots the guy who hired him, and he also, you know, just does all these things, so he would have also escaped again. So that would just set him up as such a good... it seems like a shame of a character to waste. And it's also good writing because it's not like it's unsatisfying, because you already caught the case villain, the campaign manager, who you can save this guy like he's going to be a very big deal in the series. As like a major criminal that you're trying to catch. So yeah, this one is called Mr. Monk Meets Dale the Whale. But no, it's like that psychic aspect was actually improved upon for the mentalist, so I won't really hold that against it too much. That you have that you have the ability to consider Um, it was sort of more credibly presented and everything, so it wasn't like a shameless ripoff where it's just as bad. I mean, she kind of looks like her a little bit, but she's much more sophisticated. She's much more like Jane's type, where they kind of go on a date. They kind of make her a bit of a recurring character. They also turn it into, I don't know, just a more credible part of the case. So this episode's 44 minutes. The other one was, I don't know, I felt like one of these was 39, where it felt a little bit short. Maybe that was part of the whole premiere. I wonder if those two aired together, episodes 1 and 2, because it almost feels like they should have. Because they're part of the same case villain. And I kind of liked the fact, I thought my phone was ringing when I went to start the video. So yeah, let's go to the beginning here. 44 minutes and 7 seconds left is where it starts at. So we're starting from the very beginning in a minute here, or I should give you time to sync it up, but I guess I've been saying that the whole time, so you should have it open the whole time I'm talking about it. So we're starting from the very beginning in 3, 2, 1. Phone's ringing. Like, he would know the name that well. Is he like some fighter or something? Like, what would that imply? That he doesn't need a weapon, he's Dale Biderbeck, so that means... Or is this like a scene from a movie? That he's just a big, strong guy. Like, you know, he's a fighter, he's a wrestler. Right, that's why he's also called the Whale, because he's so big, I don't know. But these last two episodes have given away the killer too easily. The first episodes don't do that, unless you want to consider that him pointing and being zoomed in on would imply that, but I don't think so. So the last one gave it away. You saw who did it. And then this one's kind of, at least she's saying who did it over the phone. Doesn't mean for sure that she did it. Or they got rid of the song in the opening. That's weird. Why is it just an instrumental? What, they can only afford the song rights for the first quirky music playing? Oh wow, what a fun case do we have to do today. Sharona's sort of warming up to him again too. Well, this is what normal people in a relationship do, but not with some random guy that you work with. Always picking on him though. He's going to be all OCD about this too. Everything is just a big deal. Oh, he kind of likes being told what to do then. What, you never... Okay, that's actually impressive. That's good, though. But that's a good thing. Like, he should get invited to do party tricks as a magician. Yeah, see, this is the glass half full and half empty. She looks at it as a negative, but he looks at it like, you'd be great for doing party tricks. Amari Stoudemire. Oh, look at that, look at that. Like they wouldn't know that such a homicide didn't happen with a woman and a rope. I love that. She uses that as a... I like the captain, too. He's not too much of a dick. So we already know who did it, apparently. I'm like Monk. I could guess. Could say he's something of a whale. But whales don't leave footprints. Maybe it was someone she knew, and it was someone she knew because you have his name over the phone, like. She's very capable, too, in her own right. Like, she's always very on top of everything. That was kind of a cringy moment, though, asking for the money aspect. It's like, this is what I always say, he'll mess up the crime scene because he wants to clean it. Or at least wear gloves. Or just take pictures before you let there. Wear fucking gloves at least. Why are you acting like it's a test for Monk? How about you do your jobs and let him do his thing? They're relying on him too much. Like, just stand there and let him do all the work, kind of a vibe. That's how the show started, too. And he let her say his name, too, so it's almost like they're trying to frame him. Say it was the whale, but then it wasn't actually the whale. And then I'll kill you because I'm threatening you to say that. Like, how about you do something yourself, too? Like, why you gotta always be watching him? It makes the cops look like such clowns. Probably your prints now are gonna be fucking everywhere, though. I like how seriously they take these scenes, though. These are pretty well thought out. How do you know she was exactly there, though? Like... And she knew he was coming. Knew who it was and knew he was coming. Oh, now you care about Prince. So this must be what she used to do the 911 call. So then why are you going through this? Why are you playing a game with Monk? Like, you're being kind of weird now. The captain. The captain gets a -1 point for this. Although I forget where my character points are at. He's being weird about it. Like, just get to the point. Who is this guy? I know him from somewhere, but I can't tell based on his getup. But why? Like, what does he do? He's a wealthy man. He's a... I thought he'd be like some sort of fighter. Like Dale the Whale was his MMA or whatever, WWE name. But you're on videotape right now, you dumbass. But then why? Oh, you tried to get him before, maybe? Stottlemyre. I guess they never said that name much. So you have, like, he didn't realize the cameras were out there too, because he was telling him don't accuse him. Or he could be faking his own illness the way the assassin was faking his thing. Lieutenant Disher. But since we last saw him 7 years ago, bit of a happy ending that you're looking for there. It's just a green screen anyway, dumbass. Yeah, how would he physically be able to kill her anyway, given the state that he's in? I guess that would be the crux that he would be operating on. Oh, here we go. He's a big shot. They started with some really big name villains, like a campaign manager, which wasn't that big of a deal, but Oh, he's gonna get at him there. Is this guy gonna be like Brett Styles, kind of a guy who isn't caught right away? Or he's gonna get all serious now? But no, we started with a campaign manager and then a big police commissioner, basically. Oh, this guy is quite the personality. So you must have clashed with him before. How does he know that? Well, why would she say that? That's some of the most emotion that he's gonna get. Just her saying your name. This is another one. I should have to come up with the theory at least. If I don't have to guess who the killer is by the halfway point of the episode, like my format says, at least he's wearing like a bodysuit or something. I don't know. I should have to come up with how the killing happened, more so than who did it, because we already know who did it. He's not being very flattering about it. Oh, he's trying to flirt with her. We get some backstory on her, which we don't really know. Monk's gonna get jealous. How does he use the bathroom? So blame the restaurants for bringing him the food, that they're enabling his bad behavior. Now, is that why, or is that because? A lot of people think highly of Monk, though. This guy knows Monk, the culprit knows Monk. My one theory is he could be wearing a bodysuit and he's not really that big. That would be the only way. But he already knows that you're in Monk's corner. But how did he just kill somebody then? Oh, look at him being authoritative for the first time ever. And he really doesn't like him because anytime you bring up his wife... Okay, we get the cameras are a big thing here. But he'll immediately notice that, like... Oh, this is getting kind of weird, though. You're really going to use, like, a nurse booty call type happy ending to get this shit. He can tell that the thing's covered up. How are you going to explain that? Except for the secret of how you killed the victim. I don't get it, like... Unless it's like a bodysuit, which would be weird. How else would he get out there and, like, be standing up to be able to be seen? That's the only theory I have, so I don't know if that should count. Why else would you come? You had an affair or something? Oh, is this going to be the guy who somehow... That's the point of praise, though. Genghis Khan's badass. Oh shit, he knows everything. This guy deserves to be like a series-long kind of villain. Like, she's gonna realize it's fake. Not in the way that you think. A different kind of, Oh, they won't even show it. It's fake for the purpose of the show, of course. This guy's not really 800 pounds. But no, this could turn into like a Brett-style, series-long type villain. Maybe he was even the one who killed the wife, but not. I'm just building it up. They call him a whale. They don't call him a whale for nothing. They were already there to search. I mean, they could have seen that on their own. So they have some adversarial thing going on with him. obviously between Monk and him, and Trudy got fucked over, and oh, come on, don't keep doing this. And who did she say it to? Like, in what way? He seems like such a strong character that it would almost be something that deserves to be longer for the series, but that just means it would be satisfying. Imagine if every episode villain was this good, but they can't be all this good. Little OCD tendency going on. So she wrote articles, she was like a reporter or something? So she died at 34. Is that biased? Make you biased? Just tell him you have. Why can't he just say that? Or it's just to disguise what he actually wrote? He brought the rest home. So somehow the body of the girl was brought back home, but and killed her there, but I didn't know who he was. Why do you have to be so snarky about it, Monk? So I like the little adversarial thing, digs at his past. We're learning about Trudy. We learned a little bit about Sharona. This guy's highly capable, the Beiderbecke. So she's cooking it for him, somehow. And she comes to deliver it to him. And then she delivers it to him. For him. I'm trying to stay ahead of it, but I really can't. He's that much of a pig. Oh, okay, that's part of the crime. I thought he's just a glutton and he can't control his impulses. But then you just quit, or that was somebody else, the nurse? Yeah, we get it. He's fat. Relax. Using it to basically spy on her. So it's partly her fault, but still, how? The only thing I have is it's a bodysuit. I don't know how else you can... It could just be a convincing bodysuit, or... I can't come up with any other way that he could have done this shit. They took him in like some big container in the car, or... I genuinely can't figure it out. I won't count this against me, though. I'll only count the episodes where you don't know the killer at the beginning, and then I have to guess it. Which I did do that with the campaign manager successfully. Maybe she just knew Biderbeck was behind it, but not actually the one there. Or what about... You can't just do that on a daily basis, though. Imagine if that was actually the answer. That was kind of a wholesome moment between them. I like the captain, though. He's sort of a chill guy, despite whatever else. So this is the 10-year-old witness. Look at her, being all eloquent. So why are you asking that? Why does it matter? So you did this with the other cops too, I guess? What do you use for the recipe? Lemons? You didn't pay for it though, did you? Or maybe I missed that. He doesn't use like the same sort of psychological techniques though, like hypnosis and stuff that Jane would do, but in fact it's kind of hard to define what exactly he's doing. Like, he's just really smart and perceptive, but you know what I mean? Like, what is his modus operandi? It's not so much psychological. Oh, what, every question I have to... I don't really find it funny, but I like the pacing of it. Again, you're gonna have to pee. You're gonna make him pee his pants on the fucking crime scene. Now that'd be a Cosmo Kramer. Michael Richard would have taken the role then if that happened. He was trying to dump it out. Bro, you didn't say every question. He wants somebody to look. The old Manfred von Karma, shoot twice so that you can... Or he knew your movements to that extent? So why would he want to be seen there, though? I don't get it. He's just doing it out of love and jealousy. Is he going to be somehow implicated in the killing so they can't break the... You would have to do everything for him, I guess. Okay, at least everyone acknowledges this. Okay, Sharona, you get a -1 for being so easily distracted all the time. But I forget where we're actually at with the points. What is so noteworthy about him being 37? Yeah, so what? What? I'm trying to keep up with him. What? The fuck are you talking about? Like, he's young to be a doctor, so he got some sort of medical exception. See, they'll never actually show him. The way the original OnlyFans, it's, the way they show this guy is almost like the guy from Hannibal in the wheelchair. How will you get him out of here, though? That's a good threat. Over my dead body. I don't really get how he's going to prove this. Somebody else called him that too, I think. Wouldn't they have broken? It's still intact. Ah. So it's fake. But I thought Sharona saw it, so how can Sharona be that dumb? Now that's a comical image, but I thought, so it's really that simple. He just has a bodysuit. The old Reed Smith. You're just doing this because Sharona's jealous. Oh, that's why you did it on purpose. But how did he make him look like that? Or you had him there? This is almost like Brett Styles' lawyer getting arrested or something. Why does him being 37 matter still? Oh, I guess I was under the impression that they saw Beiderbecke himself there. Oh, no way. Okay, dude. Change your name and then you fucking... How would you do that and then still become a doctor? That's very conspicuous. So he is going to be like a Brett Styles type character. He's going to get away with it somehow. You're even saying he framed you. Oh, you're going to be trying to be all noble. The way the guy pushes his wheelchair into the dogs, the pigs, the doctor. They copied Hannibal. What about the fat suit aspect? Take it off. We already know it's a fat suit. But he's just pretending, right? Isn't that the whole point? Or maybe not. Oh, no, I'm wrong. He is really that fat, but the guy framed him by wearing that. Oh, so he does know. I thought that was a mystery for him, too. Well, it is forever, though. She's dead unless you believe in the afterlife. Is that why you always touch the little sides of those things? I like how seriously it takes itself, though. This is actually a masterpiece of a series from the perspective that it's hitting on both cylinders. It can be funny, it can be serious, investigative, it can be dramatic, it can be everything. It's so good. Now, this is going to be like Psych plus The Mentalist in one, and just better than both, and certainly more original than both. So that was really good. That might even be an A, because that character was so noteworthy, and like I said, whenever you say that, oh, this character could be a main series type villain, like a Brett Styles type, where you don't just he's not just an episodic villain where you catch him and then it's over. He would last it out because he was so good. And then there's a lot of intrigue. The answer for how that case was solved was so unbelievably elaborate. Like, let me try to understand. He wore the fat suit. I even misunderstood. Then he imitated the voice over the phone. He wanted to be seen. He wanted to frame him. He wore big shoes. He wore the bodysuit. And then he imitated the voice over the phone. And then that's why they show that Chekhov's imitation moment where they show it innocently. So no, he really is that fat, and he really didn't do it. But the guy just sort of imitated him and tried to frame him on purpose, even maybe with his own consent, because oh, he couldn't have done it. And then Sharona wasn't too mad about them doing that. But you always know that, like, oh, if Sharona likes somebody, they must get arrested because you can't have them as a love interest besides Monk, right? Because that's what it's going to come down to eventually anyway. But you have a situation where... What else? Let me watch part of this again. But yeah, you become a highly conspicuous doctor that you would... That was very complicated. Like, I would have never guessed that. I sort of guessed the bodysuit, but not that. Where does he explain that? So he uses a chair. No, I must admit, I didn't have any idea what was going on there, but... Wore enormous boots. Let's watch each step of this. So you knew about the Heidi key. You imitated her voice. First you killed the judge. Then you ransacked the house. So nobody saw his face. But why did... Oh, no. Because he said that himself. Biderbeck. So that was after she's dead. You imitated. That was the part that was really confusing. Wow, that was quite the elaborate thing. So I'm inclined to give it an A because it was so complicated, but it kind of still makes sense. And yeah, this series is just farming A's. But the fact that that villain was so memorable too, right? The Biderback was really like a series-worthy type villain that should have gone on for a longer period of time, where he's so smart and knows everybody's weaknesses and stuff. Okay, so here I'm going to watch some random clips on YouTube. So we watched episode 4 of Monk earlier, and we're getting into a trend where I'm giving out these A's kind of easily. I've given out 3 A's, but I can't come up with a reason not to. That villain was kind of borderline iconic. Like, that's the ultimate praise. Like in episode 1 where I say, a villain's good when I say they should stick around and not be taken out in that episode. So like, the assassin should have survived, and in this episode, the fat guy should have gotten away, the whale. But yet, instead he gets implicated too, and so they might fight him out in court or something, but he's too good and too interesting of a character and very well played that this guy was actually unbelievably good. He was giving me like some kind of vibe of Brett Stiles or somebody, not exactly the same type of character, but like just how he kind of cuts through everything. He's kind of poking at the loss of Trudy from Monk and all this kind of stuff. How did he even know her last words though? Like, how did that become public if she just said it to him? I guess he would have said it. Like, that's what she said. But her car got blown up. But no, I've given out 3 A's out of 4 episodes, but I can't come up with a criticism of it. Right, episode 3 at least, the minor criticism is they don't address the murder method very well, nor do they address the psychic very well. Like, she's not very credible or convincing, so that plot line is kind of a little garbage. Unlike Christina Fry or something, at least they come in with more credibility, so it's like, oh, we want to disprove them, right, and that's meaningful. Here it's like, Monk wants to disprove her, but she's already got 200 cases failed, so like, why would you believe her in the first place, right? So that's just done more for the sake of the plot. But other than that, so episode 1 and 2 is an A, episode 3 is a B, and episode 4 is an A, because again, this character was iconic, the Dale the Whale. The mystery was very good, the case solving was absolutely insane, with like, that explanation was fucking bonkers, but in a good way. Like, so you go there, you're wearing the fat suit, they don't see your face like I thought they did. She didn't make the phone call was the guy imitating her, which that's a good clue that he was imitating stuff to Sharona. And then the other clue is the fact that Sharona likes him. Anytime Sharona likes anybody, it's going to be the killer, because otherwise they might end up together, and we can't have that, right? Like, it's one of those tropes. So now you have that, and then you also have a situation where, again, what could I find fault in that episode? Basically nothing. That was like an iconic season caliber villain that's like, he was so good. His dialogue was sharp, he was smart, he knows how to get at people's pet peeves and stuff. He was twisting the wound of Sharona's death, or not Sharona's death, the Trudy's death. You know, him and Monk have history. He has tremendous power and influence and lawyers and everything. And so it's like, this series is starting off where every single case is like a huge deal, where, to be fair, it's very hard to keep up that momentum. Like, you just took out a campaign manager and a commissioner, and now you're taking out a major figure, like a businessman. I don't know where he got his money from, actually. Maybe I missed out on that, but he has a lot of influence and power. And so now you're taking him out. Like, it's no big deal. Like, oh yeah, this is just another episodic villain. Bro, this dude is literally a fucking movie caliber, series caliber villain. Like, you know, he's giving me vibes of the guy from Hannibal, where he's in the wheelchair and he tries to feed the guy to his dogs, like how he got his face bitten off by dogs. He's giving me vibes of that guy, like where you have so much power and influence despite being confined to a wheelchair or a bed or something. And so now you're giving me vibes from that. You're giving me vibes from Brent Stiles, because you're so smart and psychologically convincing, and you kind of know how to get the edge on everybody, and you have it all together. And then you also have a lot of other interesting elements. So, I mean, just that explanation. You go there with the fat suit, you kill her first, and you imitate her voice, then you... I don't know, you kind of set the smoke alarm off. And again, the twist was sort of just that the doctor killed it for him. So even that I didn't understand. I was being sort of so mindfucked. He really is that fat, and he really can't move, but it wasn't him. And I guess I was confused on two elements. One, the fact of the phone. Like, how could the chick on the phone say that's who it is? But it's because it wasn't her, and it was him doing the voice, so that's pretty spectacular. I would have never predicted that, even though they give you that clue. I love that, actually. That's one of my favorite clues in any of these shows ever. He's just flirting with Sharona, right? And doing those voices. And so from that, Monk would deduce, oh, so that means he did the voices there. Like, wow, that is absolutely what these shows are all about. And then the other point is the simple fact that you have the twist being the fact that it was the doctor who did it, who wore like a fat suit. I guess I had it in my head that they saw his face. Like, the girl saw his face, that it was him, not just his stomach. Or that the victim saw his face, obviously, because, if it's the doctor wearing a fat suit, then how could the girl see it? And the reason why is because the fact that she didn't actually see it because she was dead. So I couldn't quite figure that out, but so far I've been fine with my record as far as guessing the culprit, because really only episode 1 and 2 should have been relevant for that, and I was all over the campaign manager, so that's acceptable. But these other two are kind of irrelevant because they show you right at the beginning, right, who did it in the commissioner episode 3, and this one, they show you kind of right away. Or at least here they tell you, but I guess I was wrong too. So that almost should count against me. My final theory was that he did it, and he wore a fat suit. That was the best I could come up with. And so that should almost count, because I had no notion that the doctor had done it. Zero. Like, there was nothing that I was even thinking about. That almost arguably should count, because even if it seems like they reveal the culprit, I don't know. I won't count it, but in a normal episode I should. So again, if I miss 3 of those in a season, I have to stop watching. But I guess there is no but. I guess that's really it. But again, I'll be loose with which episodes count. It has to be one where we genuinely don't know who the killer is, and I just have to figure it out. But no, like, that's a theory I never would have come up with. And the main crux of it is the fact of the voice imitation. That would have never entered my mind, even though the show does a good job of still showing that off with Sharona. That seems very valuable, like Chekhov's voice imitation, that's going to come into play later. That's not just some random innocuous thing just for the sake of it. That's actually relevant. But I admit, I would have never thought of that. Like, and that's exactly the kind of way of thinking that Monk and Jane and Sean Spencer think like that. That's exactly how they think, right? They find these weird answers to things that you would never expect. And so we're going to watch maybe some random Shark Tank clips and other stuff, but basically what I'm saying about Monk is this is looking up to be possibly the greatest television series ever made, because within 4 episodes it's gotten 3 coveted A grades. And that, again, I've barely given out an A to anything. So, but again, if I can't find a fault in it, I have to do it. Like, I can't just say it's a B. Like, there's nothing. These are high-level case material too. Dealing with a commissioner, dealing with a assassin and a fucking campaign manager, dealing with a guy like dealing with. Dale the Whale, which I kind of missed what exactly he did, or how exactly he's so rich, or has so much power and influence. I don't even know. So yeah, we're gonna look at a couple clips here, but again, not every episode can be like such a high-level villain. One of these is just gonna be a random clown, right? And it would have to be, because again, not every case can be that insane. But I guess the way you could argue it is that only Monk is only called if it's a really high-level case. Because again, not every case is like this. In fact, most cases are just random. Just somebody does it on impulse and they're stupid and they just fuck up. But let's see what we can do here. This is the right way to watch Shark Tank too. Just watch clips on YouTube. Don't even worry about anything else, because then it becomes too difficult to deal with it. With respect to, you don't really want to do anything. Watch like the whole series and that's one thing I hate about these kind of shows, whether it be Hell's Kitchen or this. When you go to watch the full episodes, you got to watch all these documentary type portions. It'll show you the person's family, and I don't want to see all that shit. I just want to see the moments in the kitchen. I want to see the moments in the tank, if you will, and that's all I really care about. So this clip is "Shut Up and Take the Deal" by like CNBC Animation or something. I can't even read it. So we're looking at Mark Cuban. We're going to start in a second. I'll give you time to sync it up, even though I'm going to be jumping between clips, so I don't even really give a shit, but at least if I watch something longer. So tomorrow, we're going to... I love this pace, actually, of what I'm doing. And Monk, I just want to say it in a very heartfelt way. I was worried that Monk would be kind of underwhelming, because I've seen The Mentalist and Psych, and I thought it wouldn't live up to that, even though it deserves credit for originality even then. I was worried that I'd be sort of jaded to it, that it wouldn't be fresh, that it would feel like more of the same, that it would feel like, not as good, but just gets credit for originality. I was worried that it would be too comedic and sort of waste itself and use that as a cop-out and not be as intelligent as it is. I was worried that because Michael Richard was offered the role, that it would be just overly goofy and trying too hard. I was worried that it wouldn't have good case solving, or again, that it would cop out with humor. I was worried about a lot of things, and I am in a position now where I genuinely have to say, this is like a seminal moment in my, media life, where I am genuinely in shock at what I just witnessed. Because again, I'm not going in with any preconceived notion, but I'm very experienced with this genre, obviously. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm really surprised at how good it is. It's absolutely... That's the extra mile that they go. The case solving is very intelligently written, very well done, very interesting. They give the viewers a lot of clues. right, to work with, whether I can figure it out or not. I mean, it really... I'm just honestly, like, grateful, and I never would have thought it would be this good. I can't even tell you. Maybe it'll drop off a little bit later, but in fact, it would have to, because it's not going to get an A like every episode, but honestly, out of those first 3, I stand by it. And maybe you could consider the first 2 together, like the premiere, basically, in one, but either way, like, it's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life. I don't think that would ever happen in any show ever. You could show me Game of Thrones, you could show me anything you want, Breaking Bad. The likelihood of getting 3 A's in 4 episodes, by as high a standard as I have, I even had to try to talk myself out of one of them, or I guess I had to talk myself into it, but like the second episode, I think I said, it's a B, but then I couldn't justify why it's a B, and so I said it's an A. I have to find some fault in it, right, to make it a B. Like, why isn't it an A? And so episode 3, at least I can say that. It's not an A because they don't adequately explain the murder method. It felt like it ended in a bit of a rush. It felt like the psychic aspect was a little bit half-baked and unconvincing. So all of that combined doesn't make it a bad episode, but it knocks it down at least to a B, and I think that's fair, right? And so, oh my God, like, Michael Richards, bro, you thought that Racist Ran at a comedy club was a bad moment in his life. This is 10 times worse. Like, how the fuck? I don't want to hear about no Seinfeld curse, dude. How the fuck do you turn this series down? I don't give a shit. Oh, it's not a comedy, enough of a comedy, it's too serious. Like, I don't care, dude. I don't care. Like, you are absolutely a clown. You deserve to be just ostracized for that. Like, you deserve to have the Seinfeld curse because you're just too dumb to take a good role. Like, one of the most iconic, amazing beginnings to a show that you could ever possibly imagine. It might be the best span of 4 episodes in the history of television, certainly as far as the first 4 episodes. Again, like, The Mentalist had a good couple episodes, Psych had some good episodes, no question about it, but not like this. I mean, this is just... I almost feel like I'm cheapening the A's, but I'll genuinely just stand by the fact that, like, I can't justify not giving it an A, because it's going above and beyond. It's not just, oh, it's a nice little case, it's good, it's fun, it's solved. It's like, this villain, Dale, was very next level. He was very well written. You could argue I shouldn't give an A to episode 1 because it doesn't have a satisfactory conclusion, and that would be the case, except for the fact that it's the series premiere, and that's not me going easy on it, but it's me rewarding it for introducing all the characters and covering so much material and ground that it seamlessly introduced everything to us, right? That's why it deserves that. If it was an ordinary episode that ended like that, where it doesn't solve the case, obviously, then it might be dropped down to a B, but because it's introducing the entire subject matter in the whole universe, if you will, now it becomes relevant. So we learned a little backstory on Trudy. She was like a journalist or something, and she got sued for that by that guy, by Dale, and then they lost all their money, apparently. And the reason why is because I don't know, he was just trying to make it hard on them. But even though he, like, didn't win the case, he just dragged it out to cost them money, right? Like, he's like, oh, I know it's not going to work, but it'll still fuck them over, kind of. Right, so Monk lost a certain amount of his money. They lost their house that they bought together. They obviously don't have any kids, but... So what, they had been together like 7 years? Or it was like 7 years ago? I don't remember. Because, like, she died a couple years ago, like 4 years ago. So they had been living together for at least 3 years? Or maybe more, I don't know. So she was 34. I don't know how old actually he is. That guy was 37. Which I still don't even know. Why did he say that solved the case? The fact that that guy's 37 means that he did it. Or something. Why would that be? Why would that be relevant? I don't even remember. Like, they found out that it was somebody else, but I don't know. I still don't even get that. So this video is Shut Up and Take the Deal, starting in 3, 2, 1. Or delayed. I don't care, dude. I don't care. Starting in 3, 2, 1. But no, like, if I was a big channel, somebody would edit all this stuff for me and put the clip in there. If you want to take a deal, just take the deal. Maybe he didn't like that deal. If it's a good deal, if you're not happy with it, that works for people. Okay, I guess he's out, but he doesn't even get the chance to say he's out. Top 3 scams. He can be kind of obnoxious, though. I actually don't like Mark. He's a bit of a clown. Like, we get you're a billionaire, we get you think you're so smart. Like, it's not that big of a deal. So what we can do now is we can basically... I don't know. I'm kind of tired, so what I need to do is I need to figure a way to I'll watch maybe a couple more of these. Fine, I'll watch it, but I've seen this probably a million times. Top 3 pitches Mark Cuban has called out as scams, starting in 3, 2, 1. Probably it delayed. It always delays. Okay, starting at the beginning in 3, 2, 1. Minus Cal. The point is, a lot of this stuff is out there. It doesn't really mean it's a scam. It just means it's like limited in scope. Like, it'll help you lose weight, but it doesn't make you lose weight. Like, I get it. Which I'm not really a proponent of stuff like that, but who's the third guy? He doesn't even say shit. I would hope it's science-based. First they say it blocks fat, but then it says, oh, that's what that guy's doing. It's, they say it burns it out, basically. It's in green tea, apparently, but, you know, tea is not natural. You have to make tea from something. Why not just drink green tea, then? 12 years. How is it all natural if it's from fresh green tea? Fresh green tea is not natural. You can make it with natural stuff, but it's a man-made thing that you have to make. You don't just go out in the woods and find fresh green tea. Like, I don't know. Why did it take you so long then, 12 years? So that's kind of weak though, because well, you sort of just said that. But they don't say how many, so this is a little bit unfair by Mark. He's right. You're not saying it doesn't do that. You're just saying it doesn't do an exact amount. But you're just willing to hear him out. He's sometimes too obnoxious. Because it doesn't have to be a broad claim. So it is a green tea extract. Yeah, I'm always have a pet peeve about sales. Like, what does your value come from if it's not sales? What are you asking for? She's always being nice about it. Even if he's wrong, let him say it. He doesn't even want to hear what Mark has to say. Everybody's out. Isn't that the same thing? Take some fat out of your body. This is the longest somebody goes on when everybody's out. Well, make... He is kind of obnoxious, though. Yeah, part of it is what you do and everything. That was the first time he's been on there, I guess, Daniel? But Robert rarely gets mad, so when he does, he's justified. He's like me, where you're mostly very calm. Tycoon, which is like a real estate thing. I don't remember Mark calling this out. He doesn't like the name of it. He kind of goes on and on, though. Just say you're out and be done with it. This seems like a cool idea, but it's really not. There's so many better things you can invest in. It's like, why not just do it yourself? Kevin basically represents what the show is all about. Like, it's based on his personality. His whole, like, snarky, sharky, capitalistic... See, at least Barbara's being open-minded. I hope Mark doesn't draft players like how he does these, because he has like a knee-jerk reaction. He is kind of annoying. I like Robert's personality, but the problem is he welches on deals. Robert used to be my favorite on here because his disposition is so calm, but then he welches on too many deals. He agrees on air, but then he backs out, which they all do that, but he does that a lot, so I don't like that. This is like too difficult. It's a good idea, but it's just not. It's too complicated. This would be the sort of thing that's... It's just too complicated. And he does like one and it's like a garage. Part of a house, not even the whole house. With your investment, we can work towards doing a house. just has like a cringe meter. It's not even that it's luck, it's just... The thing is, though, you would always say it like with stocks. Never invest your whole life savings. Do it like you're gambling at a casino. Only play with what you can afford to lose. That is fair, because he can ask for low amounts. Usually turn off their mic when they fucking are out. Like, come on. But don't put your last 1,000. But you can afford to say that too, because you have the money to buy it outright, so why would it matter? I love when somebody's an expert in the field and everybody listens to her so well. You can kind of say who it is and ingratiate them with a little bit. Show us a little video montage of the guy whenever you go to invest. Or Kevin O'Leary has been doing rounds kind of praising that Trump won the election. Oh, I'm surprised he's even investing. That's the nicest thing you can say about him. Probably more than just your name. Like, there must be other decisions that go into. You haven't done anything yet. You haven't sold anything yet. You sold one thing, like a fucking garage. With a rat and a rice. What does that even mean? This is Manish from Pavlok with Pavlok. It's a nice name. Like, instead of Pavlov, Pavlok. I like it. I've seen this one. I've seen all this shit before. 3.1 for it. Psychological conditioning. Just have your girlfriend withhold sex to try to condition you into, oh wait, that's what they do anyway, to condition your behavior. Joke's on her, that's my fetish. I like to be cucked. I love how people react to that with Destiny, as far as his open relationship. It shows you such an insecurity about people instead specify it to one person, and nobody's saying not to, but specify it to one person and pose it as an absolute and assume that it's going to be, like that, where no cheating, no breakups, no divorce. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but it means that you're acting like that's perfect and you're acting like open relationships are terrible, even though that's the kind of thing that people want. Why do people cheat? For the same reason that they would want an open relationship. So you're kind of being dishonest to yourself. This seems like a shot collar or something. And we all know what this shit is. Now that's one of my fetishes. Please condition me to, do something in a clever way that I wouldn't even realize. You'd have to be so intelligent to do that that's actually super interesting to me. I think Lori doesn't really feel it. Was Mark not wearing it or what? But you can't stop. That's your fetish. You want your partner to buzz you. The emperor has no clothes sort of fallacy. So nobody was actually, know what they're getting. It's a little expensive, but it's the kind of product that you'd really pay $200 though for that. Like, He just keeps going though, like just be. Partly that's Mark's fault because part of the reason why Barbara's so selective and is always out is because she has the least money out of everybody too. She's still rich, but not like that. Not like the others. I guess Lori was in that same boat, but then some of her deals on here propelled her farther. I mean, he's been talking the whole time. Mark won't shut up. I thought you already were out from the beginning. Kevin is the GOAT, though, of this show. Like, he always has the best quips to do with the... He has a quip to do with every product. Like, he'll make a pun to do with that name. He's absolutely the whole... Like, he's the inventor of this show, basically. It's all about his personality, his vibe, his dealing and wheeling and royalties, and, like, it's all about him. Like, he's the poster child for what this show is about. Just the tone is exactly like that. Have a little fun with it, be funny, be snarky, be a little clever and witty, and also make good business deals at the same time. Kevin almost seems to want to invest in all these, but they ask too much. Who's the bigger scammer here? And then he says, like, I don't want to work with Mr. Wonderful. You're not focused on the money, but you're asking for a lot of money. The structure is actually quite good. Everybody's already out, though, so you say that, but I love it. Mark is really annoying sometimes, though. Like, really, just... like, we get it. You think you're so smart and, you think it's a scam, but there's a respect factor. Just let them do their thing. Say it's a scam, say I'm out, and then let them talk. You don't have to uproot. And you're talking shit to Robert, like, it doesn't mean that I'm agreeing or taking the deal. I'm just listening to what he has to say. I give him a chance, and then, I'm going to say I'm out anyway. So, like, you're trying to jump the gun when you don't need to. I love doing that little imitation voice of the weepy voice killer. I find that so funny. I don't know how I did it. Like, I did it pretty well that one time. It's in one of these videos. I can't do it at will, but it happens sometimes. Please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry I killed that girl. Kimberly Compton was the first one. Over railroad tracks. I promise I won't kill anybody else. If someone dies with the right turn on, it's me. I kill more people. Please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry I killed that girl. Kimberly Compton was the first one. I'm sorry for what I did to Compton. I'm so upset about it. Don't know why I had to stab her. I'm trying to remember one part of what he says in there. I'm going to be like this voice actor here. The fucking guy doing the imitations. I love that. That's his catchphrase though. Please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry I killed that girl. Like, please don't talk, just listen. But no, what's the other line he says that I wanted to talk about? Like, I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody. The way he says it is so ridiculous. Like, I can't remember exactly. Like, don't know why I had to stab her. I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody. And then he says something at the end of that that's incomprehensible, but it's just, he's a very strange guy, to say the least. It would be comical if he didn't actually commit these crimes. That makes it a little worse, but... Okay, so today I'm going to watch some random stuff on YouTube. Just whenever I'm in, like, a rush session, I just do that. But what I would be doing normally next is I would be doing the D letter one on here with respect to finding a movie in the D category. Obviously, hopefully be a good follow-up to Cats. That was obviously very disappointing, but it's a case where, we're aiming for obscure movies as we continue to watch Monk, which I'm actually kind of stunned by how good every first episode has been. The first several, like 1 and 2, even if you want to combine them into a single episode that gets an A, and then episode 3 was a B, and then episode 4 is another A. Again, even if it's getting B's on a regular basis, that's fine, but it's done something that no series probably would ever do. And so you have, we'll watch a D letter movie and then episode 5. So what we have here is, we've seen The Fourth Republic, which got a C grade. It was okay. Then we got Alone, which is a D grade, where the girl's getting stalked in her car. I guess that was the unique element, that it's not just a getting stalked by a killer sort of movie, but you're getting stalked, like, on the ground, like you break down at a gas station and they chase you. You're getting chased on the road, which is next to impossible, because they don't know where you're even going, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's somebody that knew where she was going, or had a tracker in her car, or we never find that out. At least when that first incident was happening where he was tailgating her, it would have made sense if he somehow sneakily attached a tracker to her car in doing that. I don't know exactly how he would have done it, thrown it out the window, right, like a pipe bomb in fucking GTA, but if you had done it that way, then at least I could understand, because now, so that's pretty unlikely, but whatever. That got a D grade. It really needed like a final act where we get some sort of character development or something. I was a little invested in her character, like, where was she going? What was she doing exactly? She was getting over the loss of her husband who killed himself. What about the parents, the mom who she doesn't want to talk to? Give us like one final scene, and they give us nothing. It just ends. Like, am I missing something? I got to see the director's cut where they add that little portion or segment in. And then you also have the ability to do it in such a way that than I did for letter B. Obviously, Bird Box, which was a real disappointment. I mean, I didn't know that. In fact, that was a movie that I was lamenting that, oh, it's too well known, and I've at least heard of it. I didn't know what it was about at all, and I just had seen the image of Sandra Bullock with the blindfold. I guess I didn't even know it was her necessarily. I couldn't tell right away, but like from the art. But yeah, I had at least heard of it, and it's a Netflix-made one, so that kind of broke my format of, I'm trying to go for ones that I haven't heard of that are obscure and unknown, and then also I'm trying to go for ones that are not made by Netflix, and so that kind of validates the rule that they tend to not be very good. And I don't mind if they're not very good, because these are meant to be obscure anyway. Like, Alone wasn't very good, but yeah, Alone gets a D, and Bird Box gets a D as well. It also needed some sort of better payoff. Finding out what exactly the thing is that we're afraid of, getting to see it as an audience, getting to any sort of feedback on exactly what it is, how does it work, where did it come from, why is it happening, some sort of solution other than blind people are immune to it, which I said that very early on at the beginning, like, okay, but so what, you know what I mean? And really, that's not even a happy ending, because you're not blind, so that means you're still going to die someday, possibly, and they're not. So, like, the blind people are invincible unless you kill them or something. But, you know, it's useless. It's like, oh, well, we can work together, but you got to basically be blind, too. So, I don't know. And, like, their weakness is just human buildings and human structures. Like, are you serious? Just pull a solid snake. Just move around in a box and just... that would solve it, right? You move around in a box, and then you still have a blindfold on, like a big box, right, over your head that covers like your whole body somehow or something, right? And then when you're ready to, it almost doesn't even make any sense, because like, oh, what if the entity was inside of the box? But by that logic, what if the entity was inside of a human building? Like, how does that work, right? So I have a big box around me, and I have a blindfold on, and I'm moving around in the wild. Then I set the box down around me still, and then I take off my blindfold. So now I'm inside of a human enclosed structure, which is a box. And because I'm inside of that box, I can look around and pick up some little mushrooms or berries or whatever is in my immediate vicinity before I pick the box up, put the blindfold on, and continue moving on. So if you follow that sort of structure, not only does it solve the issue of what you're dealing with, it also solves the issue of being able to go around and forage and stuff in the wild, right? And so now what you have is the ability to consider that. I don't know how that would or wouldn't work. You could say, well, the entity could sneak in the box while it's lifted above the ground or something. Like, I don't really get it, even on that. But the point is, it's dumb. It doesn't have a good explanation. It doesn't have any explanation. It really is a genuine sequel to The Happening. I even said at the beginning, like, oh, this is like going to be like once I saw what it was about, like the suicide, this is going to be like The Happening, but surely it's going to be better than that. Like, this is going to be much better. And it turns out it's not better. It's actually just the same. I won't really say it's worse, but when Mark Wahlberg is saying, give me a goddamn second at the end. Okay, we give you a second. We'll give you a minute. We'll give you an hour. What did you come up with, Mr. Genius Professor who has some solution? Oh, wait. You didn't come up with anything, and the movie just ends. Like, literally, it just ends. Nothing happens in The Happening. But same thing with Bird Box. It's like, so what? Like, it just ends. Like, are you serious? So that was very disappointing. And then Cats, I'll give it an F just to be sort of trendy, but it could very easily be a D as well. The reason why it's hard to give it an F even is because I'll just still do it, but even as bad as it seems to be, if you know the material it's based on, which I don't, but I'm just saying, and you understand that, and you know, people might say, oh, it's not faithful to it, but that makes it less weird, because now, oh, look at how weird these cat people look, which they do, but it's like, you know, I looked up clips from like a play version or some other version from 1994 or something else, and, you know, they look pretty weird there too, like the whole idea of them being sort of cat people, and so it's not as outlandish once you realize it's based on some established piece of work. And so from 1939, the original one, it would have been better as an animated thing, but again, some of the nuances probably genuinely lost on me, even whether for good or bad, because you have no idea about the about the actual thing here with respect to whatever, like the subject matter and stuff. Again, some of the sets are pretty good. Some of the songs are at least okay. Some of the presentation, again, visual aspects and stuff, isn't completely terrible. So, again, F is a really high bar, and so part of that just goes with the expectation and the big name cast that you're kind of holding it against it. So, honestly, it's more like a D. I'll give it an F just because, but it's like a D, basically, because, again, yes, it's bad, but its ambition was kind of high. So it's like, yeah, some of the set pieces are actually kind of cool. I like some of the visuals. I like some of the, you know, again, the music wasn't completely terrible. And again, in the context of what the story probably typically is, I know, you know, people go into this false duality of, you know, oh, they don't like it, so they'll just pile on. I'm not saying it's good, but an F would mean that it's completely irredeemable. And again, I'm going to do it as like a trendy thing, but I'm even acknowledging that it could easily be a D, which is no real merit to it. Like, imagine giving it the same score as Bird Box, but that's the same thing I said there. Like, there's some visual element that's kind of cool. I like the shots of them on the lake, on the river, you know, and some of that, whatever. So again, it's still terrible in a lot of ways. But that's what I'm saying here. Like, it's even as bad as it is, some of it might be unfairly held against it. Like, oh, well, look how weird these cat people look. But that's kind of the point. Like, again, they could have done it better. It should have been animated, but they, maybe you would have found the cat people in the other versions of the same story to be weird. So that's just a marginal kind of take, just because you're not familiar with what it's based on or whatever. And then you also have the story and all that that's kind of weird. So you're holding against it the fact that they look weird, but that's partly intrinsic to the story. You're holding against it the fact that it's a musical, but that's also intrinsic just to the genre of what it's supposed to be. Then you're also holding against it the fact that you have you know, just some of the lyrics and the story that it's telling, all this stuff is at least based on that. That doesn't mean it's good because of it. It could even be sort of unfaithful to it in that way. But I don't know. It's one of those kind of celebrity... You know, just in principle, I should almost give it... I'll give it a D. I'm not going to give it an F. I'll give it a D. Because even as terrible as it seems... No, you know what? Maybe I will give it an F. I kind of talked myself into it because... there maybe is some redeeming quality, but I can't present what that is. If I knew what the other subject matter was and stuff, I won't give it the benefit of the doubt, because what it didn't do is, even despite all that, it doesn't tell like a really strong story behind it, like I couldn't really follow it. Now, part of that, again, maybe it's just too nuanced for me to really understand, and I need to be on the level of it, but there is an aspect that, Macavity was kind of cool, and that song was okay, but it didn't really give, like, a true... I don't know. It wasn't enough of a story behind it, besides, I guess, just Macavity versus them, and Macavity's so powerful and whatever he's doing, so... At least his motivation was clearly defined, like, he wants to be the one to go on the balloon, and then he tries to jump up on it at the end, which you would think he should be able to do a magic trick to be able to do that. He just tries to grab on. You know what was also hard? It was hard for me to distinguish who the characters were. The Ian McKellen one was easy to tell, and the older one, old Deuteronomy, and even some of the other ones, but some of them I genuinely couldn't tell. Like Taylor Swift, I couldn't tell that was Taylor Swift. Even from her voice, I couldn't tell. Maybe I'm just dumb for that, but like their appearances visually in terms of their face didn't really do them very much justice as far as knowing who everybody is. Which maybe you'd say that's a good thing. You don't want to know who the actor is, you just want to know who the character is, but I had some trouble distinguishing that, and I had some trouble, I had some trouble just with the story, so some of that could be solved by, like, okay, if I knew the source material, and if I, whatever, understood just kind of some of the nuance of what was going on better. So it's sort of unfair to hold that against it, but it's also, like, I don't really care. Like, it's an F, but it could easily be, like, a D- or a D if you really want it to be. And again, part of that comes down to just the knowledge of... You shouldn't really need to bring in any external knowledge of the material, but it means that I didn't even know it was based on anything, so, like, I was kind of ridiculing it in that same marginal way, like, oh, what kind of weird random story is this? But it's an established story. Again, that doesn't mean it's good. Maybe the original story is bad too, but it would at least give it more structure. Like, it makes everything make more sense. Like, how could they just throw this crazy thing together? But it's based on some strong previous piece of work that is well known, so they thought they could get away with just kind of putting a bunch of celebrities on it. So yeah, that gets, like, basically a D or an F, and I'm sort of torn between the two. I'll give it an F, but I'm not super enthusiastic about it. And then I want it to mean something, when I do that, but part of it is the negative preconception. I found certain aspects of it to be still, again, not completely garbage, but I'll do it, like for example, why is Alone and Bird Box a D, whereas this is an F? Because this has certainly more technical visual marvel to look at even. If you were trying to make this movie, you know what I mean? Like, the amount of money and things they put into it. That doesn't make it good, but a D is still not good. Like, Alone is very much to the point. Like, there's very little going for it. Same thing, Bird Box is kind of gimmicky. So, I don't know. It's sort of in that class, in that tier. Because again, you might say, how could it possibly be worse? But it could be worse, because again, if the visuals were bad, like the sets were kind of crummy, or if the something else like that was pertinent, then you would have something to you would have something else to deal with here. And the reason why is because again, if you took away the songs and you took away the visuals of any sort of minor quality, again, I'm not saying the songs are great, but the Macavity one was actually kind of decent. I guess I just like Macavity in general, so I'll give it an F. But again, it has some technical expertise that makes it hard for me to justify that, because again, what does Alone really do? It's very basic, it's very to the point, it's very unambitious. Same thing with that. With Bird Box is kind of more ambitious, but it doesn't actually deliver on the ambition, because it doesn't give us anything to work with as far as the story or the material. So I'm pretty ahead of schedule now with my editing because I have both of these uploaded already. So let me try to think of the titles. I named, it's like a first segment of 10 hours and second segment of 10 hours, collecting these together. So the first one was Monk has the greatest premiere in television history, basically, and Bird Box is basically The Happening 2.0. I kind of combined the two together. So I said Monk has the greatest premiere in television history, and Bird Box is basically The Happening 2.0. And then the second one was Film Critic watches Cats for the first time. And I put in the description, I usually don't use descriptions on here, but Taylor Swift is a bootleg feline Bond girl, basically. Because that song kind of made me think of that. Like you're kind of singing a song for the villain or just kind of whatever. It just felt kind of in a similar vein to that. And then basically Film Critic reacts to Cat. Yeah, what in the Jellicle did I just watch? Or what in the Jellicle is this movie about? That word kind of triggered me after a while. Now, again, maybe the original poems and the original musical and other versions also say Jellicle a lot, but that was getting very annoying. Because it's not even a real word. I thought it might be some feline word that I just wasn't aware of, like a certain type of cat, a breed of cat, whatever. But I guess it just refers to basically the cat people. Right, so, but in this fictionalized original thing, that's what they were called, the Jellicle cats. But no, do take a shot every time they say Jellicle and you'll be dead in the first 5 minutes of the movie. And you might think, oh, let's just skip the first 5 minutes then, but any 5-minute segment of the movie, almost, is going to have some Jellicle shit. And they also had that with the guy, Mr. Mistopheles or whatever. They repeat that so many fucking times, where they keep saying, never did I ever know a magician better than Mr. Mistopheles. Like, it was cute as a little uplifting moment that, like, okay, he's redeeming himself or summoning the old Deuteronomy back and stuff, but it goes on and on. Like, they say that 1,000 times. It really gets annoying after a while. You need some other verses in there at least. Like, they just keep repeating that, I swear. They're acting like one line is a song. Who are you, 3 Days Grace? Where they always fucking repeat their choruses way too much. So now I'm watching from a playlist of Shark Tank stuff where it's like the rudest or worst pitches. And so I've seen probably some of these, but you're able to do it in such a way that you're able to... whatever, I'll kind of watch some of these. This is the Be Somebody one. I guess I'll watch it again. I've seen it, but then Mark says at the end, go be somebody. Be Somebody owner is incapable of listening to the Sharks. Sometimes the titles of these will spoil whether there's a deal or not or whatever, but we're starting in 3... No, wait. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. One thing about performative aspects, too, is the fact that maybe you're always like that. So it doesn't mean that, it means to do with the circumstance that you're in, just as a general thing. Right, like, you behave a certain way or you have certain body language, but maybe you're always like that. Like, you don't like to make eye contact. Why did it bleed that? I'm calling you out? See, it makes sense here to be like this, but then he keeps going. I mean, that's an insane valuation, 10 million. Experience Marketplace. Just use Meet Me. It's sort of just vague, though, the premise. It's good if you let anybody do that, and then you rate them based on... Oh, is this like American Ninja Warrior type shit? mean, he's got a big sponsorship going. If you're asking for $10 million, they'll at least have a guy roll on a fucking tire for us. Oh, he's got multiple. He certainly put a lot of effort into the presentation this way. Somebody's gonna get hurt in one of these, like fucking, I don't know, they're gonna accidentally, they just kind of do random shit, so. Look at the endorsement kind of structure he has. Or I think she gives like a very lukewarm endorsement. That was kind of unimpressive, the way she was playing with the ball. She's very lukewarm and monotone. See, she says that and then she just leaves. Like it was very... She acts like she's part of the company or something, but then she's not. Like that was it for the soccer chick? She seems so unenthusiastic, like, yeah, I'm just doing this for the check. And then she just leaves. Like, I love it. Very unenthusiastic kind of thing. I love this, though. He starts to trigger them so bad. He just keeps talking. Give us some numbers. How do you really make money, and how do you really... The way you could make money is if random people could make money themselves. Like, I can be on there, and I'll be like, oh, I'm a music teacher. Like, I can be a music teacher, and then people rate me based on how good I am. There could be like some vetting process. And then if I'm really popular and people like me and give me good reviews and I get a lot of rebooks or other people booking me, then I can make a lot of money myself and they take a cut of it when it's ordinary people, not when it's like only experts or only celebrities. And then you could make a living from it yourself too, or make some money for it yourself. That would make it more relevant because you have like, you can make money on there as a random person potentially. And if you're not good, then people give you negative reviews and you won't do well. So like you have that option. It's like an OnlyFans for talented people. Sort of seems like in between the training and the, just use Meet Me or Meetup or whatever that one thing is, which I tried using that actually for something and it wasn't very good. That was kind of dark. So you could lose it in a lawsuit. I love that response by Barbara. Actually, I don't remember that, even though I've seen this before. $2,000 or 2,000 experience? It seems too, like, you need, like, a credible kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things, like, nobody's actually going to be using it, or nobody's going to be using it in your area. he just keeps going. Yeah, his valuation is nuts too. But I mean, it's very hard to get these sort of platforms to work. Like, how would you do it? You need, like, people genuinely on there who are just real people. And how do you get people to do that? It took him a while to go out, though. Barbara doesn't have that kind of money either. She's the poorest of all the sharks, even though, you know, like, imagine being a shark who makes more money on the Shark Tank than they had in the first place. Like, Lori probably has done that. She was worth a decent amount, like $100 million or something, but she's made more than that. Like, it both validates that you're a good shark, and you validate that you're a good shark, but you also show that maybe you weren't that successful in the first place compared to others. But you could just remove the dangerous stuff then. All you're doing is putting the people together, though. What happens after that shouldn't be your liability. You could just have an easy clause. All this is fine, but you got to get to the money. Even Kevin's like burnt out. That's how you know he's a boring, kind of entrepreneur. Kevin usually has something clever to say. Like, he would be the one to say, be somebody. Or, he always makes a quip or a funny kind of thing. I hope the dog eats the golden ticket, or I hope that, something to do with the don't let this deal float away on the floating grill. But even Kevin was just burnt out. He had nothing to say. Like, goodbye. All 6 sharks are out. You're a fucking clown. Just shut up and go. Like, he was just so sick. He was done with it. He had nothing clever or witty to say. He was just sucked the life out of him listening to this guy. Let's try to find something we haven't seen, but we got the secret sauce. I don't really care about that. Kevin calls lift one of the craziest pitches ever. Lifted. I don't know if I've seen this. So we're starting that in 3, 2, 1. I don't really care about the timestamp. Like, waiting. Oh, I did just see this, I think, but I'll do it anyway. Like the Naruto helmet type of shit. Bro is gonna appeal to all the Naruto role players. The way she's like yelling unnecessarily. So 2 million valuation. So it does some sort of ion type shit. It gives you like an energy boost. I don't like the way she talks, kind of too. She talks too, like, loudly and obnoxiously. All these things are sort of half scams. They might do something, but just let Elon Musk do it. But he'll implant the fucking thing in your brain. Why would you even say playing a video game? Like, why is that so important? You'll play better at a game. You know, there's something similar to this, like a visor that blocks out all of your vision except for what's immediately in front of you, and that's said to increase your performance at what you're doing. So it'll like block out everything that you can see except for what's directly in your direct vision. So you're not distracted or looking or thinking of anything else. But they could do one right now. Even she looks uncomfortable as she's doing it. I would have had the adhesive already on there so they don't have to worry about it. It won't be immediate like that. Well, you're focusing on this deal, I guess. You have to make an exact claim without any hyperbole, basically. The way these people both talk, he talks a little slow, and she talks a little bit too loud. Might be true of other products too that are pretty common though. There's a lot of things. This protects them from a lot of things. Right, he's trying to validate. It seems surprising that you would say no medical benefit. It's always like some sort of vague aspect that is very limited in scope because it'll do something, but it won't be like something substantial, right? It'll be very sort of vague. So it'll give you like a placebo. All these people have the same problem that they won't stop trying to do it. See, they just keep going. They feel like they have to validate themselves. $22. That's actually not bad. I was expecting it. Oh, shit. the cost is kind of less than I thought, but the sale is... Yeah, see, this is my problem. But this is not to do with physical, it's to do with mental. What do you expect him to do? Do a handstand? I love how that becomes such a catchphrase too, I'm out. Who's even still in? We wanted the exposure. See, this is one of his quips. I actually love Kevin. Kevin is the whole embodiment of this show. Like... Because you have, like, I don't know if I have a headache from you or from that. I thought our mark was already out. They were at least respectful to them and respectful themselves. Multi-billion, yeah, how much you want to bet that? She looks kind of unhappy there. Her brain is being fried by the thing. My timestamps are probably delayed because my battery was low, so it has to, like... Or maybe it just mutes it for that portion. It doesn't delay the video. I don't actually know. Could Amber be the shortest and worst pitch ever? This is like the one for the bar stuff. Like a bar charger. I've seen this. There's got to be some in here that I haven't seen. Roy Doc or something? Oh, Rolo Doc. This is that stupid ass thing. Like Facebook for this. Working stiffs entrepreneur pisses him off. Pisses Damon off. Starting in 3, 2, 1, but I probably won't have time to finish it. So what was this again? I forget what the product even is. Like cuffs or something? Something that straightens your cuffs. Who cares about stuff like that? It's so stupid. Just wear shirts without collars. Fuck it. Even here you don't look like you're in control of it, or maybe that's how he's meant to start out and then change it later. Where does the magnet attach to, though? I guess it attaches to that, but it seems like you would lose the magnet. The magnet's not attached to the shirt. It's just... Oh, they kind of like it. You would think Damon should know stuff like this, too, because he would have heard some buzz about this because he's into clothing and stuff. He makes it himself. I kind of respect the guy, but he does something to piss him off later. Like he doesn't respond to an offer. Wait, he said he only did 18,000. The way he said that is kind of snarky. Like, what am I going to do with 85? Have Shaq market it for you or something. You have those kind of connections. That was kind of a lazy out by Barbara, too. Okay, so here I'm going to do another Shark Tank sort of session where I just watch random things. So I'm sort of using the playlist of... I'm sort of using the playlist where it's like rudest slash worst presentations, and I'm skipping all the ones that I've seen, which is probably most of them, but I'm still watching some of them, so we'll just do this and kind of relax, and tomorrow I'll try to get back in the swing of, of doing the actual thing, which I forgot, the letter D thing. I'm not in any hurry to do it, but I'm really enjoying this format between watching a really good mainstream show in Monk and watching some really obscure, weird movies, but kind of a breath of fresh air, even if they're not good. Like, it's the way I felt like about Alone. Even though it's a D grade and I didn't really like it and it's not really that good, I liked the point of why I watched it, right? It was the sort of movie I'd never normally watch, and something about the atmosphere at the beginning I actually kind of liked. The way she's packing up her stuff and you're driving and she's at the gas station, and not even to do so much with the stalking aspect. Just that sort of road trip aspect was it was simple, but it was satisfying. Just watching somebody at a moment of change in their life, and the simplicity of it was good, but then they sort of don't have any other character arc at the end. So surprisingly, The Fourth Republic is the highest rated movie by me of all those. Cats was really, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. And really, coming off of Bird Box, which you expected to be a little better, that's something I've heard about, and, just, I don't know. So what you have now is the simple ability, I'm going to watch a couple of these and just kind of relax, and these sessions are pretty fun, but you got to balance them out, right? You can't always be doing that's why you got to take a break in between. You can't always just do a movie show episode, you got to be in the mood, and sometimes it's good. So it's like you do an episode of Monk, then you watch some random YouTube stuff one session, then you watch a movie, then you finish the movie in 2 sessions, but then you watch another random YouTube session, then you go back to Monk. Do it like that, you know what I mean? You can kind of break it up. And I like what the YouTube stuff represents too. It's like this very improvisational style where you're basically able to do it in such a way that you improvise like something out of it. And the reason why you do that is because you're kind of watching random stuff with no rhyme or reason, just whatever I feel like. And some of these series are kind of great for that. They're not great to watch in full, like Hell's Kitchen. There's a lot of documentary type stuff in there that I don't like, a lot of other mundane stuff. But the actual moments of heated kitchen moments, like where he's yelling at them and those funny moments, those can stand out. So you'd rather just watch those clips on YouTube rather than the entire season. And then the same thing goes for Shark Tank. Like, there's a lot of junk in there too if you watch the whole show, but the YouTube will be the best part. So as much as I would like to watch a full show of one of these, I tried doing that with both. I watched the whole Hell's Kitchen season 1, which was pretty fun. I mean, I was sort of simping for Jessica a little bit, and then we find out she breaks your heart twice. That not only did she not win or end up being a finalist in the final 2, but she also is gay, apparently, which, again, not that there's anything wrong with that, but I mean, from whatever, not from my perspective, but from some hypothetical perspective, like how Ellen Page broke everybody's heart twice, because first she's gay, And then second, she's a man, apparently, so... I like how when you talk about a subject like that, too, you gotta, like, walk on eggshells. It doesn't mean that that's a bad thing, like... You know what I mean? Even if you say, like, okay, somebody's a transvestite or a hermaphrodite or whatever, I mean, those terms might have negative connotations that people attach, but if you are, you are. Like, so what then? It doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I think what people don't like is sort of being deceived that you'll be on, like, a dating site, hypothetically, seeking arrangements or something. But no, you'll try to... You know, you'll post a picture that makes you look like a girl, and you look like a girl, but you're actually not, and... You know, you don't put in your profile that you're trans, or you do, but I don't know. There's a certain female privilege that you want to get attached from. That's a big part of the incentive. You see a lot more men pretending to be women, or whatever, trying to be women, than women trying to be men. And the reason why is very simple, because there's more privileges innate to being a woman, even though you might disagree with that. Like the whole pretty privilege. Oh, look how many clicks I get. Look how much attention I get. Look how, you know, just the looks, pretty privilege, and all the benefits of that. You don't see that as much with guys, with men. So that alone would be an incentive to do it. And then, of course, the sports angle. So there's a clear incentive in one direction where that'll be the majority of what you see. Although one thing that's a bit of a fallacy that's always conflated with this is sort of like feminine type behaviors, or there's no such thing really as that. And I'm surprised in modern society that people think like that. Like, oh, this is masculine alpha thing that people do. Right? Like driving a car isn't masculine, or whatever. You know, sitting at a desk, working on a computer, all these kind of things. Like, these are just, you know, modern extrapolations. These are not inherent human behaviors. So when you say, oh, like playing with dolls is not manly or girly. It's not anything. It's not human, because dolls don't exist in nature, and they have to be man-made. And beyond that, like, you see how overextended it is. Somehow society has a functional social stigma or purpose associated with that, but inherently there's nothing that says that, right? Like, so what it means is, like, you know, like the color pink. What inherently about the color pink is feminine? There's no way you can really explain it. We just assume it and associate it. It's just a color. Like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, you're going to put gender monopoly over a color and say, like, out of all the objects in the world that could be pink, out of all the objects in the world that could be a certain color, you're going to say, oh, they're all feminine and they're all... It's just stupid. And so... there's like a, you know, like a softness you would attach maybe, but again, it's arbitrary, because again, the same people who would say, you know, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, and insist upon that, and even defer to biology. Biology doesn't say, oh, the color pink is feminine. Where does biology say that? Biology doesn't say, oh, only women can wear nail polish or lipstick or whatever. Biology doesn't say any, because those things don't even exist in nature. This is how overextended we become. Or high heels or whatever, you know. It doesn't say what kind of jobs you can do, what kind of behaviors. There might be certain predictive elements, like physical advantages in general, that may make one more common than the other, but there's nothing innate that says... So the same people that would say, oh, biology is gender and it's absolute. You're right, but biology doesn't encompass all the social contrivances and norms that you may very well associate with it. So you're getting sort of trapped in that own definition, right? Somebody would say, okay, anybody can be whatever gender they want if they identify as such. And then they would counter, oh no, gender is actually biology. And then they think they have them, but they actually don't, because a lot of the behaviors associated with whatever gender identity might be in question, and that's where people even fall in that trap in the other way, whatever behaviors may be associated with that are not linked biologically. Where does it say in biology when a baby is born, or at any point, oh yeah, you're not allowed to do a certain behavior or a certain job or act, even that I find strange, act a certain way, like how gay people are perceived to act. What does that have to do with anything? Like, anybody can act however they want. Like, this is the problem with social contrivances. It goes so far. you don't think that human beings can self-actualize and just behave however they want, whenever they want? Like, I understand you might be indoctrinated heavily not to do that or think like that, but you can act however you want. So whatever's considered manly, a girl could do. Whatever's considered womanly, a man could do. Like, it's, behavior is not, set in stone that way. So I love that that's a factor that we consider. And you also have the ability to, I don't know, it's dumb because, again, both sides fall into a trap. The trans side would say, because I want to wear lipstick or nail polish or high heels or something like that, right? Because I want to do things that are associated with being a woman, I have to pretend to be a woman or I have to identify as a woman to justify me doing that. So you're still a slave to society's false duality that says you're not overcoming gender stereotypes, you're simply playing into them by saying, I'm not overcoming the fact that, one gender can do this, one gender can do that. That's the whole reason why you feel the need to change your gender or identify, because you say, I don't want to be held down or defined by whatever my gender is associated with, so I'm going to break free of that and say, oh no, now I'm going to be the other gender so I can do these things that I couldn't do otherwise. But you're still not seeing the big picture. The big picture isn't that, you just change your gender to do the things you want to do. It's to realize that those things you want to do are not linked to gender and you should be able to do them anyway. So by simply saying, I'm going to break free of my gender by identifying as a woman, let's say, to engage in behaviors that I otherwise would be stigmatized for doing or, somehow not allowed to do because you're a man, it's not true, because that would be the proper perception. You don't have to identify as a woman to do it. You could just do it. That's the difference. And so now that's what you're missing. Like, you're trying to break away from the duality of gender by literally saying that in order to do the things you want to do, you have to switch to the other side, the opposite gender, right? You're playing into it the same way. Like, the duality of gender as in the, you would say, it's gender's not a binary. And how do you prove that? By saying, there's certain behaviors I'm not allowed to do because of my gender, so I'm going to switch to the other side of a binary to be able to do them. Like, in other words, it is a binary, you're just kind of adjusting which part you're on, which side you're on, to suit what you want to do. Right, so that's one angle, and then the other angle is the fact that on the other side, people say, gender is biology, but then they'll make all these heavy-handed social contrivance claims that are social norms that, you can't do these jobs, or you shouldn't do this, or certain preferences and behaviors and, things you can and can't do that aren't tied to gender at all. Like, clothing is just clothing, nail polish, lipstick, high heels, behaviors, how you act, how you talk, how you, I guess how you talk has to do partly with, obviously, biology that way, but still, like, generally speaking, like, it doesn't have any inherent link. So you'd say, biology, but aside from when you're born, and aside from basically your body parts, you have breasts, you have whatever, certain things, outside of that, it doesn't have any impact on anything. So the same people like Ben Shapiro or whoever would fall in that trap, despite how intelligent he is. Gender is biology, but then they'll make heavy-handed assertions to say, but based on that, though, like, you're biologically a male. Okay, fine. Like, you say that. But that doesn't mean that you can't wear a dress. That doesn't mean you can't do this or that. Like, where in biology does it say you have to wear certain kinds of clothing? In biology, it doesn't say you have to wear any clothing, because animals don't really do that. So, like, and that's what human beings inherently are. So now you're extrapolating on some modern social norm. You're using objective science to try to justify subjective contrivance in a half-mast state, right? Superficiality and things like that, based on technology that exists only, in a modern machination process. So what you have is the ability to I don't know, it doesn't make sense, because what you're actually doing is, again, one side will say we're trying to escape from gender stereotypes by literally changing our gender so that we can change our stereotypes. So you're not really escaping, you're saying, I don't like the stereotypes associated with my gender, or they stop me from doing something associated with the other gender, so I'm just going to switch to the other gender so I can do the stereotypes associated with that one. So you're still a slave to it. And then on the other side, again, gender is biology. Biology is absolute, but biology doesn't make these heavy-handed claims to do with social norms and say you have to do this, you can't do this, you know, whatever it is. So all the preconceived notions and stuff. But there's a grain of objectivity in that you realize that would be the absolutist perspective, that it just doesn't matter. Not that it doesn't matter in a noble way, like, oh, look how open-minded we are, and no. Or that, oh, we're going to identify in LGBT pride. No, it wouldn't be that. It would be nothing. Like, it doesn't matter, period. Like, it's not positive, it's not negative, it's not something to be happy about, not something to be proud of, not anything. It just is. You don't really care one way or the other, so you wouldn't limit people based on it, but you wouldn't celebrate people based on it either. It would just be what it is and speak for itself. He won't give the sharks a straight answer, Shark Tank. This is a video part of that playlist. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Or again, we get the typical delay, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. He's holding a soccer ball, and we're getting like a weird zoom in. Why is this so zoomed in? What the fuck is this? Editing. They edit these pitches down always in the clips, but I'm impressed how, because it makes it seem like it really is the full pitch. I don't know how long they actually go on for, but... But no, this is one of those kind of things like, oh, you're paid to be on the show, but you make way more from the actual investments that you do. Wait, so what is the product even? Why is it so zoomed in? I think the Sharks play this too. What exactly is the product? See, Mark could just make a whole league about this, a competitive bubble league. And that would be so cool if you're like Elon Musk or something. I'm going to make my own sports league and just do it. Like, and who cares if it's that big of a deal? I just want to do it anyway. That's what I would do if I was like that. And every year I'll give out a $1 million prize. So it makes it competitive and worth it. I would just invent my own sport. Like, fuck it. And if it doesn't take off, who cares? Because I can afford it. At that rate, I'd have to close that down in 60 years. And way more than that. The Citizen Kane line. No, we're going to roll you through it because... Oh shit, my headphone actually died, so I guess I'm screwed. It goes from full to empty so fast, but it's always full normally because the charging station is always full. Right, that lasts like a month or something. And so I always put it in there when I'm not using it, and then... So when I'm using it, it's always fine. And so only once a month, like right now, that I have to actually go and charge the station. You have to like plug it into USB and stuff. But no, this is a product review, product endorsement here, even though, again, obviously I'm not sponsored or anything. I just bought it from Walmart for like $30, but it's a really good thing. It's a Bluetooth wireless headphone. It doesn't really matter which one you get, but it's like, I forget even what it's called now. But it's really good because it's just like, this makes it so easy to do this. While you're driving, you can just be listening and whatever. Which I guess maybe there's no need to do it unless you're recording like in this manner. You would have the ability to, you could just listen on the radio like normal, but I guess I could just play it where you can actually hear this in the background, and that's never like gotten me in trouble or posed any issue. So I guess I could just do it. I almost don't even care to do it, but no, like it went from full in the morning to now it's empty, it's done, and it's because that thing has been dead the whole time, obviously, but or maybe it hasn't been dead though. No, but it went from like medium to empty very quickly. So like even if it hadn't been dead or whatever, like I don't know. But yeah, so, some of these things are very interesting because you get to, oh yeah, that theory, like make your own sports league or something of the sort. There's so many just like fun ideas like that. It's not about the money. Like you can afford to lose $1 million, but yeah, this is kind of a cool idea, the bubble ball type shit, and then give $1 million prize at the end of the thing, and just have like a proper formalized structure for it and everything. But yeah, I like how wide-ranging these sessions are too. This is kind of what it was meant to be like when I'm talking about all this kind of other social topics and stuff. So if somebody goes to watch one of these, it's so wide-ranging that in a way I like it. It's like a full-on radio show and this and that, but you get the reactions in there too. Obviously, it is the main tip of the iceberg, but in the end, I end up probably doing more of this, or at least generally I do. So tomorrow I can try to decide on a movie to watch with the letter D, and unfortunately it ruined my segment here. If only it could have lasted a little bit longer, I would have been happy with that, with respect to the thing. Like, the rest of the drive. Okay, so I could do that, and I don't really want to do it, but I'll just let it play. And I don't even know what timestamp we're at. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. Just go. Let's see how low you can hear it, too. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1, but I don't know what timestamp we're at.
To get everything they need to be part of the sport and part of a sport
everything they need to be a part of the sport.
Just launched our 40th affiliate throughout the United States. So essentially, they run leagues for us, and essentially
I could almost do this all the time.
Exclusive equipment provider and lead generation partner, and then they're actively in each city.
Bro thinks he's Elon Musk.
Did you play?
No, I watched you idiots. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I didn't think it would be that much fun.
There's nothing else like it. It really is.
The bubbles were fun, but no one cared about the actual soccer.
You make a good point. So there's two types of demographics that play bubble soccer. There's the private event side, which is basically people just want to get the bubbles, try it once, crash into each other, have some fun. Then there's also the league side. There's a league competitor.
As long as you can make money with both.
They're coming back every week and they're playing in games.
And how many people are playing it today?
We're live in about 39 cities. Depending on the league, it's anywhere between 8 to 12 teams.
So if some of it is event and some of it is
wait, he has that much infrastructure, or is it not all him?
Parties, things like that.
It's about a 50-50 split.
But John, from a promotional perspective, we've rented stuff that's similar.
We didn't invent the sport by any means. We saw the way that I actually got into this is I had seen some viral videos over the United Kingdom and in Australia
Of these leagues existing there?
Yeah.
How big is this gone in Europe?
What we've seen is actually those leagues are thriving more than ever.
Define thriving.
Just to give you an example, I don't have the search volume for Europe offhand, but just in the United States, in 2014, the largest number of searches per month in Google was about 55,000 searches. In 2015, it got up to 85,000 searches.
But don't tell me the searches, tell me the sales in Europe.
It's private companies. I don't
You
have
don't know
that.
what
You know how
sales
many
in Europe,
leagues
but
there
you
are.
know how many teams there are.
Just in 1 year, now we're seeing leagues pop up in Hong Kong, Taiwan.
No,
We've had
forget the leagues.
opportunities.
Forget the leagues.
How many teams
How many
are there
teams
there?
are there? How many
It
teams?
varies depending upon the particular season. So,
Why can't I get a straight answer from you? I don't care what happens in Australia. I'm investing in the United States right here. What are you going to get in revenue this year?
That was the biggest sport where we try to
Next year,
kill
the
the
year
big
after that?
spiders.
How
Who can
much
kill the
money
spiders the
are you gonna make
fastest?
each year?
we've been in the market for about 13
Also known
months.
as another normal
Thus
day in
far, total
Australia.
Sales, we've done $355,867.
Where's that revenue coming from?
Year one was exclusively equipment sales. However, we also have a lead generation and referral system.
I respect what
that
this actually
functions
is.
basically on a cost
I
per
would
lead
invest
basis.
in this,
We're on
actually.
track. We've steadily been
I would
increasing
totally
revenues
invest in this. I would just buy them out and do this.
Give me the dollar. What's
The
this
dollar
year?
amount is $430,000 that we're
This
projected
year?
to do this year.
How much are you going to make on it?
Free cash flow margin's 23%.
You're telling me 430, you're going to make 80,000 on it, right?
Free cash flow, yes.
What about next year?
The year after that, we're expecting anywhere between $683,000 and $700,000.
So he's already pretty operational,
so
huh?
let's be, knowing your numbers is one thing, but knowing you're just picking numbers out of the air, just throwing them out. So I know.
The evaluation that I presented here today is based on a discounted free cash flow model with a diminishing growth rate over 60
You got
months.
two guys in a ball bouncing so that you're doing discounted
where do you
cash
see it
flow?
going?
Did you manufacture the bubbles?
I love this guy, actually.
Tell us what the balls cost, John.
So total landed cost for us is anywhere between $150 to $160 per ball.
Oh, really?
And then
What do you sell them for?
to the end customer, we
That's
sell
actually
them in
not
4
that
different
surprising,
packages
though,
ranging anywhere
because-
from about $4,000 to about $16,000.
Oh, so that's why you need a lead,
It's an
right?
investment in a business.
You're not selling the balls individually. You sell them as a
No,
package.
this is someone investing in a business.
So, John, I paid you the $4,000. How much more money do
Wait,
you
what are
make
you
from
talking
me
about?
over the next 12 months?
We work with our affiliates in a number of ways. We offer optional equipment protection plans. You're paying anywhere from $90 a month to about $120 because you also have a
What?
cost per lead. So if we send you 4 leads, it's $8 per lead that we send you.
So that ongoing revenue is from lead generation.
It's from lead generation and extended warranty program.
I find this very confusing. At the end of the day, you have 2 different things going on. You have leagues, and then you have events and parties.
So we want to be able to.
You
cater
can't charge
to the
$4,000
market
for the
however
event or
they
the
want to
party.
Experience the sport.
When you do it for the parties and the events, what do you charge people to use them for the day?
So a typical birthday party will bring in anywhere between $300 to $500.
John, do you do those direct or do the local
For each one or for a
franchisees
set of
do
The
them?
local franchise, so
those? So
they
you don't make
are
money on the corporate events.
I
No.
See, that's the key.
realize that.
The bulk of John's sales are one time. He doesn't care
John,
what
I
they use
did
them
not
for,
realize
corporate or whether they're playing a game.
It always bothers me when an entrepreneur comes into the Shark Tank and immediately
No, I actually
the Shark's
like
trying
him,
to
though.
redefine their business model. That means it's not clear. It doesn't have enough of a definition.
It's not
in terms
clear,
of
he's trying to
some
hide
cash back
something.
To me as an investor, and you were all over the map, you know. I still don't know how you ever make any money. You did a really poor job explaining to me. Sorry, I'm out.
How much was he asking? What's more unclear is why
You know,
this zoom-in is
I
happening.
think that this is great for the consumer. I don't see the vision for the leagues, so I'm out.
John,
But I mean, even
the
saying as a
longer you
passion
talk,
project, you might,
the more confusing it got.
you know,
The
you
longer
might lose
talk,
money,
the
but
more business models there were. It fell apart for me. I'm out.
It's unfortunate to hear because on the tech side, we actually have a huge technology infrastructure that we actively need some help in.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Now it's a tech business. Pick one business and grow that part.
Why? They all make money.
You can't do everything to everybody. I actually have to take my hat off to you because you've scaled pretty quickly in 13 months. My challenge is I don't think it's going to scale much larger than it is now. You've done well with it to this point, but I think you're going to hit a brick wall. I'm out.
I won't say any brick walls, but understandable.
break through the
Ours
brick
is
wall with
anybody
that
who can help
fucking
in
ball.
sports and tech.
Be a
That's our
wrecking
focus
ball
here.
in life.
Here's what I see. You're not in the soccer business. You're not even in the products. You're in the business opportunity business, right? What's key is your affiliates. If you were to come in here and say, you know, we have affiliates in 39 cities, and they all make $25,000 a year, and we're going to help those affiliates grow to make $100,000 a year each, and that's going to be the foundation of growing this league. That would have told us what business you're in. But you were so convoluted in trying to show us the numbers and how well you understand the business.
And you're talking
you
about the
missed
numbers of
basic
other
point
things
of
that have
what
nothing to
business
do with
was.
him. Like, I hate when people
So
do
I
that.
understand.
There's $4 billion spent on computers around the world, but
Wow.
it doesn't.
That's surprising. Okay, well,
Not really.
Really?
Not really.
You got 5 people that aren't clear about it.
thank you guys very much.
No, I like him, and he's swagger. I love this guy. This guy's great.
Very, very smart sharks.
No, I totally, I respect what he's done.
My sister Donna.
I absolutely respect what he's done. Now you have surprise ride entrepreneurs ignore Robert. Now, to be fair, the reason why sometimes people do that with Damon and Robert, I think, is because they have the highest rate of backing out of deals. They'll agree on air and then they'll back out later behind the scenes, which, again, I can't blame you for doing that, but it means that you're not really a person of your word. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1, even though I have seen this one before.
I'm Rosie. This is my sister Donna. We live in Washington, D.C., and we are the creators of Surprise Ride. We come from a family of 6. We escaped war from Lebanon and immigrated to Canada.
Growing up, we really didn't
It's always
have
like
much.
some sob
Our
story.
parents
We
told
grew
us
up
that
in a
anything is
poor,
possible.
war-torn
I
country
wanted
and
to
blah,
go
blah,
to
blah.
Harvard, and I was able
Not
to go
diminishing
there
it,
many
but
years
they
later.
try to use that almost for
Wanted to travel the
sympathy.
world. She got to study abroad, and even though we didn't have much, we made the best out of that situation. Safety first.
Too often, we hear kids complaining that
There's
they're
like a little
bored and
kid
moms
play
struggle
pack.
to keep their kids with short attention spans busy. Our product helps families spend fun, quality time together, and it helps parents and kids gain
This
knowledge
seems like
along
it's
the
too
way.
long of an attention span that we have here.
We've risked a lot to make this dream come true. I gave up a great career on Wall Street. We've both refused great job offers to make this dream come true. We validated that we have a great product. People absolutely love the experience, but we need capital from the sharks to share the ride with America.
Don't fuck with my camera lens, bitch. You had to destroy a perfectly good camera lens for that shot. Or I guess you could just have something over the camera lens, but...
Hi, I'm Donna Caleb.
I'm Rosie Caleb. We're the sisters behind the company Surprise Ride. Today we're raising $110,000 in exchange for 10% of our company. Surprise Ride is a
1.1 million
monthly
valuation,
adventure
which
that
is
gets
very
kids
high.
excited about learning.
With
For just
Surprise
little
Ride,
packets
every
of kids
month
stuff,
kids
like,
receive a
really,
surprise
dude?
box
I hate this kind of stuff that feels like
interactive
anybody can
activities
just
and
do
all
that.
the supplies they need
You can't
to
just go to
explore
a
new topic.
fucking little dollar store and get this shit for $5
Activities of
and...
the highest quality.
Families everywhere want to give their kids a good reason to put away the video games and explore the world through hands-on
Talking
play.
about low attention
Surprise
span,
Ride
but video
makes it
games are
easier
great
than
for
ever
that, so...
before. Sharks, we actually picked up some of your
Did you
mail
know a video
today
game is
in your
basically the same
Surprise
thing,
Ride
just
chat
much
line.
more interactive? Like, instead of building like a little fucking paper airplane, you could, you know, build a real plane in a game, or, you know, make it much more nuanced.
It's car racing. You always act so amazed by everything you see.
Robert, you're going to get to design and model a race car.
Bro,
Lori, we know that you
I
love
like
cooking
how
and
happy
love chocolate.
Robert is about that.
You're going to get to make chocolate from scratch and also design your very own brand of chocolate. It's great. Kevin, we know that you love photography, so you're going to get a solar kit that has you taking
Who
pictures
says he likes
using the
photography?
power
I've
of
never
the
heard
sun.
that.
Thank you.
He likes everything. It should have been something to do with food, because he's a chef.
We're going to be entering an adventure into the exciting city of Barcelona.
right.
So you're going to be designing a mosaic in the style of world-renowned architect Gaudi and exploring the fashion in Barcelona.
I like.
And you heard I like to get fat?
Yeah.
We heard that you love. We might have heard that you love basketball, so we designed a basketball-themed ride that has you creating a mini basketball game for your desk.
And then get fat.
What's a good game without some popcorn?
I got that.
This is really cute. I mean, I have to say, this is extremely well constructed.
It's well constructed, but they
quality
constructed it for you.
surprise box.
Well, first of
The
all,
normal
thank you very much.
day stuff
Very,
is
very
gonna be
cool. How much
worse.
do they sell for?
It starts at $24.99 for
Oh.
a 6-month or a 12-month subscription.
And that's per month.
Per month, yep.
Per
and
month.
it's $29.99 if you buy it on a monthly basis.
What are your sales?
So far we've shipped.
This is
almost
for people who
800
make
boxes
six
and
figures
we've
and
got
just
over
don't want to
220
fucking think
active
about anything and
members.
just...
That's just in the last 4 months.
You want to pay people basically to raise your kids for you.
In an online business, when someone comes in with
Almost
Shark
like
Tank
you're
model like this,
preserving the
you
stimuli
question
acme, am
all
I
the
right?
and hopefully you're gonna know
Holy
this
shit,
answer.
dude,
What's
I'm
your customer
done.
acquisition cost, and what is the value of that customer in profit margin?
So
Oh,
our
man.
customer acquisition cost is $5.30.
What's the value of that customer for a
So
12
for
months?
just a 12-month period, it's $130 customer
Who is
value.
going to do this shit, though?
O'Leary asked the client
That's way too
acquisition
expensive, man.
question. There's a lot of deer in the headlight, but what a great answer. I gotta know your background.
My background is on Wall Street. I actually worked in mergers and acquisitions for a number of years. Then I left that.
Murders
I went
and
back to get my
executions?
MBA at Harvard. Fell in love with social
Harvard
entrepreneurship.
MBA.
Good for you.
What about your sister?
I have a degree in
Patricia
marketing,
Bates
so I have
Woman.
a business background. I've worked with a number of lifestyle brands and even some kid brands. So
What does it cost you to make each box, and where are you making these?
we're at 50% margin, and that 50% goes towards buying our
I love when they say the margins
shipping,
too,
and
like,
fulfillment. We have
doesn't
a
that make you
fulfillment
look
center in
bad as a
Florida
company?
that
Like,
assembles all the boxes and ships
oh yeah,
them out
we're
to our
ripping people
customers.
off because our margin is 90%, so please buy our product. Like,
basically,
why is it that high
forces
then?
from
Why
day one
not,
to create a
you know what I
business
mean?
that's
Like,
stable.
One of the concerns
it makes you
that
look
I
good
say
to the
this
sharks, but it
often
makes you
to
look bad to the public. Like,
entrepreneurs
oh, you're ripping
is
people
don't
off and
invest
you're
too
fucking,
much before you have the
you know?
sales.
Absolutely.
So how much have you invested in that is in that warehouse?
This business model really allows us to anticipate the demand very close to when we need to order that inventory, which is terrific. So we have very little
Because of
inventory.
multi-month orders.
Right, we can actually estimate how many orders we're having and order.
This is the kind of thing that would fizzle
But
out
I'd
and
like to
die
have
out.
you
Like,
raise
it's
up
garbage.
1,000
It's
from
garbage.
A very well-known tech investor, Erwin Jacobs, who's the founder of
Too
Foam.
How
expensive.
much equity did you get?
He's actually an angel investor in the Foam convertible note.
So you know darn well that 100 from Irwin and 110 from us ain't squat for a subscription business.
The capital that we're raising now gets us through the next 12 months.
Are you sure?
Yes, and the
Because
reason,
in a subscription-based business, you know how many have gone out of business.
yes, we're
Right.
familiar
And
with
what's the
that.
projection for next year, Don?
For next year, we're anticipating about 500,000 in sales, and that's on the low end.
How many subscribers is that?
That's 3,500.
You don't have enough money to get to 500,000 in sales.
But they might because they have access to this other investor. So if you have this,
I didn't get to answer your question earlier, but Damon effectively is doing that, which
if
is
you have this other investor, why are you here?
Erwin invested in us. He's a big fan of this mission, which is to bring curiosity to children all
It's
over
too
the world.
expensive and nobody's going to say subscribe. And you can do the same shit yourself. Just buy a couple things together
Fully funded
with,
business that's going to accomplish
you know,
a specific goal.
go to a dollar store and
So
buy
let
a
me tell you
puzzle and a
about how
couple
we plan to spend
toys
that
and they'll be
money
happy with that. Right, why do you
Two
have to
things
do
we're
this?
doing, driving traffic
You get
to
it
the
once
website
a
and
month
then
too.
monetizing that traffic.
I could buy
That's
25 different things
So,
from Dollar
the first
General
thing is we've
and
partnered
Dollar
with
Tree,
agency,
and
the leading
that'll be more
expert
fun.
on reaching moms.
What does that cost
I
you?
could buy you a new
It's
game
gonna
almost,
cost us
half of a new game.
$40,000 total for the next 12 months to reach 5 to 10
Like you
million
could play for
moms.
hundreds of hours. Like,
So I want to make sure I heard the facts.
that's why video
right.
games are so
I think
cost
you said
efficient, even compared to other forms of media like
and
movies.
220
You watch a movie for 2 hours and you pay whatever for it. Versus a
Yeah,
game,
about
you can
20
play a
to
game for
start.
thousands of hours, and people do. Now you might say, that doesn't mean you'll enjoy it all the time, but you could, you know, certainly some games, Skyrim and stuff, but even if you don't, you're getting like 100 plus hours out of it, of good enjoyment.
So, of course, the classic valuation question. This is literally what I spent
Yes, it is the classic.
every minute of my hours
And
on
now you have
in
to
investment
defend it.
banking. We know there are two things that primarily go into evaluation: the team and the future earning potential of this company. This team has been working together for over 20 years. We work so well together.
When you say you've been working together for 20 years, can you explain that?
Just because
that,
you're
I mean, we've been sisters.
siblings.
I don't know if that's a good thing. I have 2 daughters. They're ready to kill each other if we spend too much time.
We hear that a lot, but we came from Lebanon actually as war refugees, and we.
Oh, here we go. Play the war refugee card.
We didn't have a lot of video
Shameless.
games and toys and things to entertain ourselves, but fortunately, our dad always encouraged us to experiment, try a lot of different things.
Yeah, you
We
went
sort
to
of had a
Harvard
craft
or some
store
shit. You had
and,
such a rough
a
childhood.
chemistry
Like,
lab in our
part of that's to your own merit, but I mean,
Really simple and basic guy. When I started Google, I sold 800 shirts. You know what I was worth? I was worth 800 shirts. You're valuing the company at $1.1 million. I'm out.
You know, I'm stuck on the capital requirements. I don't quite agree with you, and we can debate this till the cows come home. My guess is you're going to need somewhere between $3 and $5 million to scale this to where you have a sustainable business.
I went to school with the girls who founded Birchbox, which is one of the most successful subscription services.
Birchbox,
We've hit
don't give me
300,000
PTSD of
subscribers.
Birchbox because that's fucking shit.
Right now, in my opinion, I'm tempted, but I'm going to pass. I'm out.
John, let me tell you where I'm at.
Yeah.
It's a great idea, but there's a lot of executional risk here. You know, your idea.
He makes
of
an offer
spending
now,
$40,000
and then they
to
reject
get
the
that
offer.
traffic is a little unrealistic. I think you're underestimating the hustle that this business is going to take to get off the ground.
I hate some of these super competitive spaces too. Like,
I think you'll figure it out.
it's just dumb.
So here's my offer to you. So my offer offer that I feel comfortable with that reflects the executional risk in the business. I'll give you the
But both sides are always trying to play it up. Like,
25%.
you're playing it up in terms of...
Mark, any other?
You were asked what were you going to do with the $100,000.
You
said
already
$40,000
know that...
to a marketing company. What was the rest?
Monetizing that traffic so that we can actually generate the sales.
I think that this is one of the finest and best made gift box for kids.
You got to
that I've
realize
ever
they
seen.
made it for
love
you.
it. I know what it's like to be a woman in business.
Oh, here we
And
go.
I
The
know
woman,
that
play the
sometimes it
female
can be
card, play
harder.
the victim card.
But I also know that you can make anything happen if you put your
You're
mind
telling
to it.
them you're out in
I had
9,000
to
words,
start
Mark says. I
from
just saw
ground
this the other
up by
day.
myself, and I had to figure out a lot of things, but it was the best learning lessons I could have ever had. And when I look at the two of you, you make me think of myself, and I think that
This goes on for a
I'm
while.
telling you, she's out. In like 9,000 words, 7
and
paragraphs.
don't be rude.
Laura, you know how to reach women. You know how to reach moms. You know how
You
to
just
reach
ignored
aunts.
and ghosted
Doing
Robert.
it on your own. That's how you're really going to learn. So for that reason, I'm out. I'm giving you my very best advice.
She said that sort of
That's what I
forcefully.
think
I'm
is
out.
important here.
Donna, she's out.
To address your theory
You don't have to address anything.
Okay.
I made you an offer.
Mark?
Either say yes or no.
Let me ask some questions. What's your core competency?
Our core competency
And Mark
is
sometimes
execution.
questions that, like,
That's
let
what
her
I was
hear
gonna
everything,
tell
but
you.
then
I've been told
he's always the one to say, if you want to hear everybody else, then I'm out.
Possible answers. Come on.
The fact that you need to go out and get this marketing company, you need to go out and get this optimization company, you need to go out and
They didn't even address Robert. At least say, I don't like the deal, counter.
It's a success.
You just totally ignore
directly
him.
in your mind. When you're an entrepreneur, you've got to be able to control your own destiny.
They keep giving advice, but then they say, I'm
A
out.
number of things. I asked you the question, what's your core competency?
I thought you were asking me personally. So
Come on now, come on,
I'm
that's a
serious.
Harvard answer. That's not a real answer.
Okay, that's fair, but let me tell you something.
I'm out.
I like the way she talks. She has like a
my offer was
subtle
so
accent, but it
high.
kind of blends in
You
well.
don't live
It's hard
in
to
the
explain.
real world. You live in the world of theory. Ladies, this isn't Kansas anymore. I made you a generous offer for you and for me because I can help you. I disagree with her. You need guidance
Are you
along
staying
the
in?
way.
Will you
I'm
do
out.
20%?
I'm out.
I like how forcefully he said that.
Whoa.
Gave me time to change my mind.
Well, you always have time to change your mind after the cameras are off.
You didn't close the sale.
Ladies, I think we're all out.
Robert, if you come back in, we'll do it. 25%, we'll do it right now.
Interesting.
You know what? I'm not going to
Immigrant to immigrant.
No, you know what?
Oh, wow. Play the woman card, play the war refugee card, play the immigrant card. You fucking shameless cunts. I don't use that word much, but you're a regular Allison Williams. That was genuine, too. That was genuine. I love that. When I said that, like, I'm not saying it just for effect. I genuinely felt that. Like, you just feel it. It's like a cough. It's coming up in your throat. It's coming up in your lungs. I could just feel it festering. And I had to say it. When Allison Williams in episode 2 of Girls
Into the sunset.
displayed C-word behavior.
Thank you.
I love that. I got so... This is what I love about reacting to stuff. Like, when you get really invested and immersed.
In disguise, it showed how serious or not serious he was about our business.
That's hilarious.
Look at them try to cope that they weren't serious.
You know what? It happens.
And I bet this product didn't go anywhere and wouldn't have gone anywhere anyway because it's fucking trash. Like, it's stupid. You just buy a couple things from Dollar General and put it in a bag and like, okay, $25. And every month, and I hate those kind of things too. Every month we'll send you a surprise box. It's like, fuck you. I'll just surprise myself. Like, what, you lack imagination that much that you're a dumb fucking clown who doesn't even know what they want? Oh, wait, that's the majority of consumers in the world because they don't know what they want. They would say what they want, but then they wouldn't be happy with it. And then, oh, it's boring, humdrum, more of the same. And then they lack the imagination to really understand what they want. And then something comes along that they really like that they never would have asked for. Or that they might have even scoffed at the idea of at first. And then you have this... I don't know. But no, that C-word behavior. Was that on Netflix? I almost want to watch it just briefly, just to fucking... I don't know what it was on or what it's on now. It might have been on Hulu or something. I can't remember. But no, I love the fact that you have those organic moments where obviously she triggered me that way. Again, it's not about the content, it's about the disposition. Like, it's about the fact that the general disposition is the fact that you have, let me actually look for it since I'm at a stoplight. But no, this kind of ruined the session, the fact that I don't have the headphones. But either way, tomorrow we'll go into a D letter movie. And the reason why we'll go into a D letter movie is because of the simple fact that, that's just where we are. And so I'm sort of doing a Netflix gauntlet that I was thinking about, but I can't navigate this shit when I'm driving. Forget it. But no, I mean, this is pretty fun as like a bonus series, but I like these movies that I'm watching because, again, they're the sort of thing I wouldn't normally watch, but it's still good. I mean, one of these is going to be a real surprise, right? That's the thing. I almost feel bad for Mike that I've given out 3 A grades, too, in 4 episodes, but it deserves it. I mean, they genuinely are that good. There's nothing I can say. It really is that good. I love the way he says that. I'm out. I feel like I've seen most of these, but I don't really care. This is one with this chick with a turban or something on the cover thumbnail. You have the sharks accuse Monty kids of wasting money. We're starting in a second here. And the way that you can do that is we're starting in 3, 2, 1. This song is iconic. It never gets old, too, by the way. Somebody explained it pretty well in a comment on a video of just the song. Like, it sounds like a bunch of Monopoly villains about to take over the world or something.
I'm Zara from Oakland, California. I'm here seeking
and they show a montage of, like, all the sharks. Right, the original 5 or 6 or whatever. And Barbara is the first one they show. And they show her just standing there on, like, the runway at the... they're all getting off like a jet. And she's just standing there and does a pose, and that's it. And then everybody else gets like a video montage. Lori's on a boat and at a meeting, and Kevin's at the stock exchange and all this kind of stuff. And Mark's playing with a basketball, and Damon's doing a FUBU meeting and looking at a shoe. Barbara's literally just fucking standing there and does like a little curtsy pose. I love that. And then she was out. Barbara was out of footage to use. Like, come on. Show her making a real estate deal or buying a house or some shit. Getting a thing of keys. That seems like all stock footage, too. It seems all very fake. Right? These aren't real meetings. It's just done for effect, but I get it. I can't even hear anything. Why is the video so quiet? I'm kind of addicted to watching this, so I kind of want to watch more, even tomorrow.
Do you have some examples of something? I have some samples for you, actually.
Anyone?
I can't hear this video at all. Wouldn't be an issue if it was on Bluetooth, I guess. Or I guess I could do it Bluetooth, like, on my radio is always kind of cool, because then you can raise the volume a lot higher in accordance with the radio itself, but...
So, how about this one, Zara? What's the deal here? I got a blue ball. What am I learning here? Ball and hole?
But no, I like almost the idea of watching those playthroughs in the sense of something else. Like, like Until Dawn.
Are you interviewing 2-month-olds and asking what they like?
So, this is based on the Montessori method. The Montessori method has been around for over 100 years in 20,000 schools
yourself Montessori?
Exactly.
You're
for
trying
0
to
to 3, because 0 to 3
exploit young
Montessori
children
is not
for money and
accessible.
profits,
Those
which is always
20,000
a
Montessori schools around the
easy
world
thing, but also a controversial thing if you do it wrong or something.
So tell us about you.
So
I went to Harvard. I studied psychology.
everybody's gone to fucking
I
Harvard.
graduated,
Psychology.
top of my class, summa cum laude.
Sis
I
thinks
got my
she's me.
master's from the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and then I became a Montessori trained teacher, internationally certified for babies from birth to age 6.
Real deal.
I was teaching in Montessori preschool. I absolutely loved it. And then my first child was born. And the school where I was working started at age 3, like most preschools around the world. And given my background, I know that 0 to 3 is the most important time for their learning, for their foundation.
Sir, if I was a customer
Yes.
and I wanted to sign
Sounded
up,
like he
what
said,
would I
sir.
pay? How would it work?
So we have 8 levels. A level lasts you 3 months, including all the content for the parents. It's $297.
290?
3 months.
You send it back after that?
You do not, because your child is not going to stop using this after 3 months.
So
You're
sir,
going to
I
use
get
it
1, 2,
for
3, 4, 5, 6 toys for
Yes.
$300.
and the content, which is actually the most valuable part for
What
a
does
lot
it
of
cost you
parents.
to make all this stuff?
So 120 is our cost.
What content though? Like, just fucking play with this shit.
Like, if you're asking for $200,000 for 2.5%.
So we have been selling for 14 months, and we've done 550,000 in sales.
Good for you.
Thank
That's
you.
very good.
Thank you. We're growing 20% month over
Why
month.
don't you make
So
on
see
550 anything?
No, we're making the decision to raise money to invest to grow.
Have you raised any money at any valuations prior?
We
Of
have
course,
raised
yeah, she went to Harvard.
we have raised 2.8 million to date.
I hate these when they say they have so much
In
money.
the market. Parents are looking for learning and development resources for their babies, and there is a gap.
Yeah, make them
The
listen to
gap right
Mozart on
now
a headphone and they'll be
so
smart.
there's actually a
Or
lot of
Beethoven
differences
or
in
whatever,
who
that's like a
wants to
fallacy.
do this. You won't find
I'm not
toys
saying
that
it's
are
bad
as
for them, but I don't think
low
it
as
has the
respect.
impact that people,
There are things
you
like
know.
this.
There's
It's just
also-
really telling us why is yours better
So
when you're not apples to apples.
So the aspect of a program, so for a parent to know what age do you give that to a child, and how do you present it to them, and how do you
So it's really the learning
Look up on
method.
YouTube.
When you first walked in, I thought, ooh, interesting. Like, I really get it. But
It's
where
so
I have a problem
expensive.
is, I do feel that most people, it would be very difficult to pay $1,200 a year to go into toys.
I would love to bring our price down as we grow.
Sorry, most of us grew up with nothing here in the panel. I mean, I grew up with a stick and a rock. Robert was playing with a rat on a boat coming over in Croatia.
It was a nice rat.
Kevin had a wooden nickel he was playing with. I mean, and we turned out okay.
That's why that chicken guy wants to work with Robert so bad, because he's from
To be very honest,
Eastern Europe, I guess,
the
Croatia.
$8 million valuation.
This is a huge global opportunity. We have customers
I got it.
buying
Let us
our
go
products
visit
from all over the
Sorry.
world.
Just
Sorry.
hold on. I'm out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want
Zara,
to
how
tell
much
you,
cash do you have in the bank right now?
we have 200,000 in the bank right now, and then we have commitments coming
What's
in.
your burn rate right now?
We are burning about $95,000.
I almost thought he said birth rate.
Yeah, we have a team of 6 people right now.
Zara, you've got to get
better
the
cut that
whack
down.
list.
We have
thing. Start whacking
$500,000 in commitments from investors coming in, and I'm here to make a deal
God,
because
Sarah, as much as I
Whoa.
love you and I
Or
love
this thing
what
like
it does
Sarah
for kids,
instead of Sarah?
200,000 for 2.5%. I'm sorry, that's just too rich for my blood. I'm out.
okay.
Staying on the numbers, you've done 550 since inception. Did you have any net on that, or what are your losses today?
So we're losing about $20,000 a month right now.
Okay, so how much have you lost in aggregate?
About 900,000. We just
I love how
increased our
casually they
burn.
say
We
that
just
too. Like,
moved
we're
into
just
an
losing
office.
money, no
We
big
just
deal.
hired someone who's doing school partnerships and mom ambassador marketing.
But how you allocate your resources is critical.
So starting this up, I talked about the story of designing,
Right. No, I get it. But
manufacturing.
it goes to the heart of decision making, right? If you've gone through $2.6 million and you were so committed to that, what you have is so much better than everything else. Your decision making in terms of being a business is not what I'd want to see in a business for those reasons.
Can I-
Amount.
Here's where I'm at. Anybody else besides you standing up there with your 2.8 million raised, 2.6 million gone, $90,000 burn rate per month would not be smiling anymore. It's a horrible story, but for some reason,
you have this incredibly captivating character that we're still listening to you. So you have a great degree. Harvard sounds really fancy, but you missed one school. You didn't go to the school of hard knocks. Somebody like you that burns through 2.6 million like that tells me you miss a reality in life of how hard it is to get that kind of money. You know what you're missing? You're missing discipline. You're missing discipline today.
Thank you for the feedback.
So, because of your
Look at that smile, dude.
This crazy story, and I still like you. I want to be in on it. I think there's a market. I have twins.
Okay.
But
can I just tell you?
No.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. No. I'm sorry. I'm
gonna make you an offer, and you kept talking. Shh. Okay. So here's what I like. I love the market. I love where you're going.
Robert rarely gets that
I know how
passionate
hard it is to
too,
raise
or
money,
loud.
to get revenue. You got to ramp up the revenue.
Yes.
Here's my offer. I'll give you the $200,000. I'll come on the board. I'll help you run this thing because I really believe in it. But I want 10%. Because that's how much value I think I can bring to it. Because if you don't get somebody like me with reality, you're going to go off a cliff.
He's right.
That's my offer.
Can I just say that thank you so much.
It's too expensive to even make sense, though.
Just from the blank piece of paper, listening to the numbers, they're horrific. You're going to burn out in 6 weeks. You won't have any cash. But you really require some adult supervision. I'm not kidding. So here's the only deal I'd consider. I'd give you the $200,000. I'm taking the 2.5%, which is meaningless equity at this point. I mean, I wouldn't even get out of bed for 10%. But I'm going to put a royalty on it. I want $10 a unit until I get back my 200. So you have to sell 20.
I always don't understand these royalty amounts.
I want to go down to $2.
$10 on a $300 thing doesn't even make any sense. Like, that's nothing.
That's venture debt.
How many would you have to sell
smile on
to?
your face that has been here the entire time. I watched it just sink.
No, but you got to face reality here. I mean, you're very, tenacious. I love the story. You're very credible. I had dyslexia when I was young. I used all kinds of wooden blocks and all this. I still have it. But I went through the learning process. I'm a believer in the whole Montessori system.
He always has a story. I had dyslexia. Did you really?
Quickly enough to take on venture debt.
So can I just say that we have cash coming in.
Right.
We also have the ability to get.
Like, I have a degree in this and that, and I am a member of the Chevrolet du Test event. That's one of my favorite. Kevin is really awesome.
Would you consider $200,000?
He's so charismatic.
5%.
He always has stories. He's so good for TV, kind of.
And is there any
Like,
way
Robert and
Kevin,
Damon are
you
boring.
would consider doing
Right. Barbara
more money
is
for
kind
more
of.
equity without a royalty?
You love to hate. Lori is just a good shark and just doing a good job. So maybe not the greatest for TV, but just great
Robert,
at what the show is meant to do, what you're meant to do. And then Mark is kind of just obnoxious, so Kevin's just perfect. He's just funny and interesting and witty and punny.
Advisory?
Yes.
I'm okay with that. $200,000 for 10%.
Would you consider working together?
He keeps going.
That's our point. You realize that.
She's talking
Well,
away.
I'm talking about the value of getting two sharks. I just want to put it out there.
You had a deal. You came to a deal. You
Robert,
negotiated.
let's do it.
Sorry, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Seriously.
This is similar to the last one.
You're treating money like it's some hypothetical Harvard project. I gave you an offer. You tried to give me founder shares. I said yes. I said yes once. I said yes twice. I said yes 3 times. And what do? You say, do you want to work with Kevin?
I just was trying to get multiple
Everybody wants to
sharks
work with
in.
Kevin.
I was just trying to get multiple sharks in, but I'm
I
so
work
grateful.
really hard for my money. If I was you, after I've lost all that money, I wouldn't play around. When it's real money, it's really important to me. I'm sorry, but I don't want to do it. You want to do a deal with Kevin? Do a deal with Kevin. I'm out.
Both of these ended with, Robert getting ignored, and then, getting upset.
I recognize the value you bring, and I would love to do a deal, Kevin.
Oh, she still gets one though
Thank you.
for the 10%, or no, for the
He gave us
royalty.
our ask, and he added a royalty to it, and a royalty works well when a company is really successful, and I think we're going to be really successful because of this.
Yeah, I actually don't like
So
royalties
I think it was a
because
great deal.
on products like this, am I missing something? You sell it for $300, so how many would you have to sell to get a meaningful amount in $10?
Robert, what does that have to do with anything?
Bird in the hand is some.
Look at what percentage you have to get.
She has no discipline. Now she has you.
before you go, don't forget to subscribe to the Shark Tank YouTube channel and ring the notification.
So Kevin is fucking awesome. I love Kevin.
Bubbling in the tank.
He's the best. Mark is obnoxious. Lori's smart, but not that entertaining. And then Barbara is just, you love to hate her. Robert and Damon are boring, even though I like their disposition. I'm a lot like Robert myself. I'm just kind of cool and calm and monotone, and, you know, he's just kind of chill. Which is good, but I mean... The Scrubble. Or is it the Scrubby? I can't even read it. This is one of the few sessions in which you would actually hear this shit in the background. Maybe only like the third one. Because I have no choice because my Bluetooth headphone is dead. And so you put yourself in a position where... you know, you're basically able to do it in such a way that... But no, I don't like this glorification of, like... you know, oh, you grew up in this or that. Like, just give us the results. If it's a good idea, it's a good idea. Don't give me too much of this pity party. I grew up in a tent with a bathtub that we used from the rain dropping on our head, and, like, fucking... we had to eat the bugs in the ground. Like, it turns into like a pity party contest of like, oh, who had it worse? And I'm black, and I was treated badly. Everybody was racist, and there was a war going on, and I got hit by a bomb, and my dad died, and I lost my arm, and I had to get a prosthetic, and like, give me a fucking sob story, dude. I'll give you money if you give me a sob story. Like, are you fucking serious? I'm not diminishing any of that. I'm saying, your life is what it is. You know, if you lived a perfect life and your parents babied you and gave you everything you wanted, and okay, but if you have a good product, a good thing, fine. I'm not going to hold that against you. I don't care. Sometimes that's what it takes. I have an expression like that. Sometimes to see the world clearly, you must be in an ivory tower made of glass. Something like that is an expression, you know. Maybe that's what it would take for you to see the world clearly. You have to be from up above and you get the best vantage point. Right? Sometimes seeing the world clearly requires being in a tower of gold and glass, you know, a tower of glass and ivory, you know, so you can look down at everybody and see them clearly from up above. Whereas otherwise you would be too close to see clearly because you're on the ground and you can only see what's in front of you. So sometimes you need that. You need an eye in the sky. You need to be like Ed Harris in the Truman Show, Christoph. Sometimes you need to be in that sort of position. Looking down, you know, house of glass, tower of ivory, whatever you want to say it, right? And in a business sense or something, maybe that's what it takes. Like, oh, if you grew up rich and then you became the world's first trillionaire or something, maybe that's what it took. You know, you would have needed that boost, right? Like, you couldn't do it on your own. You needed to start off as a millionaire and you end off as a trillionaire. And if that's what it takes, then so be it. That's fine. Because I don't care, because it's good, because it's fine. You know, it's like, it's a net positive. Like, I'm not going to punish you for that. Like, somebody becomes successful, and then their kids become successful, and then everybody, you know, keeps building upon that success forever. Like, what's wrong with that? The majority of people are not going to be like that. I almost imagine a society, though, where people are like that, where people are so motivated that everybody becomes a millionaire and everybody becomes successful. What would happen then? Right? Like, it would destroy the basis of what success means, because it, you know, there's a net sum that you have to do. So society inherently, arbitrarily has to hold people back to acquiesce to that sort of half-mast state. So yeah, this wasn't the most fun session, but it's okay. And so we have a situation where I saw that Ding Liren versus Gukesh game. So Ding won game 1 as black, which is pretty surprising. Gukesh was being trotted out as the favorite because Ding has been going through some psychological troubles. But the reality is that he's not actually Again, it's just one game, so it doesn't matter, but... I think Ukesh will win, and I think that it'll still be a tight, close kind of match, of course. But I like that people are celebrating Diggs' win like it's the biggest deal in the world. That shows you right there he shouldn't be the favorite, because then it shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? If you win one game, it's like, wow, it's like the biggest deal in the world. No, it should just be normal. So you're celebrating, acting like you won the whole thing. It's not going to be the outcome. It's not going to determine the outcome. So what you have is a simple ability to... I don't know, I'm just tired, and... This stupid-ass headphone had to die, like, right now. Like, it couldn't last 40 fucking minutes. I'm even praising it, but... As long as you keep it charged, reasonably well... I don't know what the actual battery life of it is, though. It couldn't be more than, 2 hours then. Because it was high from the morning, so... Or not even. That makes it seem like it's only an hour, because... Well, I don't know how long it took to go from high to medium. But assuming high to medium is the same as medium to low, you have... In fact, that went pretty quick. It went from medium to low in, not even 20 minutes, it felt like. I don't understand. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's not very good anyway. So yeah, this session was kind of pointless. And so what you can do is you can basically just... here's an absolute tendency that they would sort of treat everything in existence or in society, not even with spite so much, but with some form of, hesitation. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that it's part of a reductive contrivance state, so you'd realize the nature of it and not embrace or insist upon it or try to overcompensate for it, because that's sort of validating it. And in that sense, the stimuli acme to reproduce is sort of validating and vouching for the state as though it's perfect, so then you can't complain or use it as an excuse, or it's like you're validating everything then, and so the standard is not high enough, and you're kind of like, you're vouching for this half-mass structure contrivance state, and so the conflict of contrivance is inherent to it, and then you act like it would just be like you're ultimately vouching for it so much. And the reason why is because, again, you otherwise would have a higher standard and say, okay, I'm not going to do this until I'm sure or vouch for what I'm doing. But of course, people don't think about it, and they engage in the stimuli acme with no real thought put into it. And beyond that, you also have the ability to I don't know, you just kind of react, and the problem with that too is there's no end to it. You'll do it, you'll reproduce, and then you'll keep doing it. Like, there was never any process or expectation or standard behind it. It's not even like, oh, it's overpopulation, although it can lead to that. It's something broader than that, because it's not even supposed to be like, it's not even supposed to be relevant. Like, it's just a zero-sum thing. Like, there's no criteria, so you'll just keep having kids, and you'll have kids forever, and you'll end up being like, or yeah, like this reactionary insistence. Like, everything is just, it pretends to be something more, but it ends up being something less. Like, how can I explain it? Like nearness postulate, non-basis of self, It's like, oh, you value things based on yourself, but you don't truly value them because then you wouldn't allow yourself to be subject to a structure. So it's like I don't know. It's very hard to explain, but it's very obvious, but then people pretend like it's not the case or something. Let me think, like, what were the last movies I saw in the theater? I basically just saw Avatar 2, and then I saw Megan. And I was sort of getting in the mood of it, but you know what happened? I was getting, like, these ICs, and then my fucking tooth was killing me. Like, I started to... I got the popcorn. I love the whole vibe of a theater. Like, yeah, that's an idea for my sort of Shark Tank invention. A denture that you wear while you eat that allows you to absorb all the sugar, and then you can eat and drink whatever you want. Because again, the flavor and taste doesn't come from your teeth. It comes from your tongue and other things. So like, if you cover your teeth while you eat, and then take it off when you're done, what's the problem? Right? It wouldn't affect the taste of it. So why should that be any different? Like, so you subvert all the sugar. It seems like such a simple concept, but for some reason, right? I mean, people wear dentures if whatever their teeth are missing or something, but not as just like a protective thing, period. Or I would just wear it like all the time then. Like what would be so bad? Just like a layer that you put over your teeth that wouldn't affect it necessarily cosmetically and stuff. But whatever, you have that, and then you have, what was I talking about before? Oh yeah, if I was rich, I would do that. Like, I mean, you don't even have to be rich. I could still do it. Like, once a month, I could just go and watch a movie. I kind of did those back to back. Or I even went to the food court before, and I bought this nice little thing, like a Sparrows type thing, and I get like a breadstick that's so good, like a slice of pizza and a breadstick, and I eat that, and I'm chilling, and then I go and I get the popcorn and get like a little icy thing, and then I'm chilling, and I'm sitting there, and I went with a friend the one time for Avatar, and it was so hilarious because I remember that moment of it was so funny. At the end, I rolled my eyes when he's saying, "The way of water connects all things." The kid's saying that, and then I'm joking about it with them, like, bro thinks he's Christopher Nolan. You're not Christopher Nolan. Or you can get away with saying the name of the movie as a piece of dialogue in the movie towards the end, as if that somehow validates something. Like, he can say that in The Dark Knight because it's one of the best screenplays ever written. That like, whatever, but James Cameron isn't Christopher Nolan, and that screenplay isn't on that level, so it's just different. Or like Avatar 2 was actually nominated for Best Picture, maybe in some sort of fan voting type scenario, that I definitely don't think it deserved that. Again, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like great. It was just kind of the bare minimum that you could do. And it's basically just a retread of the first movie that they were playing it safe and everything. It's very beta. Like, if you asked me to make a script for Avatar 2, it probably would have been honestly better because something more interesting would have happened. Like, it wouldn't have been those events, right? Like, I don't know. It's the same thing. The humans attack in the first part, then the humans attack again in the second part. Like, nothing new really happens. They even recycle the villain and everything. Right, in a very contrived way. Oh yeah, that was another eye-rolling type moment where I was sort of incredulous about, they're really going to recycle the guy who you think he's Darth Vader, dude? And then he survives at the end too. Like, you're trying to turn this guy into Darth Vader, a three movie villain. Okay, so here I should decide what D-letter movie I'm going to watch. And I got sort of baited. I thought I was getting breakfast, but they had ended. Like, just to give my little food thing. It should almost be, I should have a camera just to show what food I get every day, but so much fast food is going to get me killed. So let's do one thing here where I have to go through the alphabetical list. And I almost wanted to just watch more Shark Tank clips, which is pretty fun, but let me at least decide, even if I do that in this session. let me decide. So the rules are I clearly am not going to watch a Netflix-produced movie. I'm not going to do it because Bird Box was shit, and in general, I don't want to do that. And then I'm also not going to watch something super mainstream that I've really... I mean, again, it's not that I couldn't have heard about it, but not something like well-known or very popular or something like that. Typically, it's, not a sequel. Something, like The Two Jakes is something I could watch. Even though that's sort of well-known, it's obscure within the context of, like, it's a sequel to Chinatown or something. That's still obscure because it's something I have seen, the part one, but it's also kind of weird, you know what I mean? Like, it's not super well-known or well-regarded. So, I don't know what the title even means. Like, there's another Jake that comes in and he's trying to compete with him, or I don't know. I don't know if he's even in it either. So we got to go through like 20 pages to get through to the letter D. So Cats was a bad taste in my mouth. I just want it to be something sort of unique. And I'd love it if one of these letters had like a low number of things in there. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Okay, here we go. Oh, they're not showing me the pictures anymore, though. What happened? Or maybe it's just struggling to load them in. D.L. Hewley Contrarian. The Five Bloods. Dad Stop Embarrassing Me. Dad Wanted. Dampier. What is any of this? And, yeah, the pictures aren't even loading. What the fuck? Dana Carvey. Dancing with the Birds. None of this really stand out to me. Dangerous Lies. What is that even going to be? Oh, wow. It's going to take an hour to load this shit or what, bro? The picture. Okay, that's Netflix. The picture partly loads in with the N at the top, and that's all I need to see to know I'm going to skip it. Daniel Sosa, Dark Forces, Spanish. Oh yeah, it's got to be in English too. Dark Waters, Dark October. Dark Waters seems interesting. Darkest Hour. There's a lot of Hindi shit on here. Daughters. Netflix, fuck me. So Dark Waters and Darkest Hour could be considered. I don't know what they are, but Day Shift. I don't know what it is. Daydreamers, but it has an image that says Boofus on it, so I don't know what that means. Dazzling Mirage. How am I supposed to decide, man? Deadly Illusions. This kind of sucks. I need like a paper or something to write on what... Oh my god. Okay, Dear... Dead Con, Dead Kids, Dear X, Mandarin, Death Note. Oh no, dude. No. That's also made by Netflix. I'm not gonna watch it. I don't care. I just indulge Cats, something that's universally shit on. Right, like, oh, let me indulge it. It'll be a fun little meme thing. I do not care, dude. Deep, deep fear. Definition, please. I don't know. There's nothing. A lot of these are like just. A lot of these are what you call like stand-up comedy type movies or something. A lot of these are Hindi or other languages. Dinner, recently added. Dinner at my place. We have Dark and Dinner are the ones that are kind of noteworthy titles. Disappearance at Clifton Hill. So, Dark, Dinner, Disappearance. Those are the three. Divine Intervention, Arabic, Portuguese. Do Your Worst. I also don't want it to necessarily be super recent, but I guess sometimes it can be helped. Let's see what we got here. Double Dad. Oh man, this is really annoying. Dawn. Why did you say Tamil? Isn't it fucking Hindi? It's not a bad movie actually, but it's a remake of the original Dawn, which is... that should just say Hindi. Donkey Head. Something about Donkey Head myself. Don't Look Up. Doom. Isn't Doom the movie where Roger Ebert, like, compares it to fucking... some famous Renaissance painting or something? Dreamy Eyes, Dream Girl. Dracula Untold. Downtown Owl. Okay, none of this. We should be almost done if we're at O. So we had like a few keywords. Drive, Hindi. We had Dark, 2 movies that started with Dark, 2 movies that started with like, I don't know, like Dark, Dinner. I don't know, I'll have to look back through the whole thing then. Duck, Dude, Dumb Money, Dumpling, Dune. None of these things are interesting. Okay. Dark, Dinner, Disappearance, and one other thing. Dark, Dinner, Disappearance, and and one more, which I forgot. Okay, Don't Look Up. So let me use a random thing to decide for me. You know what? I'll put Death Note on there too. So Dark, Dinner, Disappearance, Don't Look, and then there were 2. I thought they had Dark in them, and now I don't know which is which, but whichever, maybe one comes first. So you got Dark, you got Dark 2, then you got Dinner, something to do with dinner, Or maybe by 2 of dinner, too. Let me see, man. This is annoying. Dinner, then dinner 2, then disappearance, and one other thing, which was don't look up. So I'll go just completely random, and I'll put, imagine if it actually is Death Note. I'll at least indulge it to that extent. If you feel like, okay. So you have 2 movies that start with the word dark, which I forgot what they are, but whatever. I'll do it honorably within the order they appear. So Dark 2, Dinner, like Don't Come to Dinner With Me or whatever it was. Dinner 2, if there was a second one. If it's not, then they're the same thing. And then something Disappearance, Don't Look Up, and then Death Note. So that will be, here we go, randomize. We end up with, oh, it did it in a random order, but I guess that still counts. So, Death Note was at the bottom. So the first one is Dinner, so let's just do that, I guess. Well, hang on, though. Now I don't know if there were 2 of them. I feel like there were 2 things that had it. It was like Dinner at My Place or something. Dinner and Dinner at My Place. So which one should that? Oh, you know what? I guess it was Dinner 1. Fine, so should I, you know what, I'll save it for later, but at least we can open the door. So it'll be whatever that movie is called, just Dinner. Let's do some random, more Shark Tank ones for now, though. Kevin wants this man's wife on the phone in 3, 2, 1. It's like a short. Or in 3, 2, 1. Everybody wants it. Yeah, it didn't go through because he called his wife off screen after, and for that reason he's out. Let's actually watch the whole thing of that. These are pretty fun. So yeah, we have Dinner ready, so we can do it in the later session. It's too early for dinner right now. It's going to be sweep easy. Some of these I'll see a clip, but then you can't find the whole pitch. Sweep easy in the Shark Tank full video. 10 minutes, 18 seconds. Okay, we're starting in a second here. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, sweep easy. People keep saying that there's a live audience now too, and that's much worse. So this is obviously before all that. What was that other guy who came in with something similar? It was the guy who talked himself out of a deal at the end. The guy who wants Lori in, but Lori doesn't want to put money up. Eminem been real quiet since I dropped. Mac and cheese, scrape it with ease. You're trying to justify that you're doing something while you're at home. When would he have been a stay-at-home dad? You could kind of do both, though. He changed his offer before that guy even made an offer. He did some ads for Obama or something. I think everybody ends up being interested besides Barbara. They seem all very interested, so I wonder what happened with that. Or I think that video told us that the deal didn't go through. Nobody even cares what Barbara thinks. Random Barbara comment. But no, his wife does all the thinking for him, so he calls her. I think they end up not really doing it. Well, that was an interesting dynamic. The one 2 of them want to do licensing and 2 of them want to do product. But I feel like the guy said the deal didn't go through, though. Shark Tank, they make a terrible salesman. So, what I'll do is watch a couple of these, and then we have dinner tonight. We can start, I guess. So this is Shark Tank, they make a terrible salesman. Shark Tank Showcase starting in 3, 2, 1. But the whole principle of sales is stupid because you shouldn't need to do that if your product is just good. But sadly, that's what it comes down to, even more than the actual value of it. Is it to be sold to schools or to the student? I thought there's only 7 wonders of the world. That's not too expensive, I guess. So many of these things are just laziness. The whole zero-sum element that that's all that human progress is. Make your zero-sum non-choice reaction, elements easier or more kind of eliminate them. So you try to overcompensate or remove the need, like you didn't choose to have to be born or need to eat or whatever. So you find false meaning and means by cutting down, well, now it's easier to eat or now it tastes better to eat. So you're trying to overcompensate for the lack of choice or value in that by making it better, more enjoyable, or making it easier and removing the need, removing the effort put into it, basically. The sharks get mad when you interrupt them, but they interrupt these people all the time. Why do you have to say it in a mysterious way? The largest online retailer. Why not just say Amazon? This is why we need you for ideas. He didn't have the means to sell it. They're arguing more on this one than anything. Like, you can't hear anything. But that's still worth it. That's good. We don't care about the potential. We care about what you've done so far. So the whole thing with that is the fact that you have like, I don't care what you've potential so you have the ability to or they didn't even talk to Staples. What, you're saying to like bribe kids or get them to market for you? Oh, now he's copying Kevin. Yeah, they'll say they're out, but then they'll mock the offer you give. Like, you give an offer then. Why are some of these videos so zoomed in on their faces? I would just ask for a little less so they don't have 50%. Like, make it 24, just so it's not... Well, they gave in pretty easily. Mark always says that at the end in kind of a way that gets memed on. Congratulations, whether he's doing the deal or not. Even if they don't do a deal, he still says it, like, just for the exposure or whatever. So this is Shark Tank slippers are so cool, you can't resist. But I kind of see ones that are more adversarial. Like that one playlist is pretty good, but now I'm not on it. Shark Tank Damon is her last hope. But he's going to scam her behind the scenes because that's what he did to some barbecue thing. Starting in 3, 2, 1. I haven't been this excited for Talia since fucking Marion Cotillard, or however you say it, in Dark Knight Rises, but it was a real disappointment. It's a good way to tie the story together with with Batman Begins, obviously, but because in a way, Ra's created all three villains. He was the villain, obviously, in Batman Begins. He created the Joker inadvertently by creating Batman because Batman came on the scene, the Joker kind of was inspired by that. That's what they explain at the end with escalation. And then the third movie, obviously Bane is his part of the League of Shadows, and Talia is obviously there as well, so wait, what are we talking about? A ball? Isn't it supposed to be a slipper? Or what is it called? I hate when they use kids to... That was a really cringy joke. Okay, let me skip this one. Yeah, like everybody has their specialty where, you know, like Laurie is QVC and Damon is you know, clothing, and then Mark is sort of tech, I guess, but I forget exactly what he even did. It was some website and something else, but very early on. Shark Tank, these women are acting weird. Okay, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Dr. Sylvie Shapiro. That must be Ben Shapiro's wife. Somebody whose last name is Shapiro, who's a doctor. Literally Ben Shapiro's wife. I don't get what we really just went through. Oh, having to... Is that really necessary? How hard is it just to measure at once? Oh, this is just pure laziness. Like, it's really not that hard to do. As if they'll sit still for that, as opposed to not sitting still in the store. This is so stupid. It's such a needless problem. That's kind of mean, too. You send the girl away. Even like you're trying to use her to get them to sell the product. Oh, she knows it exactly, though. That's good. That's not a bad rate, but they keep interrupting the charts. What exactly is so difficult about making that? It's kind of annoying. They keep cutting them off. It's like a cute little hobby, basically. I like those huge-ass chess pieces in the background that they have. That's like almost a prosecution thing, like getting somebody to admit in court that if you hire somebody, somebody else can hire somebody. I like how he did that. That was at least a reasonable answer for why you're out. Just go ask Quentin Tarantino. He'll be into this kind of thing. Haha. Even though it's meant more for kids, so I shouldn't say that. What it makes it more valuable. You can't really even answer that. It would be the same, so it's just a matter that we're ahead of the curve, and that probably aren't as good. Why does it sound like you're almost crying, though? Even now you're interrupting. You're driving me crazy right now. I would have been out after that, even. That interjection. Basically, I'm not going to do it. With a lot of contingencies that'll probably fail. I like the confidence, though, in accepting the contingencies. Who knew Mark Cuban was a foot guy? Yeah, can it measure adults' feet too, or just kids? Like, he'll probably just use it as some ancillary software for something bigger, and just buy them out for a little bit, and that's it. Like, it won't be a long-term, long-standing thing. Like, nobody gives a shit about this. Why can't you just measure it normally? Like, how hard is it to just... I don't get what's so difficult about it. It's such a unnecessary problem to solve. So what you have here, let's keep going. Shark Tank Kevin looks stunning in this. Some kind of face mask thing he's got going on. And then here we got Shark Tank. It makes some things last long. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Food preservation system. Why is the title like that too? Like some things. $2.5 million. Oh, it's for wine. Oh, this could be Kevin's space. This is actually kind of a cool idea, but it's not worth 10 million or whatever, 2.5 million. Get them drunk so they're more likely to accept your deal. So many wines now have twist tops anyway, though, so when you can just seal it with the twist top, and that works pretty well, actually. Like, you don't need a stopper, especially like low-end wines. So for that reason, I'm out. How much longer? How do you prove it? And if you put another cork or another stopper in there. I don't know how true this is. It's not just about air, it's about temperature, it's about... Why is this music getting all weird? It's like all mysterious. I like the little gimmick of the indicator, but it seems like it'll be expensive. He's pretty good. Got some pretty good points there, but and of course Kevin just knows this. You can never tell when he's making stuff up. Still cheaper than U.S. oil, than buying gas in the U.S. you would have to prove even wine they say that. I thought they, they don't get better with age except for some very high-end ones. And a lot of that has to do with the growing too, like the vintage it comes out in. But a lot of everyday wines are just going to be, oh shit, once one goes out, they all go out like dominoes. So you have to give him distribution. So give me an offer that's not greedy then. Make some outrageous offer. I like when they're nice though. They're not like being dicks, but not because he's drinking alcohol, he has a problem, but because he's sniffing those oils, like Trevor in GTA 5, So that brought to the mainstream the fact that you can get high off gasoline, which is actually pretty common in certain countries for some reason. People do that. Sharks offer entrepreneur cheesy deals for just the cheese. These are just like random clips. This isn't part of like a playlist. Kevin gets pushed out of Simply Good Jars deal. Yeah, this tank wasn't big enough for two Kevins, and that other one was boring as fuck. The guy who's like the marketing TV guy. Starting in 3, 2, 1. That's a good contrast too. He makes ads that people like, but personally he's kind of boring. Not as good a chef as Chef Wonderful. Rose should be on Hell's Kitchen, not Shark Tank. The reward for winning that is actually underwhelming though. It's like $100,000 or something shitty like that. Should be like $1 million, or at least by today's standards. Or they get like a cookbook. Or no, that's not Hell's Kitchen, that's MasterChef. I hate salad. For that reason, I'm out. COVID always seems to have helped people more than it hurt them business-wise, though. Like, certain sales would spike and things like that. Okay, this one's kind of boring. You gotta have somebody, like, really fighting. Sharks fight for equity. Oh yeah, I asked for a fight and I got one. Over cat amazing product. Starting in 3, 2, 1. But I've seen enough of cats for one fucking week. But no, I'll do the dinner movie and then I'll do something. I'll do episode 5 of Monk. Episode 1 and 2 was a premiere that were tied together, like the candidate. Episode 2 was that thing called, episode 3 was the psychic. And then episode 4 was the Dale the Whale. That was actually highly entertaining and a really good villain, and almost so good that I almost wish we would see him again, but he's going to be in a cell somewhere and he's going to have to go talk to him. I thought it was going to be a mystery, like even Monk didn't know the last words, but like what bread and butter meant, but it was just a normal thing they would say all the time. And just I thought it would be some mystery that he's trying to solve for the rest of the case too. But like he's going to know something about how she died, or I was low-key almost thinking he might turn out to be a main villain of the series, like where he gets away with it here still. And right now it'll be, they don't really bring up cases outside of that episode though, but like, there'll be some rumor that Dale the Whale got away because his lawyers are too good. So even though the doctor got arrested, Dale didn't, and then, he's going to go on to wreak havoc all the more. So this is Sharks fight for equity over amazing cat amazing product, starting in 3, 2, 1. This seems like already too much effort. Like, just give him a little fucking fur ball. It doesn't have to be this much effort. You're imprisoned. You're being stolen out from the wild. You haven't seen my house. I got a mouse problem. You give him something to do. This is kind of dumb. I wonder how exactly you came up with this, though. But it's just dumb, like it's sort of a placebo effect. The cat doesn't really care. They could be just as entertained by anything else. It's so stupid. what are you even trying to do? I don't know. Wait, what the fuck is he eating? You don't seem like it. I like that name. How many Mookies do you know? Mookie Blaylock from the NBA at some point, I think. Or maybe he was just a coach, I can't remember. Oh, wow, sob story. Wow, this is stooping to a new low. You're trying to appeal with a dead cat. But how do you just decide to do this? And how do you know? You have to do some research. But once you hit a cap where people already, everybody who wants it has it, and then it dies out. Oh, that's the good strength of it, though. Those aren't that expensive is what I thought. On purpose, why? But you should be able to lower the production cost, I guess. Like the guy who says, you're going to charge farmers that much? It creates kind of a goodwill with the customer. Standing on the grave of a dead cat to implore a fucking royalty deal. just copying him. At least this makes sense because it's not that expensive. But when you say like a $1 royalty on like a $300 product, Toys R Us or something, or obviously pet stores too. But somehow I think of it as in like a toy aisle. This is a trump card moment. Oh, here we go. Don't do this. Oh, he's doing that to try to justify, I want more of the company. You're ignoring Lori, though. That's not too unreasonable. Why would I want a part of the... Makes no sense, though. Give 15 to me. That is kind of an annoying tactic. So basically 20%. Let's give like a normal offer without all this other BS in there. No royalty, no care for the pets. But that means you only get 17. So it's 17% though. That was weird. What, you weren't letting Lori talk, you dumb fuck? What do you mean you were trying to get it with Lori? Oh, stop invoking the spirit of Mookie, you fucking piece of shit. I hate when people do that. Yeah, stand on the shoulders of your children. Stand on the shoulders of a dead cat. Like, come on. This is all such lowbrow shit. But no, I should almost set up some way to, like, debate people. You could go, like, on an Omegle or something similar, and as I'm sitting here, I could be recording and debate people and do it. Like, that would be fun. I somehow find people so fucking stupid, though, that I don't even want to bother, but at some point, you have to be willing to do that. It's just dumb, because that's what I ended up realizing, partly in my debate format, too, is, like, whatever argument they make, I can make better myself, from a devil's advocate perspective. Like, again, I'm not saying, oh, I'm that smart or anything, but people are really fucking dumb. I'll say that. Like, I would listen to two people debate, right, and I'm like the judge, the moderator, and then I would think about it after the fact and be like, well, I could have made a better argument for both sides than what they did. And so, why even bother, right? They just kind of, there's too much emotionalism and stuff like that. But that'd be almost a funny thing to do, though. I could just do it, and you could, I guess you wouldn't be able to hear it, though. I could play, I don't know what I would do. I could just play it so that you can hear it like on the speaker or something. But no, it could be just that simple, debate various topics, which is kind of what I do in a manner anyway, but it's not the same. Like, I can just debate it with myself, but that's the best thing. You can play devil's advocate, like, okay, I'm going to try to make the case for and against something, and sometimes that's the best way to do it too. Even if you believe something, you should try to do that. I believe something strongly, but I want to play devil's advocate and consider it from a different point of view, and then see, like, what happens? Like, can I make a good case against it? What kind of case would other people make against it, so I'm prepared if I am faced with that? What other factors can I consider? So if you do that, then you're fine, you know? That's what I've always had a tendency and penchant to do. You know, I had a reputation for just sort of being objective and sort of being, you know, open-minded and stuff like that, which leads to some seemingly negative perceptions too in a social contrivance way, but, you know, sort of placing undue emphasis on all that. And not that the two can't coexist, but it kind of makes it a little stupid because you don't need to do that. That would be an interesting dynamic, though. I'm trying to think how I would set it up. Like, you have some sort of online voice chat debate format. It'd be better if it was somebody I knew, or it'd be better if it was something that you could just, you know, that you could just do in like a pre-arranged sort of structure. Whereas normally it'll just be people talking about random stupid stuff. And there's always like this marginal perspective too. Like, people will place undue emphasis and become emotional or indignant about something, not because they do value it, but because not because of how much they value it, but because they really don't. As if, you know, to overcompensate that way. Like, the loudest voice, the most passionate one, is actually one that's thought about it the least, because it's easier to do that. If you truly thought about it deeply, you wouldn't need to do that, because, you know, you wouldn't be emotional or passionate. You would just be, you know, you would understand the nature of the process, and it would just be more basic and banal, and you would just do it instead of all that. So the easiest way to be passionate and loud about something is the person who actually thought about it the least. And like full of sound and fury signifying nothing is the old thing, but yeah, that would be interesting to look at, but that's the whole irony of it. Like, if you take a lot of my discussions that I do and you frame it that way, like, oh, it's me talking with somebody else, and you're doing face cam, and one of us is a cute girl or something, all of that would contribute to, wow, this is suddenly such an interesting thing. But because, oh, I'm doing it myself, and I'm not doing face cam and whatever, right? Unfortunately, those aspects do matter. Like those stupid-ass podcasts that it's a bunch of Sigma male guys and a bunch of OnlyFans girls, and they're all debating whether you should do it or not, and something phony sort of moralizing with the Simula Acme. Like, come on, dude. Kind of a cringy name, though. Cat Amazing? That's kind of dumb. Shark Tank US, all 5 sharks fight to secure a deal with Bala Bagels, I think it is. I can't read the whole thing because it gets cut off, but so what you can do now is you can basically just decide to but no, like, let's look at social contrivance briefly. Like, if you truly were at peace with your own nature, inherent self, etc., right, and had value for yourself, all the social contrivances go out the window, because there's this sense of, like, constantly requiring reinforcement through externality, constantly requiring undue emphasis. If you're truly at peace, why would you need all that, right? You don't need always positive undue emphasis from externality or some negative reinforcement, like stigmatizing certain things to feel better about yourself. none of that would be necessary. You're at peace, you have your defined measure, you know what you're doing, you have some self-awareness, self-actualizing, so you just kind of do your thing, and it doesn't matter what other people are doing, or you wouldn't place any special emphasis on all that artifice. The fact that that artifice is required or valued is negative for two reasons. On one hand, it's just an overextension of zero-sum means collective interest, right? Like overextending the self to the collective, collective to self, non-base of self, all of that. But the other reason that it's an issue is that it's not even done consistently, so it'll be held in pretense, but it'll only be practiced. It'll be held as an absolute, but it'll only be practiced in pretense. So all you're doing is like, let's use this as the glue that binds contrivance together, as if that somehow justifies it, even though it's objectively adverse, and even by your own standard, non-base of self, as exposed as we just saw, then, you wouldn't really need that. It wouldn't really be relevant at all. And so you have a situation where I don't know, it's too much like either, you value something or you don't, or it's like, again, requiring constant reinforcement through externality is like, that's not necessary if you're at peace. So it shows you it's an imbalance overcompensation dynamic where society will indoctrinate you. There's a non-consensual social contract. There's all this restriction, restraint, contrivance, expectation, right, that is forced upon you. And then once you do that, now you're expected to, be okay with it. So you need constant external influence somehow that way. That'll be like, well, you have to be reinforced, or you have to be stigmatized, or you need constant positive social contrivance to try to make... See, it's sort of a non-impact thing. Social contrivance it's just words. It doesn't actually have any value or meaning to it, right, in a zero-sum sense, functional sense, anything. So you're trying to use that almost to overcompensate, like, this process is objectively flawed and objectively adverse and finite to everyone, right, overextension, but because we place this undue social emphasis, now we have to accept that, oh no, it's actually okay. So if you remove that, it would be more honest, like, okay, without undue emphasis, without social contrivance, without that overcompensation, reinforcement through externality, etc., now how would we see it? And the way that we would see it is that you would have to hold accountable what is being done or valued as actually having value. Like you would be more to the point. Like it wouldn't be any pretense. The only reason why that's necessary is because of overextension, because of how many people there are. If if the world was a village of 100, now all of a sudden you don't need that. And the reason why you don't need that is because it speaks for itself from the perspective that it would just be self-evident value. Like, for example, it speaks, you don't need to dress it up. You don't need to place undue emphasis. You don't need to veil it in social contrivance. Well, that would be more honest of a process. And, of course, you have that closed structure contrivance aspect, too, where it would be like any non-practice would expose the contrivance state and its artifice. So instead it's framed as like a lack of ability, because, of course, the process is absolute, even though it's practiced at half mast and has all kind of inconsistencies and conflict of contrivance. But then you do it the other way, like it must be ability, not will, or a different measure can't exist. Okay, so here I'll just watch random stuff on YouTube yet again, and then maybe tomorrow I'll do dinner because I just don't feel like it right now. So I'm going to watch some maybe related to chess, or I'll let the suggested take me wherever it will, but not the least of which could be to do with the actual, Shark Tank or chess or something, just because the Chess World Championship is going on. And so it's kind of fun to look at some of this stuff and meme on it. So this one is Ding Doesn't Know Chinese, starting in 3, 2, 1. And I don't really understand what that means. Like, her Chinese isn't very good. She's like struggling to speak. The thing says he doesn't know Chinese, but I don't know Chinese. But she kind of asked that in English anyway the first. Your friends would have been thoroughly outclassed by you, though. That's the issue that people had in the old days. They couldn't find people to compete against. Like, if you're Bobby Fischer, there's no engine, there's no, so who does Bobby Fischer play against? You have to find people, and you can't always have them on demand. There's no internet to play with them. There's no bots to play with. So who do you play with? You got to find a grandmaster on demand anytime, all the time. So you got to play with yourself, or you got to just read books and theoretically do it. Or again, you got to kind of set up a time and a place. And it's so easy now. Like if you're a grandmaster, you can play a grandmaster online anytime you want. Or, just you queue up for a game and there'll be one on now. Or you do it like this guy. Or you use like a bot or Stockfish. That's actually better. Like that, there is a certain value to that. Like if you want to play a world-class player, you can't. Like I could play Magnus Carlsen right now, or someone better than him because of the engine. So like, it might not seem that meaningful, but it's like, oh, I've always wanted to play the best player in the world, but you can play somebody better than the best player in the world, and just let it be based on the engine itself. So yeah, I'll sort of let this autoplay decide my fate here a little bit. Anna Kremling asked Ding, what is the most fun chess opening? Ding and Nepo, starting in 3, 2, 1. This is at least a better question. Or this wasn't at the World Championship. That's a good question, though. Weird flex, but okay. You play it at the high level, too. I wish somebody would say something that isn't even established, like just some random thing. It's fun, but it's just garbage, like pawn to a4 on move 1. Like, nobody ever does that. They're really embracing this question, though, and answering it in great detail. Some of the ways that these get their names is kind of dumb, though. Those are kind of boring, though. Yeah, they answer that one really very passionately. I don't know if Ding really was saying the most fun. Those are really boring. The King's Indian is boring as fuck. It's the most basic shit ever. Just to try to castle as black. And then, what was it? Sicilian is like a defense. You would think it'd be an attacking opening that people find more exciting. So you're in a position where okay, now I'm kind of stuck on the chess clips, though, and I don't necessarily want to watch only that. Some of the clips with him are pretty funny, though, like with talking about his rice. I wish I had the rice. Whatever, I forget. He's worried about running out of rice. Top 3 entrepreneurs that return to the tank. Shark Tank US, and I'm surprised this isn't like this isn't a top 3. I'm surprised even 3 returned, whether to return to pitch again, or like the Mofe-Damijo guy, or to return just to flex and be a shark themselves, like the Doorbot, Ring doorbell camera guy. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Entrepreneurs who return to the tank. But how did she return if they're just showing her, period? Norley, Pennsylvania? Is that what she said? I like these kind of inventions that come from a real organic need that you would decide to do. It's a nice name, too. If a name rhymes, it's 10 times more likely to sell, actually, unironically. City Kitty, more like Shitty Kitty, because it has to do with the litter box. Turn your shitty kitty into a city kitty. I don't get about what has to do with them returning to the tank, though. I almost don't care. Let's just skip it. you don't like it, just don't have a cat then. Top 3 deals where all 5 sharks made an investment. Okay, I've probably seen that. Lori Greiner's top 3 biggest deals. So we know Scrub Daddy's got to be on here. Or is it biggest as in biggest investment, not biggest payout? Probably biggest investment. Because she didn't invest much in that, but she got a lot out of it. So Lori Greiner's top 3 biggest investments starting in 3, 2, 1. You know it's not going to be the golden ticket because that just means you're giving them what they asked for. A lot of these titles sort of spoil what's going to happen, though, even in the videos themselves, just for the pitch. I wonder what she got out of it, though. Like, she probably gets another... How can all these products do so well, though? Like, there's like a market cap limit. Like, who is buying all this shit? Or doesn't it just burn out and people get sick of it after a while? That was kind of a dickish thing to say that might turn off the women. Well, you're saying it like it's for women. You're asking for non-test market numbers with the million valuation. 5 million? Well, that's some test market. That is an impressive result if that's attributed to it. There could be other things going on, makeup. You would think Lori would already know this. I love that. That's like a mad scientist answer. Good one. That's like a Kevin line. Because it has to do with the product. Maybe he's worried about some sort of liability. On top of the way too much money that you're gonna invest anyway. Sometimes they'll say it because they can't produce stuff fast enough to keep up with the demand. He even said, I don't want to be on QVC. She's not even looking at him. No, Lori's definitely the smartest because she entered the tank as being worth like $100 million or something like that, which is still a lot. But she ends probably as a billionaire because she's a god-level investor. Absolute genius. Like, she looks like she's about to cry. But if you had a test market, why did you stop? She doesn't trust him somehow. It's over double what he asks. He'll probably bring it down to 20. It's going to end up at 20, I bet. That's a good answer. Kevin liked it. You're the gold diggers who are trying to strike gold with my product. You sharks. What if you don't sell any based on QVC? That's a weirdly specific offer. Why wouldn't you take that? It's like she doesn't trust her, but you put a smile on your face. Let's put a smile on that face, like the Joker would say. But no, it's a case where she doesn't trust him, but he kind of brushed everything off pretty well. Like, yeah, sure, look at whatever you want. I don't know if these companies did very well, though, or if they, even if they really went through behind the scenes, you'd think they wouldn't make a video out of it if they didn't. Sometimes it's the lowest investments that end up doing really well, like Scrub Daddy or something. See, when you bring out a number like that, that's always good. Robert always says, wow. But that's not bad. Like, but he's obviously helping you with this then, I guess. Out of 162, just give him one though. Fuck off. I want to do pull the old Kaiba. I'll give you $1 million, and if you return me 10 million, you can keep it. Or whatever, you know. Or I'll let you head the company or something. It's done pretty good sales though for time. I like this guy's demeanor though. What are you, a U.S. Democrat, where you say, oh, the messaging was the problem? Like, not that our message is wrong or what we're trying to do is wrong. Oh no, we're perfect. We just failed to message how perfect we are adequately. Well, we already know Lori takes the deal, so... Yeah, your time's almost up. I wonder if you'll actually honor that and say, I'm out. No, Damon just withdrew it because he said 20 seconds have passed. Bro thinks he's Manfred von Karma in fucking Turnabout Goodbyes. He said no and left. What could happen? Call the Godfather. Grenier, really? That you're out for that reason alone. You said my name wrong, for that reason I'm out. Lori Grenier. Lori Grenier. What the fuck is Lori Grenier? Griner, dude. Damon almost seems like he wants to back off then. I have to respect that. But he deals with clothing, which is a similar category, but... You go through all this and then, they back out behind the scenes, and you turn down another offer that could have been... that you could have taken instead that might not have turned down after. Wow, that's a really kind thing to do. Deferring to Lori. That's really amazing. See, nobody dislikes Lori. Like, give us a thank you to Damon. Look at Lori be all nice about it. Look at that. That's like a top 10 anime character arcs. Like, for him, that was such an awesome moment. Top 10 character arc development moments. Like, how he deferred. That was beautiful. That was actually beautiful. Wow. I want to see what the comments have to say about that. For him to just step out and do that. No, I love that. Like how he's even saying, how many sales have you had? I'm going to defer to you. bro literally made FUBU, though. I guess I thought FUBU was worth more than that, though. Or I guess maybe he doesn't own all of it, but like... That was such an awesome moment. I love that. Or yeah, that makes me think of like, what moments make me tear up in stories? It's not a moment of sadness or a character dying. It's a moment of effort, like high effort. So how can I explain it? Like Light Yagami would make me tear up when he refuses to give up. And he says like, you know, okay, I'm going to pause this. That's good enough. I want to rewatch that part though. But like, you know, the real battle is just beginning, or, you know, moments of impressive actions or feats, or moments where somebody refuses to give up, like King Bradley. This is a great example. When King Bradley is about to die to Scar, and yes, he's a villain, whatever, he breaks his sword and he takes off his arms, right, Scar, and then he grabs it with his fucking teeth and stabs him in the chest, right, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Like, that moment made me tear up, because it's like, bro... Like, that level of effort and absolutist tendency is beautiful. I have to respect it. Just that will, right? And what's funny is, a couple episodes before, I guess episode 56, right? The old man Fu dies, and I don't cry over that. I cry in the same moment over the fact that, not really cry, but you know what I mean? Like, sort of tear up and have an emotional response. I don't tear up over the fact that Fu is dying. I tear up over the fact of what Bradley just did, where he cuts the bomb, right, and defuses it. I'm like, I'm doing it for his reason, because of how impressive he was, not because of Fu dying. That's the difference. I'm trying to think. Quercus Alba made me tear up, like, where the man just would not be denied, not be defeated. One of the greatest villains in the history of all fiction. Like, bro was a god. He does everything that you could possibly humanly do. Like, this man is no ordinary villain. And then the Light Yagami comes down to, those are like the big three, right? Well, in a certain context anyway. Like Light Yagami, Quercus Alba, and King Bradley. I should almost do a character point comparison. But no, those are moments that I think of where it's their level of effort, like the will, the absolutist tendency, like when you're so fully committed, you do something above and beyond. Or yeah, like in the Truman Show, that moment of raising the sail made me have that reaction. Like, Truman gets flipped over, he almost dies, and then, you know, the boat comes back, you know, to form, and then he immediately just raises the sail. You get this amazing Philip Glass song called Raising the Sail, and then he just keeps going. In other words, like, I would rather die than be stopped in doing this. You'll have to kill me. He even says that earlier, like, you're going to have to kill me if you want me to stop. Like, just that level of willpower that he has in that moment, overcoming his fear of the water. So any sort of moment like that of high effort, even Vegeta, when he saves Gohan, I could compile these moments together, right? But Vegeta overcoming his wounds and injuries, the loss of his son, overcoming his ego and his unwillingness to help, overcoming whatever fear he might have, overcoming whatever inhibitions he has, that he feels jealous of Goku and bitter that Gohan's stronger than him, and feels like it's dishonorable to attack Cell in the back, and all these kind of things. You know, I gave it to you so I can take it away, is how he might rationalize it in terms of the perfect form, because he was the one who let him do it. All this kind of stuff, that in that moment he overcomes all of that and just has a true character arc moment. That's the best episode in DBZ, in my opinion. And I was surprised to see on IMDb it's a pretty low-rated episode. That's one of the best episodes and one of the best deaths of a villain possible. You might think they drag it out, but it's actually not. In a way, it's actually perfect. Super Perfect Cell comes on the scene, and he doesn't fight anybody. Like, he doesn't fight. He just immediately goes in the Kamehameha wave, and then once that episode starts, that's it. They have the beam struggle for the whole episode. So that's a perfect way for a villain to go out, because they don't waste 20 episodes of fighting like Frieza, where it goes on and on and on, and they're just talking and doing different things. And no, it bogs down. We've already done that. We've already done that with Cell, like with Perfect Cell. Now with Super Perfect Cell, his final form, that's it. We just go straight into the final phase. He's trying to blow up the planet. You're trying to stop him. And then from there you have... From there, you have so many dynamics in the episode that are good. Just the shit-talking one-liners. Fool, don't you realize, yeah, you're up against the perfect weapon, and all the shit-talking by Cell is very entertaining. And Gohan overcoming his personal doubts and whatever, his dad encouraging him, and, dealing with his wounds. Vegeta having his character arc development moment. All the characters having their own little existential crisis moment, where Krillin is like... they all have like little internal monologues, like Yamcha, how did I repay him for the friendship? I let him die. And Tien, he inspired me. And Krillin, he's my best friend. And Piccolo, Gohan, you taught me what it means to have a friend. Like, that episode is god level. It's the best episode in the series. There's no question about it. And it solves the issue of the other villains. Like, the Spirit Bomb struggle with Kid Buu isn't that fun, because it's kind of just whatever, obligatory, he just has to win. The Cell Beam struggle is a perfect way to encapsulate a final confrontation that way, because it just makes sense. Like, it goes on for a long period of time, but it's full stakes. Like, you either die or you live, and it's pretty evenly matched. The problem with a lot of DBZ, if you actually think about it, with the writing, this is a fairly objective criticism, a lot of the fights are too one-sided. Like, let's look at Frieza. Okay, Frieza is just Frieza versus Goku. Frieza is way stronger than Goku and is toying with him, right? Not even using 1% or 5% of his power at the beginning, whatever, right? So, too often characters are toying with each other, or they're just way too strong. It's one-sided. So Frieza's way too strong for Goku. Then Goku transforms, and then Goku is way too strong for Frieza. Right, like, really, because he's not even maxing out the Super Saiyan potential, he just became it, but he's still stronger than him. So it goes from one-sided in one way to one-sided in the other way. You don't get, like, a really even feeling fight. And then, Gohan versus Cell is one-sided. First, Perfect Cell is beating the shit out of Gohan, but then Gohan transforms and is beating the shit out of Cell. Then, when Super Perfect Cell comes on the scene, now it almost seems one-sided the other way, where Super Perfect Cell is somehow so much stronger, and Gohan is injured and all this, but yet still that one seems more evenly matched, and he has at least some chance, but he needs the help of everybody. And it's actually a very good game theory moment, too. Like, in other words, it's satisfying, not because, how does Goku beat Frieza? Oh, he just gets mad and powers up, and the story wants him to win, so he wins. Like, okay, cool, but that's, like, boring. And then, it happens because it has to happen. You're losing the fight, and then you have a moment of emotional epiphany, like Rocky getting knocked down, and then, he sees Adrian and gets the second win, and then wins the fight. Like, there's no strategic element to it. At least, like, with Clubber Lang, he learns a new move. He learns how to block with something other than his fucking face. But give us, like, a game theory explanation for how it happens, right? So with Frieza, it's just like, okay, he just transforms and just wins. With Cell, Gohan is losing. He's outmatched. He's going to lose. He's going to die. The Earth is dead. And so everybody has to help. Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, right, all help. And then they distract him a little bit. And then Vegeta comes in and distracts him. And Goku is encouraging him. And Gohan is going max out. And Gohan unleashes his hidden potential. All of those things combined are enough to win the fight. So that's very satisfying, because it's like, that's what it took. It's not just like, I feel like transforming and I win the fight, fun. No, it's like it took everything you had to win that fight. Like, if Krillin didn't help, you would have died, because, oh no, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien wasn't enough of a distraction. they had to help. They had to do exactly what they did. Then Vegeta had to come in. Then Goku had to do... Like, you barely were able to do it with all of that aligning together, right? That's good writing because it's so... The part of it that's sort of bad writing is the super perfect cell form itself. The fact that, well, he gets blown up, he blows himself up, and then he becomes that much more powerful. It shouldn't have been that one-sided. It should have been like Perfect Cell and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, at least at this point, obviously, this fresh form of Super Saiyan 2, it should have been close, right? Gohan's still winning, but it's very, very tight. It's very close. And then, you know, he's losing, but not by much. But then they made it way too one-sided where... Yeah, and even Kid Buu, I guess, is kind of... I guess Kid Buu is relatively even. Super Saiyan 3 versus Kid Buu seems to be a good match. It's just the Super Saiyan 3 takes too long to charge and stuff. Like, he's kind of downtime. I don't know how I started talking about that. Oh, yeah, these emotional moments that I mentioned. Like, I love that, though. It's hard to explain, but no, I almost wanted to watch the entire Death Note series and I could analyze it from a film critiquing perspective, but I don't really feel like doing that. Or I could have watched the Netflix Death Note, which I really don't give a shit, dude. I'm going to watch some part of this again because I want to see the little dinky fucker, Damon, not back out. See, Damon inquires about the category and defers to her now in a very beautiful, touching moment. But no, I could watch like reaction compilation videos to anime episodes or something like that. That's a whole category of stuff. And he even defers to him. Lori's very confused too. I love that. If I was Lori, I would give him part of the deal then, too. Wouldn't you say, let's just split it? Yeah, why not go half-half, or why not give him a piece of it? I'll give you 5% just because. That's normally what you would see happen. You know, he even probes for that guy's answer. What do you want? So he doesn't know what Damon's thinking when he's asking that. But no, what are some Death Note things? Like the moment that I should have made a clip about this. I even was going to a while ago. Like, this is a take I always said. Film Critic explains the most important moment in Death Note. It's not what you would expect. It's the moment where Light Yagami enters his room, or is explaining him entering his room to Ryuk after he discovers that there's cameras in his house, or suspects that there might be, right? So he says, I have a piece of paper in the door, but I place that in a way that would be obvious to anyone entering the room. So it's a layered approach. So he has the piece of paper, and the fact that somebody puts it back is suspicious, so he knows it's not his family. But that's one layer to seem like on the surface that that's what he's trying to do. But then the other layer is the pencil lead in the hinge, and that breaks, and then he knows, and that's less obvious, so you wouldn't notice it, right? All of this stuff. So the point is that why is that scene the most important? Because it answers all the questions that the audience might have. Why couldn't you just, maybe they'll enter through his window, so he wouldn't know that. But you don't think he would have some way that he would notice without any prompting that, I leave the window cracked by 1 millimeter, and I can feel the draft when I come in at this time of day. And, I would know exactly the blind was at this 60-degree angle, right? And this one piece of it had a piece of dust on it that's no longer there. Bro, it explains all that, though. It really qualifies his intelligence in a game theory sense that justifies it for the rest of the series. So that moment is what I always think back to, why couldn't you just be Light by doing insert answer here? Why couldn't you just do this? Why couldn't you just do that? Why couldn't you just follow him with a camera? Why couldn't you just record him talking? Why couldn't you just, do this or that? It won't work because he's just too careful. He would think of everything, and what Light's a master of more than anything is psychology. He's very good at figuring out what people will do or what they're willing to do. So this is the whole mistake that L makes too. In episode 2, you think, Light makes a big mistake by killing Lindell Taylor, which he does, but it's not so much for intelligence reasons, it's egotistical reasons. But when L does that, now it puts the target on his back, because now Light knows who he's dealing with. See, Light, the best way to get somebody like Light is to make them underestimate you. You're just some random idiot clown, and he's smarter than you, which he is smarter than everybody, but, he underestimates L, and that's it. But once you show him who you are, now you're fucked. As soon as that happened, Light even says, I accept your challenge. And from that moment, L was dead. Somehow, some way it was going to happen. So L was dead, and the reason why L was dead is because I almost have half a mind to do it, but I don't really want it. It's too much. But no, L is dead, because again, once Light takes you seriously, now you're screwed, because now he knows, okay, this is what L is willing to do, this is how smart L is, right? So he rises to that level. So even when I first saw that, I thought, who is this little upstart kid? You think because you're good at school, you can really mess with the world's greatest detective who just clowned you on TV, and you think that, you're such hot shit just because you're good at school and you're a little smart like that. But who does he think he is, dealing with the world's greatest detective? I was kind of clowning on Light, this is going to be a boring show because he's just this little spoiled upstart kid who thinks he's better than what he is because of the Notebook. But I didn't realize that's not how the show is written, that the Notebook has nothing to do with his intelligence. He's smarter than L. He's on L's level. You see that in the Yotsuba arc. That's the biggest fallacy that people say is, L is better than Light because he doesn't know about the Notebook and Light has the Notebook. That's actually not how the series is written. The series is written that they're on even level playing field. L has the entire police force of the world at his disposal, even if Light cuts that down by his own strategy. And Light has the Notebook, and so the point is, the Notebook doesn't make Light smarter. It doesn't even guarantee that he'll get away with his crime. All it does is it allows him to commit the crime in the first place. If he didn't have the Notebook, he just wouldn't do it, and he'd be fine, right? So it allows him to do something he wouldn't be able to do otherwise. L wouldn't be able to do that either if he wanted to. What's he going to do? Become a vigilante in his local neighborhood and beat people up and kill a couple local criminals with his bare hands like Batman or, a vigilante-style character. So he would kill a lot less people that way, but he would be just as hard to catch, right? He would plan it out physically, whatever. So the point is that it allows you to do something that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do, but it doesn't mean it makes it easier for you to get away with it or something. Like Higuchi gets caught, or Misa was going to get caught. So that's what it shows you. It makes your crime very expansive. You can kill way more people like that than you would normally be able to do, right? But it doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to get away with it. So that's just how the show is written. If you debate that, then you're basically saying the show isn't very good because it's a mano-a-mano between these two characters, and the notebook is just a plot device that allows you to, enable that. And so it doesn't mean that that's, giving Light his intelligence or anything like that. Because if you believe that, like, Light's just a moron, and the only reason why he's capable is because of the notebook, then the series isn't fun at all, because then, okay, Al's just superior and the notebook's the only reason why Light can do anything. That's no fun, because there are so many moments that prove that's not true. Like the Chadzilla arc. In the Chadzilla arc, you have Light without his memories operating on a level as high as L, if not higher. And L even acknowledges it. You can say, well, L's just doing that to sort of trick Light or trap Light, but there is some truth to it. Like, the two that are heading the investigation are L and Light, and they're both kind of working together and helping each other. And so clearly Light's coming up with all these conclusions on his own. Like, he finds out the connection between Chadzilla and Kira. He makes a call to Namikawa. He's planning along with Al. That part of the series is put in there to show you the hypothetical. What would Light be like without the notebook? And what's his level of intelligence compared to Al? And it's clearly on the same level. So he's constantly being praised throughout the series as being very smart. And so, he is on L's level. There's no question about that. And that's just how the series is written, so it's not that simple. And the other fallacy is like, that Rem kills L. But I kind of like the framing here that, like, it's impossible for Light to just kill L directly, unless he, gets the ideal, I guess. But even that's, like, a big concession. So the point is, Rem killing L doesn't discredit it, for a few reasons. Number one, Misa was supposed to dig up the notebook and then get her memories back and then just kill L because she had seen L's name, right? So that would have been the primary plan. Misa remembers L's name and then Light can kill him anytime he wants, right? So that could have happened, and that was part of Light's plan. So because Misa's a klutz and forgets, which Light didn't really account for that, he had the backup plan that, okay, now Rem is going to do it. And so people forget that, I think. Normally, Misa would have just remembered L's name because she's seen L Laliette in the fucking, at school before she got apprehended. And now she remembers. So Light just tells her, okay, tell me his name. But she somehow forgot, which there's no guarantee that was going to happen. So he would have won right then and there as soon as he got the fake rules and everything like that. Right? So he gets his memory back. So the Rem thing is a backup plan, but he gets rid of Rem and L together. And remember, he calls Rem a bigger obstacle even than L, because she threatens to kill Light if anything happens to Misa, which, to be fair, nothing ever does happen to Misa. Like, Misa kills herself at the end of the story because Light dies, but Light is such a character that you're able to, realize, or L and Light are such impossible characters to basically beat, that the only way to beat them is, as I would call it, like, by some external means that they couldn't possibly be aware of. In other words, you can't just beat somebody like that directly because they're too smart and they would have already accounted for that. So you have to do it in some way that they couldn't be aware of. So, for example, it's something external that you couldn't possibly have known. So it's still a result of Light's planning, but it's like the only way for Light to beat L, or the only way later for Nier and Mela to beat Light, is something external that they couldn't possibly have known about, because otherwise they're impossible to beat. They're just that great. So that's what it takes. You got to use the weakest link in the situation. So Light beats L, and he outsmarts him, and his planning leads to L's death. So Light deserves full credit for that, because that's how the show is written, that they're both like these chess masters and everybody else is a piece on the board, and they just have to move them around, and that's just how capable they are, right? So you don't get to make an excuse. So if you're an L fan, you can't make an excuse that says, well, Rem just killed L, so that's not fair. No, it's totally fair, because Light's planned that, strategized that, he made the fake rules to clear himself, he did the whole Chadzilla arc, he got his memory back, he planned all that, and he also planned to use that against Rem that Misa, could get caught, so now she has to save her, right? Rem has to save Misa. So Light set that whole situation up and is sort of playing to everybody's weaknesses, right? Rem's weakness and everything like that. So the reason why L lost was something that he couldn't possibly have known. He doesn't know that Rem loves Misa, and he doesn't know that Rem would be willing to even do that. So L has no way of knowing that, and it takes that and all the exceptional planning by Light to beat L. Because there would be no other way to do it, because L is just too good to be killed or beaten directly. So it has to be sort of, in some manner like that. That's the best way to explain it. Something outside their knowledge that they couldn't possibly have known about. Kind of like how Light could have lost to Naomi Mizura. I would readily admit that, right? Light just gets lucky there, and if he would have lost, that would have been fine. So what it took was Light makes a brazen move to take out Ray Penber and the FBI agents, which was a good move, but he doesn't know that one of those agents happens to be a fiance to someone who is an agent themselves and who is exceptional and who personally knew Al and worked with Al and happened to have firsthand knowledge that nobody else had, which is what Ray told her, and so was able to do something and then bring that information to Al. That was not something that Light knew about or could have really accounted for. So under that circumstance, even someone as great as Light would have lost, because yes, if somebody as smart as Naomi happens to be personally involved with one of the victims and happens to have firsthand knowledge that nobody else had access to, because some people might say, oh, that proves Naomi's smarter than Al because she came to that conclusion that Kira can kill in other ways than a heart attack. But that's not actually true, right? Because she personally had the firsthand knowledge from Ray that Al doesn't have. If Al had that, obviously he would have come to the same conclusion. So it just means that she's still very smart, but it's that firsthand knowledge that only she had, right, that allows her to do that. So that would have been something external. And then the way Light finally loses, if you're a Light fan, you can't talk out of this one either, even though it's a bit inconsistent with his character. Like, the way L dies is kind of believable, even with L being so sharp and everything. There's no way he could have known that. But he's even about to say something when he's about to die. Everyone, the Shiniga, and then he dies. But that's a perfect example that Light was one step ahead, as in, it's just too late. But in terms of, because you got to understand, the series is written in game theory in that way. It's not like arbitrary, like, oh, whoops, Light just tripped and fell, and the Death Note fell out of his pocket, so I guess he gets caught. Like, it's not that kind of show. So the way the characters are written is in service of that. Like, it wouldn't just be arbitrary. It would be something very well planned and very well earned. Things don't just happen arbitrarily, kind of like, well, Rem dropping the notebook is arbitrary, and Ryuk, but I mean in the context of the strategy, like, it would have to be some good, well thought out reasoning for why or how you win. So even like, if you're a Light fan, his defeat in episode 37, you have to accept it because, again, you can't blame Mikami and say, well, it's Mikami's fault, because Light had given Mikami the clear instruction that you basically have to shadow me and do whatever you think I would want to do, and he had done a good job of that so far, and that's why Light had even chosen him. But then Mikami's put in an impossible situation where I have to do the killings for Kira, and Kira's under surveillance and can't kill, which Light had shown exactly that. Light hadn't killed anybody during the time that Mikami had the notebook. So how is Mikami supposed to know that Light's going to suddenly be able to open his watch and do that and kill Takeda when you have to? So by doing that, by Mello kidnapping Takeda and forcing them to kill her, now, even though Light has that one covered, and that's actually a validation of his brilliance, even his own most loyal follower and worshiper in Mikami is underestimates Light's ability to deal with that one killing, right, by killing Takeda, because if he had just ignored that, everything would have been fine and let Light handle it, but he had no way of knowing that, so it created like a very difficult situation, because Light is so brilliant that he loses almost to his own brilliance, that he knew he had that one taken care of, and so everything was fine. But he had no way to communicate that to Mikami, and so Mikami didn't know that and had no reason to believe that, because up to that point, Light hadn't shown the ability to kill anybody. So even though Light took care of it, even his own most loyal follower didn't believe or appreciate Light's greatness. Right, like even he underestimated Light. Light didn't win because, oh, he made a mistake. Light won because he didn't make a mistake, because he was so perfect that I'm going to kill Takeda so Mikami doesn't have to, and everything's fine. But Mikami didn't know that, and Light didn't know that Mikami did that, so it was something outside of a knowledge that he couldn't control, that he had no idea that Mikami did that, and he removed the need even for Mikami to do it. So it was something, again, it took the combined efforts of Nier and Mello to expose the weakest link in the situation and get Mikami to reveal the notebook without Light knowing, because Light already wrote the I love that, actually. Right? Light had already written it. So Light does what he has to do, does the correct thing, right? Kills Takeda, prevents Mikami from having to do it, and so everything's okay. Right? It's only bad if Mikami goes to the bank and has to write the name. So now, because Light did it, everything's fine. But the issue is that Mikami doesn't know that Light can do it, especially when Light hasn't shown the ability to do it at any other point for any other person. And so now you have it's still Light's fault, because he should have accounted for that. He should have had some code word to Mikami, that he could have said through Takeda that gets through to Mikami. That's like, but it's hard to do when Takeda's the intended victim. Like, don't worry, I got this one, I'll take care of her. Like, oh wait, I'm saying it to you, Takeda. Like, he could have had some code word set up. I know it's hindsight bias, like, that's really, a level beyond anything, but no, it takes the combined efforts of Nier and Mello working together, not to defeat Light, because you can't defeat Light, like I just said with L. You can't just defeat them directly, but it takes the combined efforts of Nier and Mello to expose the weakest link in the situation, Mikami, and use that to expose the notebook, and use that to defeat Light. Again, something outside of Light's knowledge that he couldn't have possibly known. He didn't know that Mikami used the notebook. He didn't expect that because he had already taken care of it. So he had no way of knowing that. So it's something outside of his own knowledge that he couldn't control, the same way that Rem killing L was outside of his knowledge. He had no idea that Rem liked Misa or anything like that. And so it would be something outside of his knowledge that he couldn't possibly control. And that's the only way to beat them. So on that level, in a game theory sense, it's actually fine. Right, that's why I even would defend the ending there, not so much in terms of the details, but they qualify, like, Nier couldn't be Light, Mello couldn't be Light, but working together and taking advantage of the weakest link in the situation, they were therefore able to win then because of that. So I won't even cop out by saying, oh, it's Mikami's fault, and Mikami, just got Light caught. It's more deep than that, because Light chose him, and Light was in control of that. And so now, it's up to Light to handle him, right? That's how capable Light is. That, no, it's still Light's fault that he didn't give him a clear instruction not to kill Takeda, or somehow that I've got this one, I have some sort of code word that I say to Mikami that Mikami would know, but that Takeda wouldn't know in case something like this happened. Which Light is smart enough to know that, oh, maybe Takeda will be targeted because she's the go-between. But, Mello almost seems to be the style that counters Light the most. Everything Mello does triggers Light more than anybody else. Like, he gets so mad, like at the beginning of Season 2. Mello's the one who sets everything in motion. And then in episode 35, like, Mello kind of has a style that's so aggressive and catches even Light off guard, whereas Light is sort of balanced. This is another interpretation. I love this. All these takes I've had in the past. Nier, like, L and Light are, they can do both sides, right? They're both very balanced, offense, defense. but Nier is very defensive and Mello is very offensive. So Mello will take the initiative, Mello will be the aggressor, and then you'll kind of be able to come back on him and he'll be not expecting it. So Mello aggressively takes the notebook by kidnapping all of the stuff, but then when Light comes back on him, that's how season 2 is paced. Like, Mello makes his move, and then Light counters and takes out everybody, all of his mafia people, and has Mello on the run and gets the notebook back even, right? And so Light is able to outclass him and get him on the ropes and virtually kill him, right? Get him on his last leg, but Mello made the first strike, and so that was still significant. And so Mello is able to, be the aggressor there. He took the first initiative, and again with kidnapping Takeda, and then that time he does actually die. Right, so he always makes an aggressive attack, but then leaves himself exposed in the process. Both him and Matt die. And then Nier is the opposite, where Nier is very defensive-minded. Like, he's going to wait, so he waits for Mello to act, or, then he takes advantage of that. So then he accuses Light, but then Light strikes back, and then almost kills him. He destroys his headquarters, has the Kira followers come, and so Nier barely escapes with his life. And so that's what those two moments are meant to represent. It's that Mello challenges Light, and then Light strikes back and destroys his whole mafia, and has Mello on the run, near death, with half of his face burnt off. So it's to show that Mello might be capable, but when Light takes action, he doesn't stand a chance, 1v1. That's what would happen if Light and Mello face 1v1. Mello gets fucked. He loses his whole mafia infrastructure. He's on the run with a burnt face, and he's got nothing to work with, and he's pretty much dead. He's lucky to even be alive, right? He barely escaped with his life and learned the lesson that I can't challenge Kira directly or I'm going to die next time, which he does. And then Nier is kind of similar, where he uses what Mello does to come to his own conclusions. So he's more reactive and slow, and defensive, but he challenges Light, but then he leaves himself exposed, and then he defends against Light. Again, he didn't take the initiative like Mello did, but now he defends against Light by having the little money gambit where he throws the money down and then escapes, right? So he plays defense there, and then he barely survives as well. So again, 1v1 versus Light would have Nier on the ropes, destroy his infrastructure, and then have Nier almost die, and Nier barely escapes with his life, right? So now, again, the final act, Mello takes the initiative, is the aggressor, and kidnaps Takeda, but then he dies, and then Nier is defensive. And you might think, how is Nier defensive when leading up to the end of the show, when Nier ends up winning even with Mello's help? But he is defensive, because what does he do? He allows Light to, basically have Mikami come to the warehouse. This is the textbook definition of defense here. Allows Mikami to set up the plan where Mikami's going to come to the warehouse and write everybody's name down right in the notebook. Which the dumb thing with that plan is, if Nier thinks that Mello, or if Nier thinks that Mikami's going to do that, why would they allow Mikami to do that? Like, why would Nier think that Light thinks that Mikami's going to sit out there and write the names and that he wouldn't be apprehended? Unless you knew it was a fake notebook, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so Nier's plan is that, let's let him write the names, and Light's plan is let's have him write the names. But why would Light think, in Nier's mind, a very smart guy that Light is, that killed Elle and everything, why would Nier think that Light would have Mikami come there and write everybody's name? And again, this would be Nier assuming that Light doesn't know the notebook has been altered, but why would Nier think that Light would say, Mikami, come to the warehouse, and then conspicuously yell delete and write everybody's name, whatever, and then they're not going to stop you from doing it. Like, why would they just let you do that? Why would that be Light's master plan? Have Mikami show up and write everybody's name, and that's it? Like, why? Why would that be the thing that you would do? It would be enough just to see them and then leave, and then write their names later. At least you have their names now, right? Like, why? Or just have somebody come there and take a video, take a screenshot of them, and then write their names or something, you know. But no, that's a textbook example of playing defense. Light's going to make the strike, so what do? You try to defend against it, literally, by replacing the pages with fake, you know, putting fake pages in the notebook. And the reason why that works so well is because, the reason why that's so defensive, obviously, is you're letting them take the initiative, right, letting Light attack you, if you will, try to kill you, and you're defending against it by replacing the pages and trying to use that to try to catch Light. And even, you know, you replace the notebook, even after Mela helps you, and you replace that. So you're defending against Light's attack, basically. So that's the perfect way it's written, if you really think about it. Nier is defensive, Mela is aggressive, Light and L are both. So you're basically splitting L into two parts, into two halves, in extremes, with respect to that. And so now you have the ability to consider that Light, whatever, that's the way to qualify how that aspect of the series works. So yeah, you can't use Mikami as an excuse, even though that part is a little unconvincing with how they show it, because Light would have had a backup plan in a number of ways. He would have told Mikami, keep a little scrap of the notebook in your watch like I do, so you could kill Takeda that way too. Or there's one contradiction, like, oh, Mikami doesn't want to test the notebook because that would be suspicious. But you could just write somebody's name and control them so they wouldn't die, so nobody would know that you did that. But you would know that at least, oh, I made this news anchor sneeze on TV or something, and then they'll die in 23 days. Or, you know, it would also be like Mikami would basically, if you're going to the bank to expose, you know, to take the real notebook, that would be exposing it just as much as potentially writing in there as soon as you do that, because that would allow you to, you know, you're willing to go to the bank and take it. So in that amount of time, you could have written in there as soon as you take it and test it. So testing it is no more conspicuous than getting it. Okay, here I also don't feel like doing that dinner thing. That will be the next one we do, though. I'm being pretty honorable about, like, if it's what we get, it's what we get. So, like, what I've been doing with each letter is, but no, I'll watch, like, more random YouTube, Shark Tank, whatever stuff. But Kevin O'Leary's been doing the rounds on, like, CNN and stuff, talking shit about Harris, too, and, like, just saying why Trump won and this and that. So people are kind of celebrating him for that. But forget about the whole FTX crypto fucking scam shit. But a lot of people played into that too, like fucking Steph Curry and NBA players, and everybody kind of bought into that. So my whole thing is that we're basically able to, what do you call it? Yeah. I go through each letter and then I kind of just skim through and decide, right? I'm looking at an alphabetical list that you have to use on like a third-party site. Just look up like Netflix alphabetical list. And I go through everything for each letter and I pick out a couple that seem interesting, like, you know, I make like a final list, like, okay, there's like 3 or 4 things that interest me, and then I put them in a randomizer and let that decide for me. And I still will say I have veto power, but I generally am being honorable about it, and I'm just saying, like, I kind of just want to do it for what it is, like. I'll let that go with it. So I even put Death Note on there just in case, but I'm trying to avoid the ones that are Netflix. So yeah, I'll watch that maybe later or something. I don't really feel like it though still. So yeah, we would do Dinner, and then we would do Monk, episode 5, and then we would do the letter E. So this is pretty fun to do, and of course, Monk is in golden graces when it comes to any sort of failure state. There was the one plot armor moment and that was negated by one of the A grades, of which now we have another 2 A grades for episode 2 and episode 4. And again, I almost feel bad. I was trying to talk myself out of it because, well, I don't want to give out A's like it feels like I'm giving it favoritism or something, like I'm giving them out way more sparingly, but we're going to hold it to a very high standard. So the only episode that doesn't get an A so far is episode 3, which still gets a solid B, and that's only because they didn't explain the murder method very well, or it felt like it ended in sort of a rush, like there wasn't enough of a payoff. So they just, the murder method goes completely over our head, and there was, and the psychic element wasn't very good compared to even like Christina Fry or something, where you're trying to show them up and something like she should have been presented as a bit more credible, and then you try to discredit her. Otherwise it's kind of like, okay, she's completely without credibility, and then she finally gets one right, but so what? Like why do we care then? It wasn't a very convincing thing. But no, this show was way ahead of its time in a way that's almost inexplicable. I thought it would struggle a little bit or anything, but it's just amazing. Like everything, it's even presenting some very good villains. Like Dale the Whale is like a movie caliber villain. I was comparing it to the guy from Hannibal Lecter, whatever that guy's name is, I forget. Hannibal, the sequel, right, where he tries to capture Hannibal and stuff, but the guy whose face gets bitten by a dog and everything. It's giving me vibes of that. Somebody with power and influence who's still a little, incapacitated somehow, health conditions. I guess we didn't really learn exactly why he's so rich and powerful, though. What exactly did he do in the past? Right, I don't feel like they ever actually explained that. But he, he was just such a good, charismatic, kind of awesome villain character that it was just so fun. It was just such an unbelievable villain that I was even saying we've had 2 of those so far, where it feels like they could be series-long villains. Like, he's too good of a character to waste away in bed, I guess, because he's so fat. But no, he's too good of a character to waste on one episode. Like, you get rid of the doctor, but you say, because of his connections, he's able to get away with it. And so we come back to face him later, and he has history with Monk and Trudy and all this kind of stuff. Like, he could be like the final boss of the whole show, where he's the one who is behind killing Trudy. And I almost would be happy with that, because he's in the background, but you'll never be able to catch him because he's just too smart and has too many connections. And like, he's the first person who's really got at Monk, or felt like he was on Monk's level. That maybe the assassin was from episode 1. That was the other one where I said he's too good to be not a series-long villain. But like, he could have stuck around and survived. So, this is where the series is almost overdoing it. Like, it's giving us 2 good villains in some of these episodes, like, or at least an adversarial. That's almost the style that they're going for. Episode 1 and 2, the villains are the, the campaign manager who hired them, but also the secondary villain who's the assassin. So they're giving us 2 quality villains in the same episode, and they could almost keep one around. The assassin could still escape, and then the guy could just be caught, and that would be satisfying enough. But they go overboard and, waste what could be a really good recurring character. That maybe that's just the way I'm thinking. And you might think, it's cheap, but it's really not, because I wouldn't have him appear a lot, but he would be this looming figure in the background. It's just whenever you write a character as being that capable, it feels like a waste. Like, that assassin was badass. He has all these tricks up his sleeve with the shoes or like how he's trying to be in a wheelchair, and then he escapes, and then he survives being shot, and he comes back to take revenge, and he's able to kill people so well and use like the little slippers to not leave footprints, and in the apartment, and he's tall and he's intimidating, and he's just so capable, and using the string from the thing from the window, like he has all the tricks, and he's so capable that he's a match for Monk. So he would live to fight another day, and then he'd recover for a season, and then maybe in season 2 he would come back and like do another crime, and he gets away again. I don't know. It would just be a good rivalry to set up. And the same thing with this guy, Dale the Whale, that you have history, and we caught his little doctor, but we haven't caught we haven't caught him. Right, he still somehow slithers out of it, despite his size. Slithers like a slug out of it, and then he's able to. Yeah, so he does that, and then he also decides to whatever. He's just a very good character. That sort of banter. Again, I'm comparing him to like Brett Stiles from The Mentalist, where there's always like that one character who feels like he's on the main character's level. Like Monk is just so ahead of everybody else and so smart. We've never seen him meet his match until that guy. He's talking trash. He's kind of poking a sensitive nerve with respect to Trudy. He has history with them. He was able to cost them a lot of money and make them sell their house. So he's clearly a good rival for Monk, that even as smart as Monk is, both his banter, his attitude, his intelligence, his resources, like, you're setting up like a series caliber villain that could be, again, like the final boss and the main guy, but yeah, you're using him seemingly just in an episodic way. Like, basically what's going to happen is there's going to be a drop-off, because you can't have a villain like that every single episode, the way that they're presenting it. Like, episode 5, now it's going to be, we've gone from police commissioner to fucking Dale the Whale, who's like a big shot, who has history with Monk. Not every episode is going to be that good. There's going to be some throwaway villains, like, oh, it's just some random dude. It's just some random guy who committed the crime, right? Like, that's one problem with these series, is that not every villain can be like some big noteworthy thing. The way you can kind of try to justify it is, well, not every case he solves is going to be a big deal, but Monk is only called in for the big cases that they can't solve any other way. So there are plenty of normal crimes happening, but he just doesn't get called unless it's a big deal. Or it only shows us the ones that are a big deal. Like, maybe he's doing other cases too, just to make ends meet, but they only call him in if it's a really big deal of a case, right? So that aspect I have to appreciate, because what you realize is that we dealt with a campaign manager, which doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but the circumstances are pretty big. Like, it's a campaign manager and an assassin in episode 1 and 2, and then episode 3 you're dealing with a commissioner. Then episode 4 you're dealing with a big tycoon / well-connected supervillain type guy. I don't know. I'm just like, this is the way I'm sort of humbled in my critique of anything. Like, if you do this, I have nothing to say, really. Like, this is how you start a series. This is how you do it. Like, everything is perfect. I really, you're at a loss for words that this is just how it is. Like, there's nothing you can say. Like, it's just, you're not holding anything back, right, from the audience. You're giving us everything we could possibly ask for to suck us in and to keep us engaged. And, like, imagine watching this at the time. You'd be like, oh, this would be some cute, funny little thing about a bumbling detective. You realize, like, oh, wait, this is one of the best written things I've ever seen since fucking William Shakespeare. Like, what is this, dude? This is way beyond anything. It's one of those moments, like, it's like the Christopher Nolan effect or something like that, where it's so much better than it has any business being. Like, it didn't have to be that good, right? You just go above and beyond, where you could just, it's just a Batman movie. Look at this cute little thing, the Joker and blah, blah, blah. We've seen it before. You're just going through the motions. But, no, you want to set new standards and go above and beyond. So it's the same thing with this. Like, it's the same thing with this where you get... you could just make it like, some archetype, because I'm comparing it even to Psych and The Mentalist, which came out after, but it gets a point over those for originality, but it also gets a point for not simply being a novelty, like, well, it would have been okay, but it would have been mediocre, and then, it's playing off the premise and all that, and only after iteration, like through copying it in Psych and Mentalist, now it becomes better. But that's not actually true. In some ways, it's the opposite, because those shows, as good as they are, they borrow so heavily, and they're still not necessarily as good. Like, between so far, this is just good, period. It's not about, look at the novelty of a bumbling detective. No, it's like, it's hard to explain. Like, it would have been enough just to have the premise and have some cute little cases here and there, and a little, it wouldn't have to be anything amazing. But this is so far above. Like, these 4 episodes are better than most of the episodes in the entire Mentalist series. As much as I love... Like, how many episodes would get an A from that series? Not very many. Right? Even as much as I love it, like, you don't get it. You don't get A grades. Right? You just don't... I'm not the guy who gives out A grades. I don't do it. This has gotten 3 and 4 episodes, which means it's basically the best series ever made, or the best beginning to a series at least ever. Like, you just don't do that. Right, A's and F's are very rare and seldom given out. And the reason why is because it's really meant to mean something. Like, even Cats, I kind of gave a D, despite how bad it was, because some of the technical expertise is still hard to say that it's an F. Right, you have to consider... So yeah, we'll watch some random stuff on here, and then maybe tonight or tomorrow, tomorrow I probably won't even do a session. It's the day before Thanksgiving, so I kind of don't really feel like watching anything too involved right now. We can just wait, but yeah, we'll watch some random stuff here, but we got Dinner is the movie on Netflix. I don't know anything about it. It just said it was new to Netflix, apparently, or maybe just new overall. And then we'll go to Monk episode 5, then letter E, then Monk episode 6, and so on and so on. And so you have a situation where it's pretty good because you get to balance this out, and I am enjoying it. But no, I wasn't expecting it to be this good. Maybe you think I'm giving it undue credit then because of that, but I don't know. You go in expecting some sort of archetype, like, okay, it would have been what set the standard for Monk and the Psych and the Mentalist, so it'll be a novelty, but it'll be like, it's good for the time. But I haven't felt that way. It's not good for the time. It's just good, period. Like, if this show just came out right now, it would be great. Like, there wouldn't be anything... I don't know. The production value is really, really high, too. Like, it doesn't look shoddily shot, or the budget doesn't seem low, or anything. You could say that's just them going above and beyond for the first couple episodes, but... which I understand with the premiere. That's almost what I thought. The premiere was so good, but it's a premiere, so I can understand the first 2 episodes. But then episode 3 and 4 were just as good, basically. Episode 3 was good, but it felt like somehow shorter or rushed or something. I don't know why it felt like it was over too fast. Like, there needed to be a little more back and forth adversarial stuff, and then the conclusion. But it just goes, like, right into the conclusion. Once again, saying that villain was good, but there wasn't enough time spent with them, which I get it. I'm expecting each episode to be like a movie. I could make a movie adaptation of each episode, and each one would be a fucking masterpiece. Like, I'm really impressed. At the very least, what I'll say is they're not holding stuff back from us. Like, oh, let's just make the first episode good to get them hooked and then save some of our better ideas for later. What they're doing is they're giving us all the best ideas right away. Like, everything is just, full on. They're not holding anything back or anything like that. And so what you have is a simple ability to consider that I don't know, it sets a good precedent because, again, even I would think that way. Like, the first episode's really good, and then we'll save some of the better ideas for later because we don't want to use all the best ones. There's no way it can maintain this momentum, is basically my point. It would be impossible, right? I'll even say it, and it would be fine. There's nothing wrong even if it doesn't. But there's a 0% chance that it will maintain this level of quality where you're getting 3 A's in 4 episodes. That's impossible. And there's no shame in that. Like, I just want you to appreciate that. Like, how many A's did I give out to Lane? Probably 0. How many A's did I give out to The Sopranos? I think 0. Right? Again, that's just within the first 13 episodes. But within 13 episodes, you didn't get a single A. Within 4 episodes, you've gotten 3 A's. You could say, oh, it's just up my alley, up my preference. But I do kind of qualify it pretty well. Like, there has to be something to stop it from getting an A. Like, if it's perfect and I have nothing to say negative, so like episode 3 at least had something negative. Like, they didn't adequately explain the murder method, and the psychic wasn't the best element, and like, so there were some minor flaws, but in the ending and the villain capture felt sort of a little bit rushed almost. So yeah, I was going to just watch random stuff, but I got distracted by talking about Monk, but it is truly something different than what I was expecting. I was almost afraid I might not even like it, that I thought, oh, it would be kind of gimmicky and goofy and too much like Psych. So on one hand, it's much more serious than I thought, which is just a preference, but it's also much smarter and more in-depth and intelligent and just, they're not overplaying his goofy antics, right? In fact, they're quite grounded, and they're also not even deliberate. Like, he can't help himself. It's part of his trauma and stuff. Like, you almost feel bad for him. It's not that you feel like, oh, he's putting it on, or he's enjoying it, or he's just being a bad sport. Like Jane sometimes just has a bad attitude. He's like being a bit of a dick, right? Like, Jane is very deliberate too, but he's deliberately dickish. Like, he'll just make a point to make a spectacle just because he's like that. Whereas here it seems like he can't help it. He's just doing the best he can, and in a way you might find Monk a little bit boring so far because he's like sort of awkward, but he hasn't had too many moments of actual emotion or anything, right? He's just going along and doing what he's supposed to do, but he's not like, we haven't seen any like passion from him. He's just doing his job, and then he's being awkward at times in the course of doing his job, but I don't sense like, what is he really passionate about, or like we saw some of that with Trudy, where he's like, talking with Dale the Whale. So the one element of the series that I'm also wondering about is now this overarching villain who blew up his wife in a car, right? What is that going to be, and is it going to live up to a high standard? Is it going to be better than Red John? Because again, the ending of Red John was dog shit, but the rest of it was actually quite good, especially the season 3 thing. So I wonder if that's going to be copied from this too. Like, there'll be some, I wonder how that'll actually pan out. The person behind that as some big overarching villain plot line that Monk can't solve, and some, MacGuffin device for him to try to find. He hasn't really talked about it much. In fact, the only reference we've seen to him being interested in the case is like he goes to the parking lot at one point. I think that's where his wife blew up, and then he also is working on the newspaper like at the end of episode 1 or episode 2. No, I think it's episode 1. After Sharona leaves him, basically, he goes back to working on that. So it could be that he's always like a little distracted because he's always thinking about that case all the time, which you couldn't blame him if he was doing that. But clearly, if you couldn't solve it by then, what makes you think you'll solve it by now? So it'll be some sort of conspiracy that it's some high-up official who did it, some government guy, or it'll be a twist that his captain did it, but his captain doesn't even seem all that smart, or it could just be an act, but there'll be some recurring character who's like really good, that like who's really smart, who did it. Like, again, like Dale would be convincing as that. Like, he could have done it, and he could have gotten away with it, and you'd never find out, and it would be covered up, and everything like that. And so what we have now is a simple ability to consider that oh fuck, I turned off my Bluetooth. Or no, I accidentally almost did, but it didn't actually turn off. Okay, so now let's look at this, something from the Shark Tank. Shark Tank US will prep deck accept Chef Wonderful's offer starting in 3, 2, 1. No, it fucked up though. Will prep deck accept Chef Wonderful's offer starting in 3, 2, 1. Next up is something. He just takes every nickname too. For everything he does. He's Chef Wonderful, he's Mr. Wonderful. Oh wow, that's high. He's already sucking up to him. This is how Bobby Fischer perceives women cooks. Like, keep them even out of the kitchen, too. Somebody's gonna have to clean that shit up. You'd rather be advertising a cleaning product. Oh, this is a sign that my YouTube Premium must have run out, though, because now I have an ad. Which normally, I don't know if these videos would have ads anyway, but that fucks up the timestamp. So I don't know what to tell you. Now I'm just gonna skip it. Like, I guess I was taking for granted that there were no ads, but okay, I'll skip it for now. Fuck me. I feel like a lot of videos I watch wouldn't have ads in them anyway, not the least of which would be all those courtroom trials like Jodi Arias and Casey Anthony and stuff, where you have the ability to I doubt those would have ads on them anyway. So we'll skip this. We'll hopefully not see too many more ads, but... So this one is... Lark has the highest valuation ever on Shark Tank. It's like some sort of water bottle, right? There's so many of these gimmicks that are out there, like, it'll clean the water bottle itself. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Why not just clean it? How hard is it to fucking clean your own water bottle? Or just get another one, or just use... bottled water, period. Right? Like, it's such a overrated category, but you see this shit all the time everywhere in Walmart and stuff. Auto-cleaning, self-cleaning water bottle. Like, I'm as lazy as the next guy, but I'll just drink a bottle of water and then throw the bottle, like, you know. Or I'll just use a cup and something, I don't know. It doesn't seem really as interesting as what people make it out to be. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. So this is Lark, highest valuation ever. Valuation, not evaluation. At least I think that's what it is. Which means I've probably seen it before. They're laughing at the valuation. Wait, what did he say? I almost want to rewatch it. I didn't see what... I love that. They just... are already losing it. So they must not tell them. You would think they would tell them behind the scenes who we're going to get, but this is part of the surprise. That reaction seems genuine. They're just losing it. Okay, we're going to start from the beginning in 3, 2, 1. But I want to hear, what did he exactly say? Like $1 million for 1% or something? Bro, may as well be a shark. Why do you even have to be a fucking an entrepreneur with that? So it's like a 50 million valuation. 50 million, 500,000 for 1%. He just kind of brushes it off though. You better have some good ass fucking sales. Bro, that better be able to turn water into gold, water into wine for that shit. For that much. Oh, fuck the environment. Yeah, it'll get rid of 99% of germs, and that 1% will kill you. It's so stupid. I wouldn't trust it. I don't know. But what about that last percent? You should still go in there and clean it yourself. You better have 100 million in sales. How much are they? I mean, it is an impressive piece of technology. So it has to be empty when you're doing that, I assume. He has all the answers, too. He's too slick. For that reason, Barbara's out. Okay, we're getting ads. Are you serious, bro? Are you actually serious? You're not serious. Bro. So, I got an ad there. The problem is I can't even see what timestamp I'm at to be able to do this. Like, why not just make me watch an ad at the beginning or the end so I don't have to do this in the middle? So we're like 2 minutes and 57 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. Really? Robert says. Yeah, you gotta tell us how much does it cost and what does it sell? What is the sales? That's still not. Your valuation can't be 10 times the sales. These valuations are kind of crazy. But then why do you need the chart? That's part of the problem, is it's too expensive. I mean, he certainly has the right ideas. Scrub daddy, scrub mommy, scrub baby. Yeah, I always used to use these and they would suck. You get a water purifier so that you don't have to worry about water, but now you have to clean it. If I wanted to clean it, I would just say, fuck it. Why am I buying your product then? Well, what kind of point is that by Damon? Yeah, there's a lot of poor people. A lot of products on this Shark Tank are not for them. %1 is the same amount that you're going to get. Blame the producers for that. It's not the charity tank. Blame the producer for putting him on. Don't blame him for being successful. Make it like 5%. What would it take for you to recover that 500? Do the math. You would have to do, regardless of margin, what would you have to do to even get to the sale number? You would have to do plenty of people who come here who are wealthy. That's so unfair, though, because the producer put him on. Like, blame your own producers then. Oh, it's your fault for being too successful. Like, what do you want me to do then? That's so dumb. So we're at like 8 minutes 10 seconds, I think, starting in 3, 2, 1. We got another ad. 3 offers. What are you gonna do? Oh, no way. No way. You're tripling how much you're getting, though. That's not enough. That's a pretty good deal. I mean, 2%. That's not that much different from what he was asking. I almost don't even like that as an investment. That's, 2%. How are you going to get 500 back in 2%? How? If you do 50 million sales and I get 5% of it, but that's the point of advisory share. Now make it 3 and 3 to punish him for that. That's the same deal, basically. You cut it off before Mark could say congratulations or something. So I wonder if they actually did it and how much they made. So yeah, advisory shares is like you only give them if you give advice, but that's the whole point of a shark. Like, so Robert was getting pissed, like, I don't have to prove anything to you, but that's the whole point of advisory shares. You shouldn't have to worry about it if you, you know, if you're doing what you're supposed to do. But no, they come in laughing, but they give him basically what he asked for. 2%. His sales are only like 5 to 10 million too. So again, of that 5 to 10 million, even if you get like a net 5%, which you're not even getting, collectively for like, it's stupid. You're giving $1 million for 4%. So if you're doing 50 million sales, I'll get, let's just say it's 5%. You're doing 50 million. I'd get 2.5, but you're not accounting for margin, and of course he's not doing anywhere near 50 million. Right, so let's say he's doing 20 million even the next year, and I have a 5% stake. I'm only making 1 million. I guess that's not so bad. But again, you're assuming that you're getting that much from the sales. You're not getting that much from the sales, because if he's doing 20 million, 40% is the inventory cost or whatever. Like half of it is the inventory cost, and then from that, then you get it, right? After expenses and overheads and other stuff. When they say item cost too, that doesn't include like labor and other things that you're going to have to be doing. And so you have, I like Robert's disposition. The only thing I don't like is that he always welches on deals behind the scenes. So, like, but his demeanor is good, but it's a little deceptive. So yeah, we're starting to get ads now after a long time of having not done that, so. Another ad. Well, good thing I'm not doing much stuff on YouTube now anyway, but Troy Ting U.S. 4 Sharks fight for a deal with Incredible Eats, starting in 3, 2, 1. You kind of should guess what the product is too based on the name, like some kind of reusable kitchenware, but I don't know. Just wash it. Just get dishes and wash it. Barbara laughed. For that reason, I'm out. Just recycle it. Wait, I thought I already saw this somewhere else. That seems kind of dumb, though. What if I accidentally eat it while I'm eating my food? You would want it to have no flavor, though, because you don't want it to mess up the food of what you're eating. Lori's turning it into chips. But the flavors are a problem, because why would you want to eat with something that tastes like something? The whole point of a spoon is you don't want to taste it, you want to have the food. Make one with no flavor. Yeah, so make one with no flavor. That's what's important. Nobody wants these that have flavor. I thought it would be something reusable. Like, can I reuse these? I guess not. That's the problem. Not that you would reuse a plastic spoon anyway, but... That's it, though. That's the problem. Make them smaller, make them cheaper, and make them neutral flavor, and I could work with you, would be my position. Don't worry about these flavors. Or if there was a way to mask the flavor. Look at Lori, like just God brain. Lori is just the goddess of wisdom, basically. She's Zelda. She has the Triforce of Wisdom. Fuck off with the recycling thing. Nobody gives a shit. how about you make it reusable too, so I don't have to keep giving you money? Yeah, I never would have guessed. You were born in India. Fuck me. Did you know India is one of the primary practitioners of the stimuli acme? India and China. You explain to me from context what you think that means. If you do, I'll give you a deal. I feel like there are certain things like that you are able to eat. And wait, restaurants typically give you metal anyway, and then they wash it. They don't do plastic. Maybe fast food. The price is right. So we're at 6 minutes 27 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. It's too expensive and it's too... to offer him something more. Give us 15%. It seems like a waste, though. Like, you're trying to frame it like we're trying to make it recycling. Right. Why not just have one that's reusable? Like a reusable plastic spoon. Somehow, some way. Just, yeah, it's called metal, but I mean something in between where it's somehow, you know, a reusable. Much better than Kevin's offer, at least. Yeah, I don't think restaurant really works. Some restaurants might want to, but... But it's going to be double the price or 10 times the price. I mean, how is that even a choice? And Barbara is still out, just in case you didn't know. She should just wear a shirt that says out on it. Lori's being very generous. You're being kind of annoying. Lori was very generous. Very generous. She just likes it because she was eating them like fucking potato chips. Lori doesn't want a utensil. She just wants a new form of chips that feel sort of trendy and cool. It's one of those fads. You get it once and be like, oh, that was kind of cute, and then you move on. So you got to decide: are you meant as a utensil? Are you meant as a social justice cause? Are you meant as a form of food? Are you like, it's so identity confused? What the fuck is it? Make them smaller. Make them cheaper. Make them. They look so big, right? Make them like a fucking actual plastic spoon. That would be tiny. And because they're tiny, you get to do it. Like, then it'd be cheaper. I think that maybe is part of the problem. Who cares about the eating part? Make them as close to plastic spoon cost as you can. Now it looks like a net positive, because why wouldn't I mess around with this cool little gimmick if it cost me basically the same as the thing? That's what I would say. Like, get rid of the shit. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just something. They all seem so big. Like, you don't need such a big utensil, right? Some of them, maybe it's to show off the functionality, or the fact that you can eat them. But yeah, that's like a secondary thing. The flavor. You want no flavor. Those would be my two stipulations. Make them smaller, make them cheaper, and make them flavorless, totally flavorless, right? That way it's not competing with what you're eating, which he even mentioned that, like, oh, it's got to be a subtle flavor, but then he also mentioned the fact that like subtle but not non-existent. Like, why would you want that? Now you don't know what you're tasting, the spoon or the food. Like, with plastic you don't really notice that. With the other thing, you don't really notice that. Like with metal, I mean, you kind of do, but was that like the only thing I watched the whole time? Maybe I watched like one other, but we're getting ads now. Okay, so here I'm going to do yet another YouTube session, and the one problem that we're just realizing in the last session, probably my premium just ran out, which is okay because I'm mostly using Netflix now anyway. So we're going to watch dinner, probably not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. And so let's just relax and watch another Shark Tank episode. I'm really dragging this out, but whatever. We're doing the alphabetical thing, where every letter I watch one movie, and then between every movie I watch a episode of Monk. There's basically a big name series episode, and then an obscure movie, and then a big name series episode, which the big name series happens to be Monk right now, and the letters happen to be one per letter of the obscure movie, obviously. And so the Cats, I think I'll still give it a D, though, because no matter how bad you think it is, an F would still be the same thing, but with technical. I can't completely discount the sets and some of the design, even though I question some of the way the cats look. I will give it a certain production value credit, right? An F would be like the same movie, but just like low budget, shitty costume. Well, even shittier costumes, even shittier sets, even shittier, production value. I kind of liked McCavity. He was entertaining every second he's on screen, right? He's the one good thing about the movie, just as a villain, as some very cool scenes. Even he had enough of Rebel Wilson shit and had to just take her out of the fucking movie. Because that's what the movie felt like it was lacking. There's too much singing, but there's not enough, like, what is the actual conflict and issue with the story, and McCavity's the only one. I didn't even understand who was, like, getting the special treatment of going in the blimp, and I think it was, like, Grisabella, who maybe... I didn't even understand that. I thought it would be the newbie, but the newbie just gets anointed to join the Jellicle Cats. But so her reward at the end of the movie is you get to join us. But the other chick is you get to redeem yourself for joining McCavity or something. Whatever she did, I didn't even understand. See, part of it's my fault too. Like, even as bad as you might say the movie is, I didn't follow it entirely, and that's sort of more my fault because the story behind it is pretty well established, so whatever it is, I didn't fully get it, right? So even if I was watching the musical, I would admit I wouldn't really get it, or I wouldn't fully get it. So here what I want to do is watch some random stuff, and I can't decide exactly what, and... something from Shark Tank, or something from anything. Again, now with ads, which could pose a problem. So dinner is what we've decided on for the D category, which I almost would have maybe preferred something else, but I don't really know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's about. I don't know anything. The worst business Shark Tank history is like the minus Cal. Mark can be really obnoxious at times, though. I mean, the point is it doesn't guarantee that you're going to lose weight or a fixed amount of weight, but it's going to help you lose weight. And so a lot of those things are snake oil, placebo things. Like, they might have some impact, but so what? Like, a lot of things have some impact. You could just not eat for a day. That'll have impact. You could just give up sugar. That'll have impact. You could exercise. That'll have impact. So the measurable amount of impact it's going to have is something different. Because on one hand, it's not always the company's fault either. Because somebody's expecting like a cure-all that'll be like, oh yeah, it'll just make you lose 100 pounds with no effort at all. And it's just like magic, you know. That's what people are sometimes expecting. Just sort of do all the work for me. Because I'm a dumb, lazy, fat clown. And that is exactly what may happen. So modern society has a real penchant for not taking personal responsibility. Like, you know, you feel like basically personal responsibility comes along the line of, like, basically, you have personal responsibility, and the reason why you have personal responsibility is because, well, why people don't want to face it, like, oh no, it's not that, it's just something else, and we should sympathize, and we should glorify our weakness, or defend it, or take pride in it, or whatever it is. So it's deeper than some sort of other standard that you'd say. It's hard to explain, like people who are disabled. Now, from a Darwinistic, absolutist standpoint, that's a bad thing, and it's undesirable, and even reproducing, you know, that might carry that on would be discouraged. And so it's not a personal attack, it's just an objective thing. So let's say the world was a village of 100, using this again. if one of those people was disabled, now you're going to poison the waters and say, well, you can't afford to do that, because now a whole line and generation is going to mix and ruin the whole village, where eventually everybody's going to become disabled. Now, assuming it's that kind of hereditary thing, right? It'll breed rampantly. So if you could sort of blot that out and stop that, wouldn't you do it? Wouldn't you say, rather than ruin our whole species and say we're all going to be like that eventually, because you're going to have kids, then their kids are going to mate with somebody else, and it will create that spread. It's easy in the modern world to ignore that, but this is the whole glorification of weakness, the idea that it's not a good thing. In an ideal perfect world, it wouldn't exist. And so now, it's one thing to say, okay, we shouldn't mistreat people based on that, but it's another thing to say we should glorify it and take pride in it, and almost encourage it or re-up something. Like, I don't know, like reproduce and carry it on. It's an easy thing to, defend. Like, oh yeah, let's just defend everything. But if you could see the impact, like, one day our species is going to go extinct because it's going to have every disease, every hereditary thing, everything combined, because it's going to just be a mess of overextension where there's so many of these things that are combined, right? And there's just too many people that have them, and everybody's going to die, right? Let's say you understood that. There's 10 people left in the world, and 4 of them have this hereditary thing that'll kill someone. So if you reproduce, and it'll guarantee that your children die. So wouldn't you ostracize those 4 and stick with your 5 and just say, we have to carry it on properly, otherwise we're all going to die? If it was so direct, you wouldn't hesitate. But, because it's something you can manage. And again, the absolutists would view that as both glorifying and perpetuating weakness, which is one of the stimuli acme standards that can be used to control people, that, condemn success. Oh, it's privilege. Glorify struggle and suffering. Oh, look how hardworking, look how tough you are. You grew up poor. How good is that? Now let's make sure your kids are poor too, so they can do the same thing and show off, right? So you're glorifying struggle, you're condemning success, you're also glorifying weakness, you're condemning strength. Oh, if you're strong and Darwinistic, you're mean and you're a bigot and you're discriminating against stuff. And if you're weak, you're good and we're gonna love you and suck up to you and something, right? There's something deeper to it that has more to do with ability. Forget about morality. Forget about social, political correctness. It's like a net sum thing. Is something valuable or not? Does it have value or doesn't it? Right? Is it objectively adverse or not? So people get caught up in all this shit where they're unwilling to see things clearly, and they want to look at it a certain way, and it's easy just to do that, but those are the standards that you would use as far as enslaving or other whatever, enslaving a populace to certain standards that are perpetually getting lower and lower, that are perpetually never wrong, that are perpetually overextending themselves more and more. The more you reproduce, the more broadly you reproduce, the weaker you get, the worse your species gets, and you just do it with no regard, no standards, no nothing, just because you're animals who want to hump and enjoy half-mass hedonism as per the stimuli acme. Now you understand. The design of this otherworldly being that you may call God or something else. You would realize what it is that you're doing. That you're a puppet dancing in the palm of his hands. What was that line? I think it was from an episode of Death Note that I was just thinking about. Like where... Oh yeah, when Elle is talking about if Kira is some godlike figure, then either I'm going to be dancing in the palm of his hands, or it'll be impossible to catch because you just go from one user to another. Which in a way, the Shinigami kind of are that, right? You are like a puppet dancing in Ryuk's hand, despite him not being that smart. He's just chilling the whole story. There's nothing you can do to him. Right, so the whole thing is happening just because he dropped the notebook. It seems hard to believe that other Shinigami haven't done that, where they, dropped it in the past, or I like one of the lines by Al. I almost want to react to the whole fucking show, because there's so many takes and things that I have over the years that I've talked about. But he says, it almost makes me believe that Kira isn't a person, that he doesn't exist, that this is just the wrath of eventual God. But that's absurd, to think a god would need a person's face and name to kill them. Well, literal gods of death, Shinigami, do need a person's name and face to kill them. Now, they can just see it, they can see the name, right, from looking at their face, but there's so many problems with that too. Like, what if you're born in the jungle and you don't have a name? Are you immune to it then? Or what if, your parents are dead, and your dad's dead, your mom dies in childbirth, there is no legal system arbitrarily to give you a name. There is no, like why not just change the law? We're going to stop giving people names, or, we're just going to call you by a number or something else. Stop giving people legal names at birth, and then Kira is no longer controlling you. That would be one easy way to solve it. Or, sure, you could still use the Shinigami eyes and get something, but yeah, what if you genuinely just don't have a name? What if you change a name? What if you have the same name as somebody else? Which, that one doesn't make sense. It says people with the same name will not be affected, but doesn't that mean, like, what, there couldn't be another Nate River in the world, so Nier wouldn't have died? Like, Nate River could be a common name, so what, nobody like Kills has a common name with somebody else? And how would Light even know that? Like, that could fuck him over at any point. That rule doesn't make sense. People sharing the same name will not be affected. Like, so there's no other Naomi Mizura in the whole world? Like, what do you mean? And how would you know that? Whether, I don't know. And I like how L is going to use a fake name to cover his identity. Also, the fake name is literally his real name. Now, Miaio Kale, I can understand from Mello that there's probably nobody with that name. But no, what I'm saying is that, no, a god does need a person's name and face to kill them. A Shinigami does need a notebook to kill them. It's so arbitrary, too. Like, as much as it's a great show, it's like, it's just a plot device. The notebook is just there, and all the rules are just arbitrary just to allow for the story to work the way it does with the game theory and all that. Right? Otherwise, it's like oddly specific. These are gods, so why do they need the notebook? Why do they have to write it out? Why do they need the name and the face? Why do they have all these rules? Like, none of it really matters to them. Like, it makes no difference. They can just do whatever they want. And apparently they can physically touch people too, because like Rem covers Misa's mouth so she can't scream, which means a Shinigami can come down and actually choke you to death or kill you and interact with the physical world. So if they really wanted to, they could just do that. Right, rather than not using the notebook. And all the minutia of like following a human around and this and that is incredibly dumb, because all those rules are set up in a weird sense. Like, Shinigami aren't supposed to come to the human world, and it only happens if you drop it by accident. So, Ryuk just happens to have another notebook, and he happened to do it on purpose. But I don't really feel like rewatching the series, but there's so many good takes that I have on it that would be interesting to see. Or certain like inconsistencies and issues with it, which is still a high level criticism, but I do like the game theory aspect of it, where they try to qualify everything that happens, like it's not just arbitrary or random. there are a few arbitrary moments, like when Misa gets the notebook, or some stuff like that. Even Mikami getting the notebook is kind of a little arbitrary, that Light would just trust somebody like that. What if Mikami was working for the SPK to just seem like the total devout, loyal follower of Kira, just so he gets the notebook? And what if the fucking mail system catches the notebook in there? Like, I don't know. Like, you would really trust it? Like, oh no, whoops, it got lost in the mail. What are you going to do now? I guess it wouldn't prove anything. They wouldn't trace it back to you because he must send it in some anonymous way. But, like, I guess that's the worst case for Light. You lose the notebook, but it doesn't come back to catch you. Right? Like, at any point, Light could have done that, too, if he wanted to win. This is the problem, what people don't realize. Light could have just gotten the Shinigami ideal at any point and won with ease, right? With, like, L, at least. And then that shows you Nier isn't nearly as confrontational as L. Because, Nier and Light meet, and that's, like, the end game. But L and Light meet for a longer period of time, so L has to do that. Like, Mello goes to an extreme with that, but being confrontational. But the whole point with this is that Nier, what was I saying? The fact that Mello, Nier, Light, there was something else to consider, and it's the fact that Mikami, oh yeah, like just sending it in the mail. Like, I don't understand how you could trust that. Like, why not just send him a large number of pages, and then you could do whatever you want, because you could just then he sends pages to talk it up. Okay, let's watch some kind of other random clip from Shark Tank here. Too many of these are shorts, though, so it's kind of hard to match up the timestamp. Coffee stain magically appears. That is way too expensive, $29.99. Barbara's out. What a surprise, even though that wasn't the name of the video, I guess. Or I didn't even see what the name of the video was. I am kind of obsessed with this lately, but no, next session I should probably do the thing. So I have to do a lot of things tomorrow. Do my laundry, shave, just kind of random stuff. And I can do it in such a way that just kind of catch up on stuff, and you would be able to basically enjoy that, and I'll just kind of chill, so it'll be the day after. I'm just so tired lately, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm getting some big meal here tonight, like food that I can save in the fridge for tomorrow. And that way I don't have to go anywhere tomorrow because it's Thanksgiving. And then I can just chill, and then I can just fucking do whatever I gotta do. But yeah, certain series like this and Hell's Kitchen are good for watching clips of on YouTube. rather than actually watching the whole thing, because there's some kind of good highlight type moments. But then there's a lot of other junk in there if you watch like the full episodes. It's like a lot of junk in there. But no, let's look at some initial-minded concept that people are very stupid, and a lot of things play a major role, like something very minor, like appearances, performative aspects, preconceived notions. That'll play a bigger role than anything else. So based on age or gender or something, that'll inform how people treat you more than anything else. And there's like a self-fulfilling element to it too. Like you'll treat somebody who's older with more respect, even if they don't deserve it. So now it'll be a better interaction. But you'll treat somebody younger kind of dismissively, even if they don't deserve that. And so now you're going in with a preconceived positive or negative, like you're giving them some sort of benefit, so now their response will be commensurate to that. So if you have this negative preconceived notion about somebody, now they might not be that way, but now they will be because you're treating them that way for no reason other than your preconceived notion. So it's operating on some other threshold of trash, and it's also glorifying an indoctrinated, structure-reduced state that is weakness incarnate, like, once again, a glorification of weakness in such a way that is not really desirable in any way. The worst thing to do on days like this is to go to Walmart or something, go shopping because, right before a big fucking holiday. What you can do now is you can make, but no, it's amazing how big of a role that plays. And so what it would reject on an absolutist perspective is that you're sort of creating some negative, you can call it manifestation or whatever you want, because of your preconceived notions. You're defining much of reality for you, even if it's not true, or you're sort of forcing it to happen. So let's have this preconceived notion about something, and truly great people won't be held back by that, don't get me wrong, but you're not allowing people to actualize, because what's more important is your preconceived notions and your reduction to structure, not the reality or the infinite potential that people have. So a 10-year-old kid could be a genius, rocket scientist, whatever, and again, some of that is their own ability and will, but some of that is like, well, society doesn't expect them to do that, so any attempt or anything that they do will be ridiculed or reduced to structure, or they'll be inhibited and prevented every step of the way. Now, some people may very well do something like that anyway, but it's against the current of society. So you realize that society's priority is not to enable you, it's actually to inhibit you. And it wants to hold, it would rather see everybody be a mindless, overextended drone kind of garbage, rather than see them be noteworthy or successful, because that's the exception, not the norm, and it's harder to control, and it's just not easy to mass produce the way that society operates. So I don't think I've watched anything here so far, like a couple of shorts, but how fast? I kind of wanted to get back to that playlist, but now I can't. There's too many fucking ads, too. I'm seeing an ad for pizza. She's not settling for anything less than. So it's the delivery guy and the guy with the flowers, and she takes the Pizza Hut. I love that. It's so stupid. Ooh, lost to Pizza Hut. Oh, shit, dude. I've been driving kind of too much lately. Like, this is just too much. So now what we'll do is I'll watch something here. if I can find it. I just kind of am so tired. I don't even feel like doing this shit right now, but we got to get into a movie again and get back in the rhythm, which is fine. There's no rush in doing it, but I've been enjoying this format a lot between the two, and they're all on Netflix, which I guess is sort of incidental because just Monk happens to be on Netflix. But you know, whatever it was, if it was on Peacock, I'd be doing the same thing on Peacock, whatever. The one thing I sort of skipped was the Audible thing. I did like part of the Hellbound Heart and then I just stopped. But I was going to do the Harry Potter books, I was going to do the Silmarillion, like Lord of the Rings, but I just didn't really feel like it. But I at least opened the door to that format. That's kind of what I like to do sometimes is I'm not going to do the whole thing, but I introduce the format and then I can continue it later. So at least we have the option, and it's an interesting idea behind it. Kind of like, you know, you can do it in such a way that, what do you call it? You do it in such a way that, like, oh, I'm going to do the Netflix gauntlet where I watch everything in order or something. So I started that, but it would take forever to finish, so it's understandable. Or here's like one good thing about the machination process that I've spoken about, like the nearness postulate or something, where technology will sort of reveal the invalidated nature of certain contrivances, like it's no longer necessary or it's sort of obsolete. So people will blame technology, but it's not that fault, it's the fault of people, or it's the fault of... It's the fault of it's the fault of something else. Okay, let's see what we have here. Owner talk in order to get a deal. What does that mean? How fast can Swimply owner talk in order to get a deal? Why do you have to talk fast? You talk too fast, for that reason I'm out. You talk too slow, for that reason I'm out. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Like, who produces this show? Probably somebody with less money than all the sharks. Oh, here we go. Global warming. Are you fucking serious? Sell it to the government then. Oh, this is weird. Yeah, you could have saved Kaylee Anthony's life by booking a better pool to use than the one at your house. Haha. Find a way to make a reference to that shit. I don't like this at all. Robert really doesn't like it. Minimum viable product. He's asking for way too much is the point. This seems like a dumb idea, though. Bro is just chilling in the pool. I'm dead. He's gonna drown in that fucking pool. You're gonna drown down there, the way that the chick would say from The Exorcist. So, we had an ad there, which ruins it. But this one's kind of funny, so I'll watch it still. Let me try to find a timestamp, though. It's very hard for me to see the side of my screen to be able to see the timestamp in these moments. And the reason why is because it's not meant to do this show while driving. So we're at 3 minutes and 3:41, starting in 3, 2, 1. So many of these things are just, people are too lazy to do it themselves. He just said, my inspiration for the business is that I set this up myself with a neighbor, but people are too socially awkward to do it with their neighbor, so they'll rely on the app instead. Well, that was at least a nice endorsement. That was one of the two options. There's too many problems with it. That's a lot, though. Okay, for 7 people, that's understandable. Sis hasn't met Ben Shapiro. You've talked too fast. For that reason, I'm out. It's more efficient, though. Talking fast is a good thing. You should do that. Sometimes Kevin will make a crazy offer, though, a hardball offer. Not lying to yourself, and that bro in the fucking pool, I'm dead. I'm dead. He's just chilling, dude. He's just chilling. I'm fucking dead. Look at him, dude. So we're at 7:47, starting in 3, 2, 1. What did he say? Well, Robert rarely gets like that. I'm sure it's not 0, but it isn't. Even though I don't like it, wow, look at him go, dude. Look at him let bro cook. You won't even give him the chance to say, do I have the video at 2 times speed or what? He doesn't want to get out of there. Is he even getting out of there? No, I like this guy because it's a good idea, too. It's actually a good idea. Like, even though I don't like it and I think it's dumb, it's unironically the kind of thing that people would end up using and would actually do decent. The two, again, it's all about the valuation. Like, what if I ask for, like, fucking... That ask is way too unrealistic, though. That stupid ass, like, you're asking for fucking... You're asking for way too much. And the reason why is because you're asking for $6 million. It's not worth even $1 million. Right, so it's not a bad idea, but I would say, okay, I'll give you like fucking, or that's one of those deals where, okay, I'll make it contingent. If you hit your goal of $289 million, then sure, you can have it, but I'm going to be part of the reason why you do hit that goal. But it just isn't that big of a deal that, like, are people really looking for pools that much, and is it that hard to find one and all this, like, there'll be a lot of problems too. People make a mess, and people do this, and people do that, and it's like, you know, there'll just be issues with it. So you have a situation where, I don't know, no, that guy was pretty funny because what was the other one where somebody was like imitating somebody talking too fast? Damon does it to the one guy who kind of pisses him off, I think. What is it? The guy with the glasses who said, oh, you started with just a hat, and then he waves his hand and stuff. Was it that, or was that somebody else? Yeah, I think it was. I can't remember what that guy's thing was, though. Not even that guy talks too fast, he talks too much. What was it? What was that guy's product? I want to see it now. That guy was funny as fuck. So you have Shark Tank, and you have... What is that guy's product? I can't remember. Fuck. It's so annoying to navigate this show when you're driving too, and it keeps going to like this horizontal thing when I have my phone vertical or whatever. It always fucks up. Or no, I have my phone horizontal, but it keeps going vertical. But yeah, we've come a long way through some of these different series. It's almost been a year, I guess, since I've been doing this. And I was doing The Sopranos and Girls and stuff. And so I love that I started with that. Out of all the things I could have watched, I watched Girls with Allison Williams. And her character really triggered me. And I would have never expected that, too. As much as she has such a photogenic face, and you would expect her to play, like, really nice characters, Marnie seems like a bitch. And Rose obviously ends up being at least a good fake-out that you think she's nice, but she's not. The way that Marnie is interpreted, it would be more like she's a bitch, she's like a devil with an angel's face kind of thing. Like, she's a bitch, but she gets away with it, or whatever, because she's beautiful, or she has a certain look. Like, you look so good, but you're actually a bitch underneath. You're ugly underneath. I love it, though. It's the most random thing ever. Why you'd watch that. I even saw Megan, I guess, partly for that reason. And that was the last movie I saw in the theater, because I just don't see movies. So that was like last January, 2023 January. Like, so this has almost been 2 years. And even Avatar would have been the end of 2022, I guess. I like that, though, because I did, like, a review of it as soon after, and, like, I think some of my takes would age pretty well on that, like how the villain is recycled and it's bad, and the whole movie is basically recycled, and they're holding all the best stuff back, and they should have at least set up some better conflicts for the other movies, and then introduced the Fire Clan then, and made some reference to other stuff, and had some other bigger, better conflict going on, and something, the planet's dying, and maybe with that girl, they kind of imply that, but you have all these good things going on, and then you have the ability to consider the fact that, I don't know, I sort of explained a whole outline for what could have been better. The main thing is just, like, have a different villain. You don't have to bring back the same villain. And not only did they bring it back, but they had the eye roll moment, too, at the end, where he doesn't even die. So he doesn't even die again, and so now you turn a 1-movie villain into a 3-movie villain, even though he's having a change of heart, and he's going to join the good guys in the next one, and it's going to be like a Darth Vader redeems himself type moment. But it's dumb, because you're just letting this character go on and on and on, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? Quaritch was an okay villain for the first movie. He was fine. I'm not even saying he's bad. I'm saying that he's also not the most iconic, greatest villain ever that requires to be like a trilogy caliber character. The whole fun would have been introduce a new villain and just let it go. You know what I mean? That would have been fine. Nobody was going into Avatar 2 saying, oh, I can't wait for Quaritch. I hope they bring Quaritch back. I really wish I want to see him again. Like, he was a fun, okay villain. I would have made it like that female strategist with the coffee, like something like that, where I just sort of extrapolated on that. Like some really smart, strategic person who stays behind the scenes and doesn't fight, but who worked with the Quaritch. So somebody who knew him, so you could still carry on that would be so much better, wouldn't it? Like somebody who worked under him or worked with him who's trying to avenge him. So there's some kind of a camaraderie there that's still relevant, and you could bring up Quaritch. And you could even have a flashback with him, but to make him the villain again through the whole Avatar shit was really stupid, because now that also trivializes the whole story too, because you could always just do that, couldn't you? Like, let's just remake anybody. Jake's gonna die, and then we could just remake him, or somebody else is gonna die, and we could just remake them. Now, if you kill this version of Quaritch, you could just bring him back again and do the same thing again. Like, what the fuck? And yeah, what a great strategy. This guy was killed by the Na'vi and lost to them. So let's bring him back to try to beat the Na'vi. Like, why would you bring back the very same person who lost? Like, it'd be one thing, like, oh, you succeeded and then you died of old age, and then after you died, now you got taken over. So now you want to take revenge and have them come back and save you. Like Genghis Khan. Bring back Genghis Khan because he was a god, and then he can reconquer the world and retake Europe. That's got to be a fantasy history moment. Like, what would Genghis Khan do today if he came back? You know, with nuclear weapons and stuff like that at his disposal, he would be a goat. I can't find that. Is it like working stiffs maybe? I don't even know. I really don't know. Yeah, I think it is actually. It's like the collar thing or something. He just keeps getting like offended by everything. Damon's trying to talk and he just interrupts him and says, "Oh, you think I have too high of a value of myself, but I was going to compliment that. But you want to argue with me." Oh, now he's going to say he's out because I'm arguing with him. Like, he won't even let him fucking talk. And I love when people are called out on something like that, but then they keep doing it. Like, you say that, like, oh, you keep interrupting me, and then I interrupt you to say, I'm not interrupting you, I'm not interrupting, even though I just did by doing that. Rogue. So yeah, I'll look at maybe that one. I love the way that Damon impersonates him, though. He goes, "You talk too much, for that reason I'm out," or "You talk too fast, for that reason I'm out," or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, we'll look at that, and yeah, it's the guy who has the collar shit, though. That's what I remember, at least. That's why he's asking Damon, because he has to do with clothing and FUBU and stuff. But no, that moment was kind of heartwarming, the one with Lori and Damon, where Damon steps out of the deal on purpose with the one guy, I forget his name. And he steps out and says, "I'll let you do it." The Biaggi, the bag company. And that was one of Lori's biggest investments, actually, which I assume that there's, since they're saying that means it must have gone through, that they wouldn't have backed out later. Or yeah, here's another concept that people don't like being made aware of a process. So like, again, the expression easier to whatever fool someone than convince them that they've been fooled, but also like it's easier to appeal to somebody's base tendency than it is to point it out to them or get them to acknowledge it and what they're controlled or influenced by. They would rather just be influenced by it but not think about it. Okay, let's look for that one. But that playlist is pretty good, where it's like rudest or / worst pitches. I should find similar ones to that. Or I just looked up like Shark Tank Angry. So let's look up fuck. Some of these you'll look up the full pitch and you won't be able to find it. You'll only be able to find clips of it. But that guy was really insufferable. Yeah, working stiffs. Working stiffs, entrepreneur pisses Damon off, I think. You had a couple ads, which again, I don't care because I love it though. Working stiffs, entrepreneur pisses Damon off starting in 3, 2, 1. Not saying Damon is an angel either, but I like how the announcer will announce what it's about, but even the sharks don't know what it's about, or at least they pretend to not know what it's about. Like what the product is or anything. I guess that's not that crazy of a valuation, but it depends. I don't get the magnet though. The magnet goes inside the shirt, but the magnet will fall out or something. I think I just watched this the other day, in fact, because I was even just saying that. I'd be worried about losing the magnet. Like, I can't picture it. The editing of this show is actually so good because it makes it seem like everything really is happening this fast, but it's cut together so well. It makes it seem like this is the whole length of the pitch, but they go on for a lot longer. But how would you keep up with that production yourself? Why would it go up so much? You know what line always lives rent-free? The way he says that is kind of annoying. What can I do with $85,000? The way he says it is like kind of irritating. You would know better than anybody. What could I do with it? It's so obvious, you moron, for even asking me. No, the one line that lives rent-free in my head is, and then it would go up by Salazzo from The Godfather. We have 600,000 sales, and if you invest next year, then it would go up. And then it would go up, the way he says it to Vito. Barbara doesn't even elaborate. That is a lot. Damon's being all cool about it, but then he interrupts him. But then he says, "You took forever," and everybody's crying. See, you're looking at me. He hasn't said anything. I don't know where you're coming from. He didn't say a word according to this. See, he's praising him. Look how he's being so insufferable. Just... You're not letting him even say whatever. I love it. He just can't let him... Maybe it's not actually like this if it wasn't edited like this, but it makes him seem like he's just so insufferable. 5:09, starting in 3, 2, 1. You took forever. I like that. He sort of did because he wasn't saying anything for so long. And then he ends up taking the deal, though, actually. He does that imitation, but then still takes the deal because Barbara actually makes him do it. Yeah, Barbara has every pet peeve in the universe. You're too slick, you have all the answers. You're not slick enough, you don't have the answers. You're this, you're that, you're fat, you're skinny, you're... Look how he keeps getting dejected. He keeps doing that dejected thing. You know, we should, whatever. That's actually not a bad deal, Robert. I love the way Robert says certain things. What are you doing? He's like me. Like, everything is sort of just incredulous, and I don't know how to explain it. I like Barbara low-key, but... He asked for like 40, and then he actually does take it. What was he going to offer originally, though? And having to work with somebody that he clearly doesn't like. So he overpays. Ro is meditating. Look how Barbara is such a... Damon's out, for that reason I'm in. You owe it all to Barbara. Yeah, Barbara's the real MVP. She's not always in, but when she is, it's worth it, or she makes a whole big spectacle out of it. I must say he was pretty irritating. Comments. Damon, he's nervous, he's a high energy guy. No, I like Robert, and I would like him more, but if he didn't welch on so many deals, I would respect him more. Like, his demeanor and everything is nice. He's kind of cool and calm and collected, and he can get things done. He's serious. He's kind of like me, just like low-key. Even Damon's personality I like too, but they both back out of deals a lot, or even Damon's sort of a scammer. You got a welcher and a scammer out here. Three times the shark said, I'm out. I mean, what, like when they all say they're out, I guess, starting in 3, 2, 1? I don't know what that means. Like, sharks say they're out all the time, so it must be that everybody says it, or it must just be a noteworthy occurrence of somebody saying it. I hate these kind of things when you see kids derping around on the road with this Zoom. You're the reason why they call Portland Rip City, because I don't know actually why they call it that, but because your product is going to rest in peace. In the year 2020, we'll have flying cars. In the year 2020, we have these little Zoom fucking clown things. Aren't you gonna fucking fall off of them, though? That's always what I worry about. What was about knocking on his head like that? Just to show off their level of balance, I guess. They better be pretty cheap, then. It wasn't a bad pitch. I like it. Just the fear of falling off. I would feel like that, though. I don't know. I almost want to try something like this. For that, I can't stop these Zooms, so for that reason, I'm out. You got to slow it down. Where are you using them then, if not? They gotta have some real safety, slow mechanism, and they always look so clunky too. Like, wouldn't it look awkward using this shit? I hate hearing Kickstarter. That's such a scam-worthy thing. Mark says it's a lot. If you would have said. Barbara says, I would have been able to. Like, I would have known immediately what my biggest obstacle is. That just means you have everything together and there are no obstacles for you. But yeah, Barbara doesn't like this answer. So we're at like 4 minutes and I can't tell. It's like 4 minutes and 28 seconds starting in 3, 2, 1. When I say 1, I hit plate too, so sometimes. That was always a good persuasive test by Barbara to say she's out. Subway. How much even is it? Not very eloquent by Kevin, the way he has puns and stuff. That's one of my favorite lines. It's a non-proprietary sock. You're sitting at home crying in your room with a non-proprietary sock for one of those chicks who's pitching it. They're at least giving them advice. They go off on those things. It's kind of comical. Yeah, they were kind of dull. They're kind of like me. Which, of course, absolutist tendency, you believe in that. You don't need to be a great salesperson because you have a great product. It speaks for itself. You shouldn't need to place undue emphasis. Make a better product. Don't make a better pitch because then that obscures it. Who is this one chick? I forget what her name is. Like Kendra? Is she Kendra, the one who's like made some clothing line or some jewelry line or something? I know who she is. I just forget. Dude, this guy isn't a great salesperson. He's kind of monotone. It's a pretty good product, too. I like it. I like these little side comments that Sharks give, too. See, he's kind of dry with his delivery, but he's doing the right thing. I love these little puns, sweeping changes. But he has the sales, I mean. It's a little expensive. Yeah, that is a little bit too much, like. Okay, so today is Thanksgiving, and what better, more fitting thing to watch on Thanksgiving than a movie called Dinner, even though I don't know what it is. It might not have anything to do with Thanksgiving, but just whatever. It's the one that we happen to choose sort of by the randomizer. I go through the letter D on the alphabetical gauntlet sort of thing that I'm doing, right? And I go through the letter D and I pick out the ones that are interesting to me just based on the thumbnail image, based on the title. And for some reason we come up with a list of like 6 or 7, and then I let a randomizer choose it for me between that list of 7. And it happened to choose Dinner, so I don't know anything about it. The only thing I saw is that it was apparently new, I guess new to Netflix, or maybe just new period. I don't know, but either way, it had the little tag of new on there on the alphabetical list. That site is really good. I forget the name of it, but just look up Netflix alphabetical list, and it will show you everything. I don't know how accurate it is in updating, but the fact that it recognized this as new would probably tell you they do a good job of it. That is a very useful tool, and it's something that Netflix should almost be ashamed of, that it doesn't have that functionality itself. Why not let me look A to Z? Right, it would only help, just in case you're not sure what to watch. If you're like, oh, I want to watch this exact movie, sure, you can just look it up. You don't have to go by letter. But if you're kind of just curious, let me just scroll through. Right, an alphabetical list is very useful, not the least of which is, if I'm doing some kind of weird format like this, I don't expect them to have the feature for that reason, but there's a lot of reasons why. So it's kind of sad that you have to use a third party thing to do it. So now we're going to start Dinner on Netflix. I'm giving you a little time to. It's a really crazy coincidence too. I happen to be on the letter D, and I happen to have chosen this one at random, right? Of the selections I had, then you do like a list randomizer where it'll you type in whatever number of things and then it'll pick one at random. But the point is, what better, more fitting thing, just by the title, could we do? We're having a dinner on Thanksgiving, all right, but it's not actual dinner. It's a fucking movie called dinner, but it's very, or yeah, you can have, I heard you like Thanksgiving dinner, so I watch a movie called Dinner while I eat dinner, and I have, I don't know, you gotta fill in what's another use of dinner that you could apply to that joke. You gotta have at least 3 for that template. Yeah, we're going to start here in a second, and again, I don't know anything about it. Those are kind of the core rules of what I'm doing here. I want to know as little about it as possible. I don't even know the synopsis. I don't know anything, right? So I want to go into these knowing as little as possible, and it's also, I'm trying to select out for ones that I haven't heard of and heard anything about or haven't seen. Well, obviously I haven't seen, but I haven't even heard about, right? So something obscure like Alone, I didn't know anything about it. Now, it still wasn't very good, but like Bird Box kind of broke that rule. I guess Bird Box and Cats both broke that rule. And the reason why is because I had heard about Cats and just how bad it was. I guess it still counts as obscure because it might be famous, but for the wrong reasons, like infamous. And then Bird Box, obviously you've heard about a lot. I mean, I've heard it mentioned. I didn't know anything about it premise-wise, but it was a Netflix production, which I'm trying to avoid those, and it's also a production whereby you have, I had heard about it. So this one I've never heard about. I don't know what it is, nothing. And so we are going to watch this in a second here, and kind of a fun thing to do, I guess. It feels fitting for today. I was sort of delaying it because you got to be in a mood. I've been enjoying this format, but I don't want to rush it. Like, Monk has been so good, and this has been so good. Even though these movies haven't been the greatest, I do enjoy the way that we're going about it. Like, which of those was a movie I really would have regretted not watching? Like, The Fourth Republic was okay, but who cares? Alone, who cares? Bird Box, at least for the notoriety, but that's not what this is about. I'm at least glad I saw it to explain how bad it is. And Cats also wasn't even bad in a fun way, it was just sort of bad. So, but no, I'll preserve that was still a D grade, so nothing has gotten an F still, and you might think, even as bad as it is, I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt that there's certain things I didn't catch or understand, right, just because, it's clearly so nuanced or whatever, but also just that some of the visuals, the set design and stuff, are good enough to, even some of the songs are okay, like, where it's not a complete failure, so it's still a D to me. It's bad, but I won't be one of these trendy people who jumps on the bandwagon and says it's the worst just because of that. Like, it is bad, but you have too much talent and too much kind of visual spectacle. So what you're almost doing is you're holding against it that, like, you know, if I made that in my garage on a low budget, you'd be like, wow, this is amazing. At least effects-wise, etc. But you're going kind of hard on it because of the high expectation. So it doesn't mean that, it's the worst movie ever. It just means it's a major disappointment given the talent, given the subject matter, given other things, right? So it's a disappointment, but I'm not going to unduly hold that against it. Like, it has a certain technical achievement that is, again, at least okay. Some of the sets, some of the visuals, I know people make fun of the costumes, but or whatever, how they look, but and people were saying like, the actors didn't know how they would look, but that's kind of hard to believe. How could you pitch them this project and not even show them how they would look? You know, like when they're pitching it to Taylor Swift or somebody. But no, go back and watch some of the older versions of this. There's like a 1994 one or something, and like they look kind of weird in that one too. Maybe a little better, but it's the same thing, you know. So what we can do now is we're going to start in a second here. And the reason why is because it's going to be probably whatever. But that's just the point that I'm making, is that I try to go in with no expectation or no knowledge of what I'm watching. So even with Bird Box, I didn't know anything of what it was about. And the birds barely have anything to do with it. I forget what they said, oh, that guy knew about the bird, that's why he put it in the fridge. But, like, what did the birds do? Like, I don't get it. They react to the entity, or they know when people are... I don't know what it means. It's some way to know that the thing is around, I guess, but so what? Like, you assume it's always around because you put on the blindfold anyway, so even when you're rowing like a fucking boat... And yeah, that was the ending moment, just that J.J. LaRoche is blind and he saves the world because he's a genius detective. Really kind of an underrated character in The Mentalist. It's always very hard to tell, like, where this starts because... Or like, how to start it at exactly 000. So we're going to start dinner on Netflix in a second here, and it's going to be from the very beginning with about... an hour, 49 minutes, and 52 seconds, it looks like, left. And if you can do that, then it's something like that. I can't really... It's very hard to do this while driving, but we're starting from the very beginning in 3, 2, 1. So it's showing logo, red circle, Cidomex, and entertainment, something... 149, 42, 41, 40. This is in English, but it's going to be like the Fourth Republic, I guess. New Black Elite Films. Is it going to be like some sort of domestic abuse? Black Elite Production. Look at his face there. Is this going to be like 12 Angry Men type carnage where they'll be having dinner the whole time and trying to figure out who did something? He's gonna roofie your drink, watch out. Never leave a drink like that. It's gonna be a proposal gone wrong. She looks pretty unhappy about this. I like watching these on YouTube, like proposal gone wrong in real life. There's something dramatically satisfying about it. Not just that I'm a sadist, that there's some sort of suffering. Maybe because she was cheating on him, so she feels bad. What is the sound effect? So it's about 2 hours long, which is fine. We're just going to compare this to the Fourth Republic because of the cast and the... whatever, like, it doesn't matter, but it's just, I wasn't expecting it to be... Why do these movies always have to be in English? Like, I'm not saying anything wrong one way or the other, but, like, the Fourth Republic could have easily been in Nigerian or something else, and that would have been fine. Like, why do you have to make it in sort of what turns out sometimes to be in broken English? You don't want to end up like Travis Alexander. Don't take her on the trip and she'll stab you 27 times in your fucking bathtub. Because she wanted to go with him to the Cancun or wherever they were going with Marie Hall. Yeah, that's one of the weird things to do, to upstage somebody's wedding. You're at somebody's wedding and you propose there to somebody, like, that's a little weird way to upstage the thing. Trying to jack off in peace, can't you tell? Somebody's cheating on somebody. I couldn't fully understand from the intro, but whatever it was is obviously a problem here. But she was doubting whether she's going to come when you already... Not really much to comment on here, though. It's just basic interactions. Or is it that you're cheating on him with Richie? It's just because they're cheating on you together and they don't want you to find out. Like, why would she have such a big reaction otherwise? He's pretty happily smiling as he's doing this. Like, I don't give a shit what she said. My day kind of got ruined. I was planning on doing something and then I had to still do some work on Thanksgiving, no less. Bro thinks he's that guy from Goodfellas. You'll be late for your own fucking funeral. Who oversleeps? He's fucking sleeping with somebody right now. You can see her in the background a little bit. He's not lying that he just woke up, but woke up from what? I don't like that personally. Like, you have sex with somebody, but then you're laying there next to each other, and it's like, I don't want to sleep with you, like, in the same bed, necessarily. If it's somebody you really like, but it's just weird. Like, just do what you got to do and be done with it. Or why do you always have to sleep before you go to bed? Can't you sleep together in the day and then, you know, have this full day fucking sexual escapade where you have sex as many times as the male body can handle with this little recharge timer, but you have you know, it's a weird thing, like sleeping in the same bed with somebody. And the girl in bed next to you doesn't care about this? But I thought tonight you had to go to the thing, right? Shirley. I am alright, and don't call me Shirley. Smoking in the Afterglow, a classic. There's one scene from some old French movie that I forget the name of that had this at the beginning that was really some intensive post-sexual epiphany. What is that movie? And he's smoking in bed, or he's having like some crisis after sex. Just remember, kids, the stimulant acme is preserved in this era. That's why you're alive, kids, because you were born as a result of it. Let me tell you the story of how I met your mother. And to put it simply in short form, the stimulant acme is preserved in this era. Okay, this scene is going on Stanley Kubrick levels of long. Like, we get it, dude. Fucking... But she's gonna kill him and take revenge because she overheard the phone call that he said babe to somebody else. Oh, you can't hear what he's saying. I was gonna say, what's going on? They're muting him, but he's still talking, like... I like some of this background music that they've been using so far. Some of the sound effects were a little weird, though, earlier on. I don't fully get what's happening when somebody's cheating on somebody with Richie and just... I don't know. The intro scene was kind of interesting, where they're all talking, like, on the couch, but I don't get it. So the whole movie is just about this one big dinner. Like, the whole movie, it'll be like an Ocean's 11 style heist, you know, preparation. We'll spend the first half of the movie getting ready for the dinner, make sure who's coming, who's not coming, plan what we're going to eat, plan everything, right? And then we have some drama. I don't want to go. I don't want this guy to go. And we'll set it up like a big heist, kind of Inception or Ocean's 11. And then, oh my goodness, the final act and the climax will be the dinner. And they'll have dinner and they'll fight and they'll reveal that somebody's cheating. And it'll be all at the dinner. Like, I'm making fun of it, but that's kind of a cool idea. Like, you're setting up this basic banal dinner to be the whole event of the movie based on the title. Like, Carnage is kind of like that, where they're in the room together. It's like The Exterminating Angel, but it's Carnage with, like, Jodie Foster and somebody... who's that guy with the weird hair? John C. Reilly or something. And they're kind of arguing and fighting and doing all this kind of stuff. Amalgam theory references. Okay, they're kind of padding this a little bit. You don't need to show all this. The whole movie will be them just driving to dinner, and then it'll end with them eating dinner. What a surprise that a movie called Dinner would be about dinner. Like, I didn't know exactly what that would mean. Like, it could have been something more insidious, like Hannibal Lecter is having a friend over for dinner, like that, or something else, I don't know. Even, what's that other movie I was thinking of? I can't remember. It's 2 very long scenes in a row, though, of him in bed with the girl and this. That's kind of annoying. And the driving. Now we'll be preparing for dinner for the next half hour. So you've already been cheating together. Nobody noticed those incredibly awkward, conspicuous pauses. He's a driver, not your butler, dude. Why you gotta say take it upstairs? They're so obvious. Like, why you gotta be like this? You've already ruined the suspense. But I want to see some big climactic fight. The whole movie is just going to be the dinner. Like, really, I'm wondering how the pacing of this is going to go. Richie. So it wasn't Richie that was being, accused here, though, or exhibiting kind of fishy tendencies. All this could be solved by simply having open relationships, and the same people who mock them are the same ones who would practice them effectively, like, without consent. Like, what's worse? Somebody who consents to an open relationship, or somebody who and does what they want to do with it, or somebody who doesn't consent to it and acts like, oh, we want to be with one partner, but then we cheat on them, or we have conflict and we break up, and like, which is worse? Like, acknowledging the nature of the process and practicing it, or denying the nature of the process, but then still suffering from the conflict of a contrivance that goes along with it? Why is every encounter with her so awkward? Why is he being so explicit about it, too? That's the point of dinner. We didn't get to see them prepping the food. I actually love that as a premise. Like, take something super micro. I should write a thing like that. Like, it's a full-on movie, but they spend the first hour preparing the dinner, getting everybody together. And even as you're doing that, you're having good characterization and dialogue back and forth. And then the second half is them eating dinner and having a fight. and coming to some culmination. You might think it's stupid, but it would work if it's written at a high level, like 12 Angry Men style. Hisses and sighs. I didn't really hear the hiss. Everybody's being so awkward, though, so conspicuously. Get somebody drunk and they'll start to flirt or do something. Private number calling. You know, that's kind of a cool feature, too. When a phone rings in a movie, you can have a little prompt for the audience to see what it says, like that. But I guess you could just zoom in on the phone and show it, but... Why do you have to explain that? Eating is one of the least sexy, least intimate things you can ever do, too. Like, if you want to eat, eat. If you want to talk, talk. If you want to do something, do something. Like, I don't get the whole thing with how it's such a... But no, this is actually the most perfect thing to watch on Thanksgiving. I love it. Even though it's not a Thanksgiving dinner per se, I love it. Of all the movies in existence in history of life, this is literally the Thanksgiving movie. Kind of repeat things a little bit too. Why is he just staring, dude? Yeah, really top tier scene here. This kind of dialogue is so interesting. Technical jargon. What we had was a mistake, and that was a long time ago, so please stop texting me. And this is kind of a cool way to present this, though. The sex. I can't read it, though. The worst thing to do while you're driving. Don't read text while driving. No texting while driving. But I'm watching a movie that specifically does that. It's actually a cool mechanic that they're doing. Then offer up just say you're sick or something, like how Julia steps away from the thing there, the dinner in Hellraiser. Are you just saying that because he's black? You racist. Okay, this guy's being a bit of a dick though, Richie, about it. Nobody likes Richie, even the other... He slept with everybody. Don't blame him for being a player. Blame yourself for not being able to keep your girl satisfied. Where have you run to? We need to talk. It'll be weird if you talk though, because you're not supposed to know each other. They're so obvious though. Can you please stop? Here with my boyfriend, please. Bro has no filter. You almost deserve it though. Some men just want to watch the world burn. He's just gonna make his move and go for the kiss. What doesn't break you up makes you more in love. Like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's one thing I don't like about dialogue and stories, though, is like, it always goes to a lowest common denominator. Like, oh, that's realistic. It might be realistic, but it's boring, like how people talk. I don't want to watch a movie where people talk like they do in real life. I want a little more eloquence. Talk like the fucking Cenobites, speaking of Hellraiser or something. I won't get over you. You should be recording this so you can blackmail her later. Was it while you were still in a relationship? This is what you get with the stimulus acme, half-mass hedonism. People can't make up their mind about what they want and what they don't want. I'm not saying what you shouldn't do. I'm saying that make up your mind. And if you don't, then I'll rat you out. See, you could have just disacknowledged him the whole time, even though he's being a bit pushy. Now you're sort of validating. Everybody's just going like a revolving door. How long is this dinner going to last? The conversations are so awkward, not just because that's intended by the characters. This is not a public bathroom, dude. One at a time, please. Just say she was sick and I was helping her. But was it while they were still together, is the point. You didn't have like a proper conversation though. Most awkward dinner ever, socially awkward dinner ever. It's not bad, but like some of the dialogue there, it should have had like a normal conversation for a while and then gotten into the awkwardness. It went into the awkwardness too much. Oh, you've got both of them. I'm a little confused. Are we talking about the two different girls or the same girl? But as long as it was before they got together. He could be embellishing, but he seems like a bit of a player. Everything is like sort of dialed down. You know Richie's sort of a sleazeball type, so he has kind of a swag about him, though. I like it. But no, did they cheat on both of them, or just with the same one? This could be a good, dramatic, intense scene. Just admit it, since you're not a good liar. Whatever Lola wants. Lola gets. What is that even from? Or is it just some actual real song? Is it going to be a flashback to when they met, I guess? How I met your mother at a random bar. We both got drunk and had sex and she got pregnant. And that's how we justified getting serious and getting together. Like, this is how relationships work. Alright, we'll stop there for now. I would say I'll finish the rest later, but I won't even be able to because it's not going to be that long. Like, it's still too much left. 1 hour, 18 minutes left. Oh. Okay, so let's continue this here. I don't think I'll be able to finish it in this time. So tomorrow I'll still have to finish it, but it'll be a small bit left, I guess. So we're going to resume here, and I'll tell you. So it's obviously dinner on Netflix. Sometimes I'll repeat something just because I don't know if I said it loud enough, because I kind of have to project here. But we're watching dinner on Netflix, and we are... I really wish it would tell you how far in you are. It only tells you how much left you have. But we're going like right in the moment where it's a flashback to maybe how they met, the two... Oh, fuck, I missed the timestamp. So Lola is asking her, so I'm assuming they were both cheated on, or I mean, they both slept with one of those guys, or... So we'll go from 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 00 seconds left. And he wouldn't understand. I'm a horny animal who is beholden to the stimuli acme and half-mass hedonism. And not only am I those things and primitive in mind, but I can't even make up my mind as to what I think I want due to the pressures of society and other contrivances and my own inherent tendencies. I'm not even aware of them or at peace with them or even able to decide, within them what I want. That's the whole thing with an open relationship. At least you're acknowledging what it is that you want. And if you want to say, okay, fine, that's bad and you don't want to do it, fine, then don't do it. But then don't come crying when stuff like this happens, because then you are choosing to specify the stimuli acme, meaning be with one person only, but then you can't even handle it. So basically, you don't even know what it is that you truly want. You wouldn't even be able to explain it. So we're starting with 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 00 seconds. 1:17:00 in 3, 2, 1. Upbeat music plays. This is the caption. No, that's just my commentary. About as exciting as the captions here. This is going to be how they met in a bar. How exciting and original. I love that one thing I always used to say, like, couple stories are always fake. Like, you met at a bar and you had sex and that's how it started. Like, don't give us this romantic under the moonlight fucking shit. You either met due to the nearness postulate. Oh, we went to the same school. We went to the same... we worked at the same place. We can see all this undue emphasis is sort of myopic, right? Like, oh, look how impressive and handsome he was, and look how he impressed me. You know it's all fake. Like, everything is just performative, so I guess you're rewarding it, turn it into a contest of contrivance. But you know that's not how people are anyway, so that leads to the conflict of contrivance where your expectation versus reality is different. And you have to if you have to constantly uphold that, right? It's like a story trope. Playing hard to get already. That means she's interested. Let's judge his riz. Clear your head, but you do it at a bar as an attractively dressed woman to try to draw male attention, and you kind of like it. You could just drink at home if you really wanted that, for a lot cheaper too. You pay 5 times more for liquor at a bar than a liquor store, so you can draw male attention. Like, why would you do this in a public place otherwise? I'm just crying because a creep like you would think you had a chance with me. Yeah, you haven't even said anything yet. She's ghosting you, ignoring you. But no, it's the case. He's getting confused between trying to hit on her and trying to help her. Never would have guessed. Obviously, it's something involving stimulacmy on some guy. Yeah, wow, you got that mom riz. How do you know what she likes? Bars are about the uncoolest thing ever. Let's pay 5 times more than we would at a liquor store just to fucking try to flirt. And what a surprise that we met somebody there. Like, you're trying to... I love the phony aspect of that. Like, I was even talking about, like, the high school stuff or whatever. Any point, like, you know it's fake and performative, so you turn it into a contest. Who can be best in a fake way? But then you'll be disappointed later when they're not fake. Like, don't you see what you're creating? Like the more fake and effort you have to put. Like, it's a fiction trope. I got interrupted in saying this and distracted. If you have to work so hard to pursue somebody, like chase after them, and like Robin and Ted in How I Met Your Mother or something, if you have to chase after them that hard, then that means it's not going to work, because you can't keep that up forever. Eventually you're going to settle down and settle in. Maybe the expectation goes down, but the reality is that you work so hard to have sex the first time or whatever it is, and it's like, why you tried so hard? It should be more natural. Just get him drunk at a bar, fuck him, and have kids, and there you go. That's How I Met Your Mother. Or if you don't like that, then be all, sappy, but... Bro's riz is very slow. He's got that snail riz. Bro thinks he's being slick with a one-night stand, but by the time he gets done rizzing her up, he'll fucking have a family with her. But you're not the relationship type of guy. You want to act all tough and you're not interested, but then if they keep pursuing it, you'll like it. And you'll reward it. Like, you're so stupid. Again, it's this whole lack of being at peace with your own nature. So you'll kind of dance around it and practice it at half-mast and still be controlled by it, rather than being in control of it. And then you'll suffer from the conflict of contrivance from the inherent, all the while denying it or pretending it's something else. So just remember, if a structure requires constant contrivance, perpetual pretense, then perhaps something is lacking with it. Like, that reveals a need. Because by that logic, you can keep the appearance up of anything, because it's just appearances. Some of these scenes go on a bit too long. Like, we get the point. But again, I never use that as an excuse, like, oh, you got drunk. But as long as you're not being drugged or roofied, I get it. But, like... you get drunk, that's your fault, and then you have sex with a guy, that's your fault, or a girl, whatever. Like, you're choosing to do that. As if that should be necessary. Like, it's so... What a great story. What a story, Diane. And then you had sex, and we get it. You don't remember because you were blacked out. Okay, do we really need to see this? Like, we get it. We get it. Then we'll have another flashback for the other guy. This is sort of belaboring the point a bit. Like, we get it. It's okay. It could be an interesting confrontation that we have, but they're kind of eating up screen time with dumb stuff. Some of these scenes are going on too long. My type of sex scene with no dialogue whatsoever. I mean, he's a pretty smooth guy, but just... What is he winking at the camera for? I am genius. Yeah, the most cliche story ever. Oh, so it's kind of the opposite. Normally the guy will do that. So I had sex with him. Until now. It was more like a stalker-ish scenario that you could pose it as, but may turn this into Fatal Attraction. Yeah, now you'll discover that he slept with somebody too, your guy. This is failing the, what is that test they call it? There's some test like, is it the Bechdel test or something? I forget. Like where every conversation is about a guy or sex involving women. This is about both. Like we go from talking about cheating on somebody or having sex with somebody at a one-night stand to the current relationship that you're in. Like, let's see how you met him. Oh, at a bar also. You're crying about the fact that Richie is bugging you and you cry about that, and it's so stupid. So hard to find good men. Says the bitch whore who got drunk and slept with some random guy at a bar. Your standards are clearly so high. I have some expression like that too. I wouldn't want any woman who, or whatever, like it could be man, woman, but I wouldn't want any woman who would go for that, if you will. Like if a pickup line works on you, I don't want you, because that shows you how shallow you are. That, oh, if that's all it took, then you don't think somebody else could do the same thing? Oh, so one day somebody else will come along with a good, better pickup line, and oh my goodness, they'll steal you away because you're that shallow and shitty that that's all it took. At least defer to the nearness postulate or zero-sum means, for God's sake. I like how those social contrivance performative aspects are there too, because like that'll be the defining factor. Oh, he's funny or this or that, but it's really about very clear criteria. Could be money, etc., stature, nearness, postulate. And then within that very limiting criteria, now you think you decide, but it's very, it's part of the whole reactionary reinforcement, non-choice reaction insistence, that you indignantly insist upon things you didn't choose and act like you desire them, rather than the absolutist tendency that would be more sense of finality. For example, not reproducing because you don't vouch for the state, or reproducing is vouching for the state fully, right, and acting like everything is perfect, or validating your life. So you would never accept that. You would always have this reservation that it may be functional, some of this contrivance, even if it's non-consensual and inconsistent, but you would never act like it's really what you want or really what you choose, because it's all kind of on rails reactionary, defined by machination process, external factors. But of course there's a lot of desire to reinforce that and act like it is. I like this little ASMR dripping water in the background. So where does the proposal scene fit into this anyway? Pretty validated by the fact of him. Sigma male Chad moment. Oh, he's just doing this to prove a point. Because he understands the nature of the process. This is a pretty good scene, actually, of dialogue. Wow, this is actually pretty good. She's thinking about him. Wow, bro. Bro gets a +1 character point for this moment. She'll lie about it. No, I mean, men are like that too. It's just easier for women because of the stimuli acne appearance aspect, but he's living proof. The bro is this fucking supervillain. Bro is like what Frank Cotton wanted to be from this is like Frank Cotton, the prequel before Hellraiser. At least he's self-aware. He's giving them a valuable life lesson. I love this scene, actually. You're the rebound guy. Oh wow, this is a good scene. This is incredibly well written. Bro is cooking though. Bro is let him cook. Why aren't we in the kitchen? Because bro is cooking. You're starting to be a little toxic. Chill out, bro. You're trying too hard. Look at the look he's giving him. You're trying to personalize everything. He's not dealing with warped people. He is the warped person. His perception weren't. He just exposed the reality of, wow, bro had regardless what this movie ends as, bro had an iconic moment. That's the moment they showed at the pitch meeting to say, this movie needs to get made. Here's your money, dude. Shut up and take my money. Bro was on fire, dude. Bro was melting. Bottom line, actually, he baited. Master baiter. Oh, but he already told him that he slept with the other girl, too. I don't fully understand who they said what, like if they're both. It must be one of them each. So, Richie slept with Diane and the other guy slept with Lola, I guess, before. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that either if they weren't in the relationship yet. You've asked that like 100 times. You don't even know the exact time? Bro is getting all fucking philosophical here. He wants to expose Bro is just not. Bro cannot be stopped. This is one of those long scenes. Yeah, now they'll turn it into personal attacks. No, bro earned my untold respect here. Like, he's not about that life. He doesn't care. He's trying to expose people. Like, bro is the Joker of the sexual world. Like, he just wants to expose people's bullshit. You're all full of crap. You dare trying to personalize it and act like, oh, it's just because you haven't found true love. The emperor wears no clothes fallacy, very fitting for sexual relationships. But like, oh, if you question a process that we pose as absolute, it just means that you aren't aware of the process or you haven't exposed it or it's your ability. Not that the process is inherently flawed or lacking in some way. But that's what I always say, like, go ahead and do it. Nobody's stopping you from doing it. But then don't complain and come crying to me that your conflict of contrivance is too much for you to handle. Is she gonna check? He's gonna check the phone? Here it comes. No, that bro is on fucking fire though. Richie is the GOAT. Haven't been this excited for a Richie since the guy from History of Violence who cracked me up, William Hurt. He gets an Oscar nomination for only one scene. What are you? The guy from fucking Network who played Ned Beatty, who plays The World is a Business, Mr. Beale? He's doing this just to expose your dumbass, too. Richie's not even doing it for any other reason. Somebody's gonna, like, kill somebody. We get it, dude. Stop saying the same shit. Some of this canned dialogue is not the greatest, but when he started to cook. Bro planted the seeds of doubt. Oh, here we go. This is what we were watching the whole movie for, this moment. Why can't you just say it's that guy? They don't know that it's him, I guess. Why couldn't you just turn it off or something? At least he was sticking out for his friends there. You can say anything. It's your fault for believing in the process. We're standing up. The guy who just laid bare. Why won't you just say it? Bro has the Sigma. Bro has the greatest Sigma moment in movie history. It shows him just smoking the cigarette in the fucking back. Who is he? Who is he? Say his name, bro. Bro gets the plus million character points. Bro, this whole movie was made just for this guy to flex. Bro is the GOAT. Bro. Bro, you're not very good at picking up on signals. Like, what are you, fucking dense? Bro is slept with every woman in town. Bro is a fucking god. Bro is a GOAT. Bro. Look at him smoking. Look at him fucking god. Now we gotta find out about the other cheating situation too, right? It's your fault for both inviting the process and believing it to be true. Like, you're the one who's posing a false absolute, and then when it's exposed to not be, It's only healthy. It's only natural. That's why open relationships are closer to the inherent state. That you can counteract it all you want, but then again, don't complain and get all emotional and. This is going on a bit long too. Let's find the other. He's trying to be the mediator, but then he'll find out, oh, he slept with me too, or I slept with, I don't know. Or gotta use the salt in the wounds. Only the loser of an argument has to resort to violence. It's self-defense. He's the one who hit him with a fucking bottle. How dare you? Just because you're a loser and a dumbass and you buy into the specification of the stimuli acme, you uninitiated primitive fucking swine. You gotta hit him over the head. Oh, that really proves you're right in this discussion, you dumb fuck. It's worth murdering somebody over the stimuli acme. Wow, so impressive. If you had an open relationship, it'd be more casual, so you wouldn't even care. But oh no, pretend like you do care, and then in reality you don't care. Base your whole life and finances around. Bro only cares about his night. They had a swimming pool on set, so they had to make use of it. Okay, just go home, everybody, and chill. Just break up with the girl. Or I like all this misframing, too, that, like, let's blame the chick, or let's blame the guy and beat him up, but not blame the girl. Like, not that he's not blaming her, but... Richie, I'm here to make peace. Like how Viggo Mortensen says to him. What is that guy's name? Joey Cusack. Let's go to Philly, see some people. Let's go to Nigeria, see some people. I'm only saying that because, you know, we just saw the Fourth Republic. So when is the other cheating going to come in? But yeah, break them both up. Break up both of them at once, you fucking goat. Why? Because you see the world for what it is. By spreading the truth. If it wasn't him, it would have just been something else. Bro, this character is iconic. Oh, it's the same girl, I thought. this guy was worth the price of admission for the movie itself. It's still not a very good movie necessarily, but some of these scenes were actually pretty good with him. Bro turned into like Kimberly from FMA or some shit. Like, I don't even know what this guy's doing. How about you just go home, dude? Like, let's chill. Would they really believe him at this point? But no, think about it this way. If it wasn't him, it would just be somebody else. So if it wasn't Richie, it would be somebody else. And, so he's just saving you the heartbreak and exposing the truth. Like how Monk did it to the girl, that your guy's a liar. You're mad that they're exposing the truth. So they both slept with Diane, and he slept with Lola too. Or maybe I have it backwards. Then why does it matter if it was before? Perhaps before this came out. The acting isn't the greatest for some of this, but Richie was good. Sounds like you have bad judgment, you dumb cunt. You're just a gold digger. Have to catch a gold digger. Is he real? And his friend. So Diane slept with both and Lola slept with one, Richie. But how is that any surprise? Richie slept with everyone because he's a fucking Sigma god. So the movie will end with Richie doing pirouettes and both of them breaking up. Wow, what a great ending. Bro, this guy is ruthless. He's a ruthless god amongst men. Who the fuck do you think you're messing with? You talking shit to Richie, hit him with a beer bottle? Fuck your dumb ass. Bro does not know who he is dealing with. Richie should just fucking murder them both and get away on self-defense and have those two bitches just rot together. Bro, this guy, like, that's the only thing that made this movie worth watching. And it was actually pretty fun. That's gonna get probably like, I can't say yet, there's still like 40 minutes left. The problem is the takes and scenes are sort of drawn out. I'm surprised they would have, like, that he would believe that. Like, they wouldn't believe the second one. Oh, so we were on a break. That kind of scared me the way it flashed white and did that. We were on a break. Sis thinks she's Ross Geller. So you get mad and have sex with some random guy at night. See, he's actually a hero in disguise, Richie. Because again, if it wasn't Richie, it would have been some other random guy that you don't know, who would never tell you and you'd never find out. But now at least you do find out. But I like how mad they are about it. If it was really before you got together, like with the other one, then what's the problem? It's just one of your body count. That term is so stupid. And there's so many jokes you can make with it. Like, what's your body count? Oh, only 6 people. But you're talking about whose body, like a body count of a killer, not sexual, but whatever. Or it could be both. Let's turn this into a snuff film. Holy shit, bro. What is that saying at the top? I don't even know. Richard something? Bro, we get it. He's not picking up. My phone was dead. Sorry. Oh, no, I slept with somebody. I think it'll be some stupid reasoning like that why he didn't pick up. not really what I wanted to do on Thanksgiving, but Richie lit this world up. He's kind of like me in a way, where I'm not as hard working at trying to expose people, nor am I as rizzer-tastic necessarily, but he's really great at doing that. Somebody's going to be dead. Yeah, nothing will turn you on more than seeing a girl like that. Bro is getting a rebound right as he's about to fucking... So you have the nerve to blame him. You had to fight, he's not talking to you, and now you have sex with somebody else, like that justifies it? Why don't you call for her and mediate? What, like she knows what she's here for? What is he, like a male prostitute or something? Like I get that he has a lot of riz, but he's overdoing it now. Like, how can he keep getting away with this? Sorry for what, though? Or wait, this is... We get it. See, they sometimes repeat dialogue too much. You're so dependent on him, you can't go like an hour without hearing from him? Or like one night without hearing from him? But this is the great rebound kind of moment. So stupid, these people, though. Richie's the only smart one because at least he's self-aware. And he has the ability to back it up. But I love how they go for the personalization. You're only saying that because you never found true love, or because you're not good, you're an incel or something. Like, dude, it's not about that. You could be happily married, but you still recognize the artifice of the process and say, you know, it's still artificial. Oh, so you slept over there, so you have to sleep with him? Like, really, that's your excuse, that he wouldn't let me leave? Because I'm fucked up on antidepressants or drunk or whatever. Why does his voice sound like that? Look at her lying already. You absolute shameless bitch. Nothing, like somebody doesn't talk to you for one day and you have to sleep with somebody else, is that you're so pathetically stupid. You're just a moron clown. Why did you do it? Why did you do it? Then why did you come here and... Yeah, why does he have to care? It's your responsibility. No condition to drive. But why... Get an Uber. Oh, you fucking bitch. Don't make... You... You're such a dumb bitch. Don't fucking try to pull that card. You're the one who showed up. He was busy. I don't buy that at all. You took advantage of me. How did he take advantage of you? You came there. You stayed there. You're venting to him. Well, this is how he would react. Oh, here we go, way before us. See, he saved you from a lot of heartbreak. Don't blame Richie, blame society or whatever. The fact she'll rob you blind, then she'll steal everything. We have been talking, Lola. What can I say? I get around. I sleep with so many girls I can hardly keep track. It's no big deal, huh? That's what it means to be called off. The dialogue is so... Even though you already did. Then they'll blame Richie. Still a better movie than Carnage, arguably, maybe. Director thought he was Roman Polanski over here. Yeah, I would want you out right then and there, though, because you're going to rob me in my fancy fucking house. He didn't try, he succeeded, you dumb fuck. Oh, so you would have preferred that than live in the darkness. Oh, it's his fault. It's his fault. He just exposed the artifice of your contrivance. But that didn't stop you. That was before you were even together, so how did he know? What, exposing the fact that your girl did something bad that wasn't his fault? So you would rather stay in the dark and lie? You're so weak. He just exposed what was happening already. If it wasn't me, it would have been some other guy. Looks like this is the end of the movie, but there's still like a half hour left. Now take revenge, Richie. Burn their fucking house down. I love blaming him, though. It was before you were together, and so he had slept with some random woman before you even met, or before you were together. So why would that matter? Why does he have to tell you that? And are they going to get back together, or what? They really shouldn't even. And then she'll just cheat on him again. Vocalist thought he was Michael Jackson for a second there. You know, the first time I heard Michael Jackson, I think as a kid, it was like the song Beat It, and I thought it was a girl vocal, honestly. I mean, he obviously sounds like that at times. I thought it was a female singer. I'm like, who is this chick? I like this song. Just Beat It. He sounds so much like a girl in that song, especially. Michael Jackson should have been Michelle Jackson. I like how that's the whole style of singing, though. A guy who sounds like a girl, or a girl who sounds like a guy. Like, what the fuck? Okay, what is this scene, dude? Now they'll get back together, and Richie will redeem himself, or something. I don't even care about the rest of the movie. Like, you're so weak sauce. I exposed the fact that your woman is a bitch, and you blame me. All the questions. Ask all the important questions. Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Right this minute, and you will do it now. Well, that's kind of what right this minute means. All this doubling up dialogue. Don't call him Richard, it makes it sound too elegant. Or this is where the movie started. didn't try, he succeeded. Oh, so you're the victim. I like the way this is shot in like interview style. He hit you with a fucking beer bottle. Oh, you didn't want to destroy it, but look at what happened. And look at you now. Fair. And they weren't dating at that point even. If you were ashamed, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Everybody wishes it was me. It was me. Look at him, dude. Hats off to you, Richie. You need to teach my sons how to be a real man. Oh yeah, make him the bad guy. Alright, alright. You really think you're proving something. What, a womanizer who's got infinite riz? I know you're going to threaten his livelihood because he exposed the nature of your contrivance of Simula Acme. By telling the truth and exposing something that the girl did? What about the girl's culpability? You really... okay. Yes, you're going to prove your point by hitting him with a beer bottle and taking away his zero-sum means. You weak sauce fucking moron, dumb shit clown. Make yourself clear that you're a fucking clown. Useless idiot, dumb piece of shit father. You don't have to show him any respect. He's a dumb idiot. You expose everybody. Expose his wife too. I slept with your wife too, you dumb fuck. A lot of gold digger action going on in this story. Oh, you're gonna try to defend and simp for the girl. Oh, but it's okay when the girl betrays your trust, but it's not okay when the man does. Haha, what a fucking moron. Oh, it's okay. It's okay when the woman does it. Okay, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, yeah. Wow, what a apologist. Oh, so now it's your fault. Okay. But you get mad. Oh, so that justifies, if I don't communicate with you for one day, you sleep with somebody and that makes it okay? I like how casual this conversation is. You should break up. You just don't want the embarrassment. Yeah, you probably should do that. And now have an open relationship. Yeah, just keep him away from Richie, because it's all Richie's fault. Now that'll... Yes, this is how reality works. So you just settle for this. Are you admitting something too? Of all people, well, it seems to be hard not to. He's talked with everybody. What are you on about? I like how the movie's gonna end here. Like, oh really? Not always. Those are the couples that think they never cheat. Move on to another girlfriend, another relationship. Well, the mom is in the right wanting them to break up. The most frantic search for keys since Allison Williams in Get Out, when, you know, I can't give you the keys. And then she starts swinging the keys back and forth and hypnotizes him with them like her mom taught her to do. That would have been cool. I wanted to see an Allison Williams hypnosis scene. That would have been hot. You know, like her mom taught her some of her tricks and uses that. That was a perfect chance. She shows the keys. You know, I can't do that. And then she shows the keychain, and then she'll swing it back and forth and hypnotize him to stay. We're going to have a Rachel and Ross moment where you stop her at the last minute. Or no, doesn't Rachel just come back from the airport and say, like, I didn't leave? Yeah, we'll get close to finishing it, but we might not finish it. I think the lesson of this movie is a little different than maybe what they're trying to get across. Phone power off. Yeah, just move on with your shitty fucking lives because you obviously don't understand what you're doing. What is happening? We're gonna get a military coup at a fucking time like this. The black eye is gonna make you upset. What did he even do, though, really? How big is that fucking thing, dude? He's got a whole book. Is this really how it's going to end, with him being framed for... This boot. What are you talking about, a boot? I love this. It'll end with him getting arrested. It's sort of a comical, weird ending. You already told them where you're going, too. He's gonna get hit by a car or something. I love this. What kind of random dumb shit ending is this? What is this, dude? This has nothing to do with anything, bro. But mainly the Richie aspect of the film is kind of hype and fun. But I think it'll still be like a D grade, and this ending is kind of bonkers. If the ending was a little better, I guess it could have been like a C. He's still gonna get arrested. You couldn't just change your shirt or some shit? And you're bloody and you have a black eye. Pigeon. Oh, what? Now he'll let him... I want to see him get arrested and see her leave, and that would be good enough. Look at that glare by the guard. It sort of showed it at a weird angle. Imagine what an ending that would be. Yeah, deny his bitch ass. Oh, the ring. Yeah, please interrupt it by arresting him. Deny his bitch ass and lock him up. I love it. Yeah. Don't end on the typical cliche note. Literally just leave him hanging. Is it really gonna cuck me by having like a minute or two left? She's gone. Good thing that flight waited like an hour for her. I love it. Just end it like that. Roll credits. 3 months later. Oh, maybe they'll get back together now? Or he'll end up with somebody else? These songs are a little bit out of sync with, like, they just feel weird. Are they going to be back together now, or... I almost wish they wouldn't be, but... So they did get back together somehow, and we don't get to even see that. That reminds me of like The Vow, where she leaves, but then they end up coming back and getting back together after. They copied The Vow, even though it's not really like that, but... So one of them moved on and one of them stays together. You should be grateful. But at least they're out of your house every night, too. And this music in the background is sort of unfitting. It's just like an awkward movie. Aren't you jealous? As if there's not anybody else you could possibly find. Like, when you just suddenly decide that you have to stick with the one person. Not even just one person in a sense, but in a broad sense. Now, who is this? Oh, is that her? Oh, he probably... Don't end it in some cliche way. Cheating is, this... Okay, we'll stop there, but there's like a minute left, so we'll just recap on it. But it's a case where, you're sort of normalizing cheating and saying, oh, it's okay and you should get back together.